Global Reincarnation, Becoming a God with My Unlimited Revive. Chapter 101, Xieshishu from the Evil Energy Organization. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When the city lord heard this, he shook his head helplessly. He was also in a hurry to obtain the Transcendence Fruit, but the lava area ahead was too terrifying. The lava that was like a waterfall was pouring on the Transcendent Fruit 24 hours a day, making it impossible for anyone to get their hands on it. The key was that the law power that came with the Transcendence Fruit polluted the lava here, causing the lava to become even stronger. Many of their methods had been affected, so they could only use physical methods to pick the Transcendence Fruit. However, because of the lava, their physical methods had been severely hindered, so they felt that the matter was very troublesome. At the same time, a dark-skinned subordinate hurriedly ran in and reported anxiously. Reporting to the city lord, Deputy City Lord, the people from the Evil Energy Organization have arrived. They have chosen to station outside the mystic realm. There are a total of 3 people. 3 people? What is the level of the strongest? The Deputy City Lord asked hurriedly. The strongest is a silver rank expert. The pressure is extremely strong, the dark-skinned subordinate said hurriedly. A silver rank expert? Why is there only one? Strange. The Deputy City Lord was puzzled, but he was relieved in his heart. It was because a silver rank expert did not have the ability to compete at all. There was no way to stop them. The Deputy City Lord even felt that the Evil Energy Organization outside did not even dare to enter the mystic realm. They could only hide outside. Just as the Deputy City Lord had thought. There were 3 people standing outside the mystic realm gloomily. They looked at the mystic realm but did not enter at all. You're really trash. 2 pieces of the help request information were stolen by someone. You're really trash. A round-faced fatty reprimanded. His round body emitted a powerful aura fluctuation. His name was Xieshishu. He was the person in charge of the Evil Energy Organization in Black Rock City. He was also a very difficult expert to deal with. His reprimanding made the 2 subordinates keep quiet. They did not dare to move and could only lower their heads respectfully. Have you found out who stole it? Xieshishu asked coldly. Reporting to Leader Shishu. There is a piece of information that was stolen by that kid, Yefan. He even caused us to lose 2 good men. Yefan? It's that kid again, that damned fellow. Sooner or later, I'll finish him off. Who took the other piece of information? Xieshishu continued to ask. We're not sure either. Even the people we brought with us didn't know how the information was lost. They originally left Black Rock City with the information, but after they left the city, they discovered that the information was gone. The subordinate explained nervously, his eyes filled with confusion. Oh. Xieshishu frowned, feeling that this matter was not simple. He thought of the 2 strange things that had happened in Black Rock City. One was the matter of Wang Jun being killed, and the other was the palm elf. This elf was very strange, and it actually killed the little giant that he had refined. One had to know that the little giant was his powerful trump card, but the little giant was destroyed just like that, which made Xieshishu very depressed. If I had known that Black Rock City was so strange, I wouldn't have agreed to transfer here a month ago, Xieshishu muttered gloomily. He regretted coming to this lousy city. Unfortunately, it was useless to regret. He could only choose to wait. After the new information was sent out, the reinforcements from the organization would arrive. Time passed slowly. Soon, half an hour had passed. The 3 people from the Evil Energy Organization who were waiting suddenly turned their heads to look at the foot of the mountain. Their expressions immediately darkened. Strange God saves the world! Strange God saves the world! A low and hoarse voice sounded from afar. Along with this voice, a group of people dressed in the clothes of ordinary people shouted "Strange God saves the world" and walked over in unison. These people were very weak. 90% of them were low-level ordinary rank summoners, but there was no fear in their eyes. There was no fear, only fanaticism. Even if their feet were pierced by sharp stones and they were bleeding, they still did not care. They walked forward step by step mechanically. Strange God saves the world! Strange God saves the world! The hoarse voice became louder and louder. Many people shouted until their throats were sore, but they still opened their mouths mechanically and kept shouting these 5 words. It's the Strange God sect. The troublesome fellow is here. Sooner or later, I will destroy the Strange God sect. Xie Shiju's expression changed. Strange patterns appeared on his hands and he slammed them on the ground. In an instant, 3 coffins rose from the ground. Bang! 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 The lid of the coffins opened and 3 stiff figures slowly walked out of the coffins, exuding a cold aura. After these 3 figures appeared, Xie Shiju's expression relaxed a little. He narrowed his eyes and looked at those guys who were walking over. Tisk, 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 so it's Xie Shiju. Do you want to join our Strange God sect? Only our Strange God sect can save this dangerous world. A sinister voice came from the Strange God sect. The voice was hoarse and sharp, like the ear-piercing sound of a chair being pulled on the floor tiles. It was very unpleasant to hear. Shadow, did you take away another piece of information from us? How did you know that there was a mystic realm here? Xie Shiju asked coldly. A long blood-red saber appeared in his hand. Another piece. The sinister voice paused for a moment, and then laughed disdainfully. There are thousands of disciples in our Strange God sect, why would we need to use your information? Oh! Xie Shiju frowned, feeling that the other party did not seem to be lying. At their level, they already disdained lies. Therefore, this further proved that the information might have been taken by the hidden experts in the city. Xie Shiju, do you want to temporarily form an alliance to enter the mystic realm? I guess you don't dare to enter the mystic realm because you're afraid of being besieged by the city lord and the deputy city lord. A gloomy voice sounded, making people very annoyed. Form an alliance? Okay. Xie Shiju thought about it and felt that this plan was feasible. The Strange God sect and the city lord's mansion were even more at odds with each other. Forming an alliance was a good method. That's more like it. We're talking about the transcendence fruit here. A sinister voice rang out once again. Along with this voice, a group of ordinary people with stiff faces shouted, Strange God saves the world. They marched forward in unison and entered the small mystic realm. Whoosh! 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 Flames rose up in the mystic realm, and the scorching heat instantly engulfed these ordinary people. However, they ignored it and allowed the flames to burn their bodies. Although a layer of strange light membrane had appeared to protect these ordinary people, the ordinary people still endured the roasting of the flames. Their skin began to dry up, and they started to become dried corpses. What a perverted church! Xie Shiju from the evil god society also followed in. Only he himself followed. After seeing this scene, he became even more fearful of the Strange God sect. He felt that this was a devil's sect. However, his strength was not weak either. Even if he could not defeat them, he could run away. Therefore, he followed silently from behind. The 2 parties walked into the mystic realm one after the other. They stepped on the rocks and passed through the red passage that was blazing with flames. Finally, they arrived at their destination. It was also the lava zone deep in the mystic realm. They saw boiling hot lava. Xie Shiju immediately saw the transcendence fruit. He waved his right hand excitedly. The large hand condensed from evil energy flew out and grabbed the transcendence fruit in the lava. However, just as the large hand of evil energy flew above the lava, it actually shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and eventually vanished into nothingness. This scene caused Xie Shiju's expression to change slightly, and he immediately used other methods to test it out. On the other side, the Strange God sect was also testing it out. All kinds of skills came out endlessly, and they even sent their disciples directly into the lava to test the temperature. Such a perverse method made the city lord and deputy city lord furious because these disciples were all citizens of the slums of Black Rock City. At the moment, they were being controlled and sent to their deaths. The two city lords had ugly expressions on their faces. They wanted nothing more than to kill the strange god sect on the spot. Unfortunately, they could not make a move. First, the strange god sect and the evil energy organization were here, and second, they were worried that they would expose any weaknesses. This was because the number one expert in the world, the Divine Emperor, had once issued a ban. The strange god sect was allowed to spread their religion in the slums, and no city was allowed to stop them, much less kill them. If they dared to disobey the order, they had to bear the consequences. After this matter was announced, it caused a huge uproar. A king-rank expert had brazenly refused and killed all of the strange god sect in the city. However, the result was that the king-rank expert died and was killed by the Divine Emperor with one finger, shocking the world. Chapter 102, The Evil Deeds of the Strange God Sect. After this incident, no one dared to stop the strange god sect. They could only watch helplessly. Without any hindrance, the strange god sect developed rapidly in the major cities of the world. It was like a snowball that was getting bigger and bigger, and its strength was getting stronger and stronger. At the moment, the strange god sect had even suppressed the evil energy organization, becoming a very terrifying force that made people fearful. However, their actions were truly too hateful and infuriating. Just like this moment, among the cult members controlled by the shadow, there were some little girls. These little girls were like marionettes that followed in a daze as they shouted. Even if the mystic realm was filled with fire poison and their faces had turned purple from the poison, they were still made to jump into the lava to test it out. They still jumped into the lava stiffly. It was only at the moment of their death that they revealed a hint of relief. Seeing this heartbreaking scene and thinking of what the strange god sect had done, the deputy city lord was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said coldly in a low voice, "I really want to kill this strange shadow and destroy the strange god section. Don't think of unrealistic things. Even if there are another 1,000 silver ranks, they won't be able to destroy the strange god sect. We just need to do our best. For example, destroying this transcendence fruit." The city lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. He did not want the transcendence fruit to fall into the strange god sect's hands. However, this lava has been contaminated by the transcendence fruit. Other than physical abilities, all other skills will lose their effectiveness. Only after the fruit is harvested will the fruit be able to restrain this power. The deputy city lord frowned. He could not think of a solution in a short period of time. As for the harvesting equipment, it would take a month to complete. It was very likely that an accident would occur after such a long period of time. This also made the two city lords worried. If it really doesn't work, we can only use the method that I told you about before. The city lord sighed. This. The deputy city lord's expression was solemn. Looking at the commoners who were still jumping into the lava, a resolute look flashed across his face. "All right, I'll listen to you." It's enough to have your word." The two city lords spoke in secret. They stopped picking the transcendence fruit and took out their weapons early to make preparations. On the other side, in the small mystic realm's passageway, Yefan was wearing 3 pieces of fire-repelling equipment, an invisibility ring, and holding a poison-repelling pearl. He walked step by step through the fire poison with great difficulty. At the same time, he tried his best to avoid the scorching flames here. This fire poison is really terrifying. For those below the bronze rank, even if they were wearing poison-repelling equipment, they probably won't be able to last for half an hour. Even if a bronze rank carries poison-repelling equipment, they can only last for 2 hours at most. Only those who have reached the bronze rank peak and silver rank will be able to last even longer. Yefan analyzed the situation with a serious expression. Under the intense flames, he advanced step by step. Soon, The anti-fire equipment on his body started to show signs of damage. Ye Fan had no choice but to take out a new piece of equipment and put it back on. After more than an hour of arduous travel, he finally arrived at the lava region and saw the three groups of people in the center of the field. Ye Fan was wearing an invisibility ring, which was a piece of ancient equipment that could protect him from being discovered. Even a silver rank would not be able to see him. He could even hide his aura. Such an invisibility ring was very powerful. It was so powerful that after he appeared here, the three groups of people did not even know about it. This made Ye Fan smile subconsciously. Unfortunately, the invisibility ring's usage had reached its end. This was the last time it could be used, and it also made Ye Fan's heart ache. Next, I'll observe in secret and look for an opportunity to obtain the Transcendence Fruit. Ye Fan took out a teleportation scroll and held it in his hand. He was prepared to tear the teleportation scroll open at any time to prevent himself from being killed. At this moment, Ye Fan felt something and turned his head around abruptly. He saw a gorilla slowly walking toward him from the tunnel that was burning with flames. The spiritual energy fluctuation of this gorilla was only at the low-level black iron rank. However, what was hard to imagine was that this gorilla was actually not afraid of the flames and was moving forward in the flames like a field trip. This scene directly stunned Ye Fan, and he became confused. One had to know that he was wearing 3 pieces of anti-fire equipment and had to constantly change them. However, this gorilla was actually completely fine. It was really shocking. The key point was that there was also fire poison in the flames. Although most of the strange god sect's disciples were protected by an unknown force to prevent their bodies from being burned to death. However, their faces turned purple. It was obvious that they had been deeply poisoned. Even if they got out, they would die without a doubt. Such a terrifying fire poison was boiling wantonly and enveloping the entire mystic realm, yet the gorilla was completely unharmed. This was simply inconceivable. With disbelief, Ye Fan carefully watched the gorilla walk over bit by bit. He slowly arrived at the lava region, which was not far from Ye Fan. The appearance of the gorilla naturally attracted everyone's attention. The experts present stared at the gorilla in shock, not understanding why it was not afraid of fire and poison. Hey! Ye Fan was originally guessing why, but in the next second, his eyes widened. It was because the gorilla was looking in his direction, staring straight at him. Such a gaze scared Ye Fan to death, and he could not help but say in his heart, "How is this possible? Even a silver rank can't see me, yet this gorilla actually saw me. This is absolutely impossible." Ye Fan was scared out of his wits. He clutched the teleportation scroll tightly, preparing to teleport away at any moment. On the opposite, Li Xian stared at Ye Fan. Seeing his vigilant appearance, Li Xian was also a little surprised in his heart. The main thing was that no matter where he was, there would always be this kid. He was practically like a dog, and his sense of smell was extremely sharp. He was such a sensitive kid. Would it not be meaningless if Li Xian did not give him a challenge? Therefore, Li Xian opened his mouth and said directly, "It's really smelly. Where did the smelly feet come from? It's so smelly." As Li Xian spoke, he pretended to look around, his gaze always looking at Ye Fan indistinctly. Such a gaze and the words gave Ye Fan a big fright. It also made Ye Fan lower his head and look at his own feet. It shouldn't be. I'm not sweating, so it shouldn't be so smelly. Moreover, the invisibility ring can restrain part of my aura, so it shouldn't be so smelly, right? Could it be that I can't smell the stench on my own body? Ye Fan thought of a theory. That theory was that it was very difficult to smell the stench on one's own body, but it really did exist. Thinking of this, Ye Fan's expression changed. He could not help but lean further away to prevent being discovered by the other 3 groups. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to him. It was because everyone was looking at Li Xian. They were looking at this gorilla that was not afraid of fire, poison and fire. Moreover, it could even speak. Under everyone's gaze, Li Xian slowly walked to the side of the lava pool. Looking at the bubbling red lava, he could not help but raise his hand and reach into the lava. Don't touch the magma. It is polluted by the Transcendence Fruit, which is different from ordinary lava. The deputy city lord liked to talk, so he could not help but remind Li Xian. Oh! Li Xian looked at the deputy city lord and immediately understood that this red fruit was called the Transcendence Fruit. Yes, every Transcendence Fruit has the law power before it is taken down. It pollutes the surrounding environment. Only physical methods can be taken down. We've already done many experiments just now. The Evil Energy Organization and the Strange God Sect have also tested it, but unfortunately, they've all failed. The city lord spoke, using his words to test which faction Li Xian was from. Evil Energy Organization? Strange God Sect? Which one is the Evil Energy Organization? Li Xian raised his eyebrows, a cold light flashing in his eyes. That big fatty over there is. The city lord immediately pointed at the target. You are from the Evil Energy Organization? You are really as fat as the rumors say. Li Xian carefully sized up the Evil Energy Organization. Then, he looked at the strange god sect not far away and those disciples who seemed to have lost their souls. He frowned. Chapter 103, Transcendence Fruit that had its own rules. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Those cult members were like marionettes, controlled by some kind of ability. Their bodies were roasted in the flames. Even if they were protected by some kind of power, they were still burnt to a miserable state. The temperature here was too high. Flames were everywhere. Most importantly, there was a strange fire poison corrosion. In such an environment, not to mention the weak disciples, even those at the bronze rank peak were severely restricted. They could not stay here for too long. However, those disciples stood in the flames like robots, their eyes staring blankly ahead. Their bodies were purple, their faces twisted, and they were muttering the words, "Strange God saves the world." This scene made Li Xian very repulsed, especially since there were some children among the disciples. This made Li Xian feel even more uncomfortable. If he was uncomfortable, then no one else could be comfortable either. Therefore, Li Xian narrowed his eyes and observed the other party. In the end, he locked onto a little boy who looked like a white porcelain doll in the crowd. He, little gorilla, are you interested in joining our strange god sect? In the strange god sect, the little boy whose skin was as white as a porcelain doll smiled. His cute appearance gave people a feeling that he was harmless to humans and animals. However, Li Xian discovered that there was a thick murderous aura and a bloody smell around his body. That was something that only people with blood on their hands could have. He did not know much about the strange god sect. Although he had heard people talking about it occasionally on the streets, he only knew that it was a cult. What is the purpose of your strange god sect? Li Xian suddenly asked. Of course, it is to believe in the strange god and save the common people. Only by believing in the strange god can one obtain eternal life and save this world that is on the verge of destruction. The little boy continued to laugh. His head suddenly tilted to the left 90 degrees, and his eyes became triangular. This strange appearance scared Ye Fan, who was in the corner, to the point that he almost shouted out. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. Save the common people? Just like that. Li Xian pointed at the disciples whose bodies had turned purple and jumped into the lava in a daze. He could not help but feel murderous. They are returning to the arms of the strange god. Why? Are you interested? I welcome you to be my disciple. You are very suitable to be my slave. The little boy continued to twist his neck and turned around. Like a snake, he stared at Li Xian coldly. Not interested. Li Xian rejected him coldly. Is that so? He. The little boy laughed. His mouth opened wider and wider until it reached his ears. This terrifying appearance scared Ye Fan, who was in the corner, to the point that he covered his mouth even more tightly. His entire body was trembling. It was mainly because it was too scary, too frightening. Even though Ye Fan was experienced and knowledgeable, this scene still made the young Ye Fan feel afraid. However, what everyone did not expect was that Li Xian was not afraid at all. He even looked at the little boy as if he was looking at a clown. This kind of gaze made the little boy feel a little depressed. He felt like a clown. "Little gorilla, aren't you afraid of me?" Blood flowed out of the little boy's eyes. The dripping sound was extremely terrifying. "Why am I afraid of you? The way you shake your head is better looking than a mother gorilla," Li Xian said deliberately. "What? Better looking than the mother gorilla?" The little boy was stunned. His mind was in a mess, and he could not say a word. He had never thought that Li Xian would say this. This overturned his understanding and gave him an answer, which was that what the gorilla saw was different from what humans saw. The scene that humans felt was very scary. In the eyes of the gorilla, it looked very good. This made the little boy depressed. He had been scaring the gorilla for a long time, but in the end, the gorilla had seen him as a female gorilla. This was simply terrible. The depressed little boy was a little angry from embarrassment. He wanted to kill Li Xian, but there were the city lord and deputy city lord around him, as well as Xia Shizhu who had ulterior motives. Therefore, the little boy only glanced at Li Xian with a gloomy expression and made a gesture of cutting his throat. It seemed that he was prepared to kill Li Xian after he finished dealing with the matter here. Li Xian did not care about all of this. He was even prepared to kill this guy in turn. Right. Li Xian suddenly thought of a perfect plan and turned his head to look at the big fatty of the evil energy organization. The big fatty was using all kinds of methods to test the lava pool. He even took out a glowing secret treasure to protect himself and quickly rushed into the lava. However, he only lasted for a minute before he immediately returned to the shore and looked at the lava with a grave expression. What a tyrannical law power! Unless it's a physical method, there's no way to take down the transcendence fruit, the big fatty said solemnly. Is that so? Looks like I'll have to use my strange corpse technique. The porcelain doll-like little boy widened his pair of triangular eyes and pressed his palms together. Crackle, crackle. The controlled members of the sect suddenly trembled. The sound of bones breaking quickly echoed, and soon, they twisted into a strange shape. Then, the members of the sect merged together and formed a strange circle. At this moment, the surrounding of their bodies condensed into a strange wolf-shaped phantom. The next second, these members of the sect jumped into the lava pool, but the strange thing was that they did not all die at once. Instead, they died slowly bit by bit. During this process, the wolf-shaped phantom quickly approached the lava. It moved forward like an octopus and finally arrived in front of the red fruit. It came to the lava waterfall. Bubble! Bubble! The boiling lava rolled and washed away the wolf-shaped phantom. The cult members began to die at an extremely fast speed, causing the wolf-shaped phantom to shake continuously. The little boy on the shore broke out in cold sweat. His hands were tightly clasped together, and his body quickly condensed into a blood shadow. Crack! 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 The wolf-shaped phantom in the lava let out a strange cry. Its body suddenly expanded, and it quickly continued to charge forward. Finally, it arrived in front of the transcendence fruit and reached out to pluck it. However, the moment the wolf-shaped phantom approached the transcendence fruit, it instantly stirred up waves and shook continuously, almost collapsing. Fortunately, after a few disciples died, the wolf-shaped shadow stabilized its body and began to pluck it quickly. However, in the next second, the rolling lava violently washed over the wolf-shaped phantom in an instant, and all the cult members died. Damn it, the law power of this transcendence fruit is too strong. Unless we find a way to crack it, we can only pick it by force, the little boy said weakly. Following his words, the atmosphere at the scene became solemn. 2 silver rank experts had failed consecutively, which also indicated that it would be very difficult to pick the transcendence fruit in a short period of time. As expected of the transcendence fruit, it really cannot be underestimated. The deputy city lord shook his head. He was becoming less and less confident in obtaining the transcendence fruit. He could only look forward to the special equipment that would be forged 1 month later. However, even if it was that equipment, the deputy city lord did not have much confidence. He could only give it a try when the time came. At this moment, Li Xian suddenly squatted down and squatted on the edge of the lava. Then, he extended his right hand into the lava. Chapter 104, The Second Transcendent Skill. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Pop, pop, pop. The boiling hot lava rolled and submerged Li Xian's right wrist. At the same time, a large amount of red bubbles emerged from the lava. However, Li Xian's hand was actually moving around in the lava without the slightest injury. It was as if he was playing with water. This strange scene caused everyone present to look at Li Xian. Their eyes widened in disbelief. "You're actually not afraid of lava? How is this possible? This lava isn't ordinary lava. It's lava that has been contaminated by the transcendence fruit. Its power is even stronger. You can actually reach your hand into it." The deputy city lord looked at this scene in shock. It was as if he was in a dream as he looked at Li Xian's hand fiddling around in the lava. The surrounding people also widened their eyes and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. "How did you do it?" The city lord could not help but ask as he looked at Li Xian in shock and doubt. Ye Fan, who was hiding in the distance, also stared at Li Xian with his mouth agape. Previously, even silver rank experts had been defeated here. They had all failed and did not dare to touch the lava. However, the gorilla, whose spiritual power fluctuation was only at the low-level black iron rank, could actually put its hand into the lava. This made Ye Fan's brain unable to wrap its head around it. In the next second, an even more shocking scene appeared. After playing with the lava for a while, the gorilla actually directly jumped into the lava and began to bathe in it. The scene made Ye Fan's pupils shrink. How is this possible? How is this possible? It can actually bathe in the lava. Ye Fan was shocked and shouted crazily in his heart. He really could not accept the scene in front of him. It was a low-level black iron rank gorilla, but it could actually bathe in the lava. This was simply too shocking. What a powerful gorilla! The porcelain doll-like little boy sneered and slowly took out a strange long whip. He seemed to have thought of something and made preparations in advance. It's indeed impressive. It should be a special type of summoned beast. The big fatty from the evil energy organization took out a bow with a string and secretly made preparations. They had already guessed that the gorilla would be picking the transcendence fruit later. When the time came, they would only need to fight for it. This would also solve their problem. Therefore, they just prepared themselves and did not take action. They just watched silently. Just as everyone expected. The gorilla began to swim in the lava and headed toward the center. A moment later, the gorilla swam to the center of the lava and came in front of the transcendence fruit that had been washed in the lava waterfall. The gorilla slowly extended its hand towards the transcendence fruit. This action caused the atmosphere at the scene to instantly become heavy. The tense atmosphere became more and more serious. A great battle was about to break out. In such an atmosphere, the gorilla's right hand slowly approached the transcendence fruit. Finally, under everyone's expectations, it slowly touched the transcendence fruit. In the next second, the gorilla's entire body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He slowly fell into the lava and was submerged by the lava. This scene caused everyone present to be slightly stunned. They were very surprised. How can this be? What's going on? The deputy city lord said with a frown. Could it be that only humans can pick this transcendence fruit? The city lord was puzzled. He rubbed his chin with his right hand and fell into deep thought. The people around him were also puzzled. The big fatty from the evil energy organization and the little boy from the strange god sect were all lost in thought and confusion. Even Ye Fan's brain was muddled. He could not figure out what was going on. While everyone was puzzled and could not figure it out, the head of a gorilla popped out from the lava with a splash. Haha, I was just teasing you guys. Look at how scared you guys are. You guys are really stupid. Ha ha ha. The gorilla that Li Xian had transformed into deliberately laughed out loud. It waved its hands and feet as it shook its body. That look was as infuriating as it could be. The people who were puzzled by this scene were stunned. At this moment, they finally understood that they had been fooled. They had been fooled by a gorilla. Damned gorilla, hurry up and pluck the transcendence fruit and bring it over. Otherwise, I will refine you into an evil energy puppet, the big fatty from the evil energy organization said coldly. Hand over the transcendence fruit to me. I can make you my slave. Otherwise, I will crush you to death. The little boy from the strange god sect twisted his neck to show his sinister look. However, when he thought of how Li Xian said the little boy looked better than the female monkey, he immediately stopped twisting his neck and turned to stare at Li Xian with a sinister look. Hand it over to you? You two are nothing, you two big idiots. Li Xian directly cursed, not showing any respect at all. Such a scene made the strange god sect and the big fatty from the evil energy organization furious. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. If you have the guts, say it again, the little boy said coldly. Just say it, you two big idiots, big trash. Li Xian continued to curse and shout arrogantly. He even looked at the city lord and the deputy city lord after he finished cursing. Did you hear that? They asked me to curse. I've never seen such a stupid person who actually begged others to curse him. These two people really have a screw loose in their brains. This. The city lord looked at Li Xian who was cursing and swearing with an angry look on his face. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that this gorilla was really of the highest quality. Damned gorilla, you're dead meat. I'll pull out your tendons, skin you, and tear you into pieces, roared the fatty from the evil energy organization. That's right. We must let this gorilla understand how terrifying the consequences of offending my strange god sect are. The little boy shouted with awe-inspiring killing intent. In his mind, he had already thought of dozens of ways to torture Li Xian. Kill me? With just the two of you? You two idiots, go home and eat dirt. Li Xian continued to be arrogant. He hugged the transcendence fruit with both hands and yanked it fiercely. Crack! The transcendence fruit was easily pulled down by him. It was very simple and fast. It was not as laborious as the wolf-shaped phantom. This scene stunned the furious fatty and the little boy. Then, they frowned. How did you do it? The fatty asked. I won't tell you. I'll anger you to death. Li Xian was proud. He held the fruit and sniffed its scent. He looked like he was intoxicated. Hee, it's fine if you don't tell me. At most, I'll refine you into a puppet. You won't be able to escape anyway. The transcendence fruit will definitely be mine, the big fatty said coldly. Oh, is that so? With your intelligence, you still say that the transcendence fruit will definitely be yours? You're really killing me. Li Xian opened his mouth and laughed. He slowly brought the transcendence fruit to his mouth and bit down. Stop! Stop! Two explosive shouts sounded at the same time. The fatty and the little boy roared furiously. They had never expected that the gorilla would actually bite down on the transcendence fruit. If it was not for the lava blocking them, they would have immediately rushed over and crushed the gorilla. I won't stop. Not only did Li Xian not stop, he even sped up the tasting of the transcendence fruit. In just a moment, he had finished eating the transcendence fruit. At the same time, warm current flowed through his body, and a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, your self-destruct skill has upgraded from the peak level to the transcendent level. Ding! Your soul has been nourished by Qin Yu for a long time. Due to the activation of the Transcendence Fruit, you have successfully broken through and reached the Black Iron rank peak. Chapter 105, Transcendent Self-Destruct activated. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,000 honor points. Physique, Palm Elf low-level Black Iron rank. Soul, Black Iron rank peak. Master, Qin Yu. Skills 1, Intermediate Tornado, Intermediate Speed Enhancement, Portable Space, Simulated Communication, Intermediate Invisibility, Intermediate Transformation, Peak Defense, Peak Self-Healing. Skills 2, Advanced Lava Survival, Advanced Fireball, Advanced Healing Spell, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Size Amplification, Advanced Dragon's Might, Advanced Earth Spike, Advanced Earth Wall, Advanced Poison Resistance, Advanced Frost Freeze, Advanced Wind Wings. Skills 3, Transcendent Monstrous Strength, Transcendent Self-Destruct. Listening to the mechanical voice, looking at the data panel stating he had reached Transcendent Self-Destruct, as well as the Black Iron rank peak soul, Li Xian was overjoyed. He had never expected that he had actually received 2 upgrades, which made him very happy. Li Xian, who was in a very good mood, looked at the fatty and the little boy on the shore and prepared to carry out the plan he had thought of before, which was to self-destruct. This body was really not suitable for him. Li Xian had long wanted to change it. Moreover, the fatty and the little boy on the other side were not good people, so Li Xian naturally wanted to trick them. In addition, he could test the power of the transcendent self-destruct, and it could also solve many unnecessary problems. Therefore, Li Xian was prepared to carry out this plan. With a smile, Li Xian said arrogantly, "The transcendence fruit tastes good, but you guys just can't eat it. I'll anger you to death." Is that so? The eyes of the evil energy organization's fatty and the little boy became colder and colder. A terrifying aura rippled around them, ready to kill Li Xian at any time. As long as Li Xian dared to come up from the lava, they would immediately kill him. "Hey, what are you guys still doing here? Do you want to kill me too?" Li Xian suddenly looked at the city lord and deputy city lord. These 2 people had a good reputation in Black Rock City. They had protected Black Rock City many times to avoid the attack of mutated beasts. They could be considered the better city lords. Since Li Xian wanted to test the transcendent self-destruct, he naturally had to chase them away. There was no other way. Li Xian himself did not know how terrifying the transcendent self-destruct was. "No, we don't want to kill you. If you're worried about causing a misunderstanding, we'll leave," the city lord said straightforwardly. "Just leave. I've eaten the transcendence fruit. What's the use of you staying?" Li Xian continued. "All right, let's go." The city lord and the deputy city lord nodded and decisively turned around to leave. They had a faint feeling that something was going to happen, but they could not guess the outcome. However, leaving was the best choice, so they were very decisive and left the small mystic realm directly along the mystic realm passage. Ye Fan, who was hiding in the dark, also left because the items he needed were gone, so there was no point in staying. However, he was very curious about what would happen next, so he dropped a small eyeball that was monitoring the scene from afar on the ground. He was not the only one who wanted to see what would happen next. In fact, the city lord and the deputy city lord had also put down similar things. Even the fatty from the evil energy organization and the little boy from the strange god sect had been using video transmission tools to transmit the scene to other places. Li Xian had long noticed this, but he did not care because it would be better if someone was watching. Therefore, Li Xian smiled and said, "Well, oh well, I've offended all of you anyway. Today, I'll show you my true face." After saying that, Li Xian's body slowly changed from a gorilla to a little elf. "It's actually you." That half of the ancient book is with you. Seeing Li Xian's little elf appearance, the fatty from the evil energy immediately recognized Li Xian's identity, and the killing intent on his body instantly became 10 times stronger. You mean that half of the ancient book is in its hands? The little boy from the strange god sect asked in surprise. Yes, it's the one who killed the little giant and snatched the half of the ancient book. You should know how important the secret of the ancient book is, the fatty from the evil energy organization said coldly. Of course, we can't kill it now. We have to capture it first and interrogate it properly. However, it seems that it's a bit stubborn, the little boy said gloomily. Don't worry. I have hundreds of methods to torture it and make it confess. For example, we can nail nails into its 10 fingers and toes and make it suffer a heart-wrenching pain. Peel off its back, nail its loot bones, pull out all of its nails, and pull out all of its hair and teeth. We also have to torture it with all kinds of torture. Under my torture, it will definitely tell us where the ancient book is. The big fatty with evil energy spoke with cruelty in his eyes. His killing intent was awe-inspiring as he shouted. He stared at Li Xian as if he was looking at a pig. Your torture is outdated. I have something even more fun. The little boy grinned. His sharp teeth gradually revealed themselves. All right. When the time comes, we will interrogate it together. I don't believe that it won't confess. The 2 silver rank experts spoke quickly. At the same time, they transmitted the scene of the scene to their base. They also blacklisted Li Xian. However, at this moment when they were clamoring, Li Xian flapped the wings on his back and slowly flew upwards, allowing the hot lava to wash over his body. The lava that others were extremely afraid of was like a river to him. He was completely unaffected. Even his rosy little mouth carried a faint smile. Looks like I won't be able to escape today. Li Xian muttered to himself. He did not look at the 2 silver ranks. In the end, he stopped in midair and stopped in the lava waterfall. Don't think of playing any tricks. When you face a silver rank, there is only one ending for you, and that is death. The 2 silver ranks spoke arrogantly, staring at Li Xian with victory in their hands. That's right. You are both powerful silver ranks, and I am only a lower level black iron rank. Since I'm destined to die, then let's die together. Li Xian's hands suddenly pressed together, and his body rapidly expanded like a balloon. Wait, what are you trying to do? Quickly stop! The fatty and the little boy cried out in fear. Then, they suddenly turned around and fled toward the exit of the secret realm. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly appeared, and it suddenly spread out in the rolling lava, bringing with it the vast power of a natural disaster that swept in all directions. The power of the explosion was too terrifying. In almost an instant, it formed a huge ball of scorching energy and exploded amidst violent fluctuations. The terrifying light and heat swept through the entire mystic realm, mixing with the contaminated lava as it completely spread out. The explosion was too fast and violent. The power of the explosion was too terrifying. Along with the contaminated lava, there was also this mystic realm where they had nowhere to hide. Just like that, the 2 silver rank warriors were drowned in despair and fear. They gradually disappeared under the endless light and heat, completely disappearing into thin air. Rumble! It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred on the flaming mountain. It trembled continuously amidst the violent tremors. In the next second, the flaming mountain erupted. Billowing black smoke swept across the sky. Dark red lava spewed out from above, mixed with a large number of red-hot rocks, and spewed into the sky. Then, it fell from the sky, forming a scene of doomsday like a meteor shower. This scene was too frightening and shocking. The city lord and deputy city lord, who had seen everything through the surveillance equipment, and Ye Fan were so scared that they immediately ran wildly and fled into the distance. Chapter 106, Multiple Reincarnations. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Deputy City Lord and City Lord were still fine. They were powerful and were quite far away from the location of the explosion, so they were not worried about their safety. Of course, they were also shocked by the terrifying explosion. At the same time, they were sincerely impressed by Li Xian's resolute self-destruction. At the same time, they were grateful to Li Xian for urging them to leave. However, Ye Fan was different. His strength was too weak. Under the meteor shower-like doomsday scenario, he could only run wildly, as he said in an uncomfortable manner. He's actually the little elf. That half of the ancient book is in his hands, but he actually self-destructed and died. Where can I find the ancient book now? I feel like there's no hope for the ancient book forever. Damn it, damn it. When Ye Fan thought that he would never be able to find the ancient book, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The key point was that from time to time, red-hot rocks would fall from the sky and smash toward him. With his super-fast reaction speed, although he managed to dodge most of the attacks, he was still hit quite a few times. Even his butt was hit by the red-hot rocks. The protective equipment was quickly destroyed, burning his butt until it was smoking. Damn it, it hurts so much. Ye Fan continued to run wildly. He only stopped after running for a full 10 minutes. He lay on the ground and panted heavily. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His protective equipment had been destroyed, and there were burns on his body of varying degrees. The worst was his butt, which had been burned 5 or 6 times. Even his hair had been burned off, and he had become bald. This made Ye Fan very depressed. He felt that ever since he met the little elf, he had been extremely unlucky. First, half of the ancient book had been lost. It was not easy to see the transcendence fruit, but it had been eaten by the little elf. The key point was that the little elf had even self-destructed, causing a volcanic eruption. This series of events caused Ye Fan to be extremely unlucky. He felt that his life was filled with darkness. This little elf actually self-destructed. He is really a strong-willed fellow. I should be more careful in the future. I can't underestimate anyone. Ye Fan comforted himself. He was prepared to be quiet for the near future and properly study alchemy to increase his strength. He would no longer run around and try to increase his strength as much as possible. After making up his mind, Ye Fan held his black buttocks and limped toward Black Rock City in the gentle breeze. At this point, the Transcendence Fruit incident had come to an end. Due to this incident, the Evil Energy Organization and the Strange God Sect had lost a silver rank at the same time. With the loss of an expert, the two organizations had quietened down in Black Rock City. They did not dare to stir up trouble again. Due to Li Xian's self-destruction, the entire Black Rock City had suddenly become much calmer and more peaceful. This caused the citizens in the city to be very surprised. Of course, Li Xian did not pay attention to all of this because he had been reincarnated once again. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Following the mechanical system's voice, the darkness in front of Li Xian's eyes regained its light. However, the flowing sensation around his body caused him to be slightly stunned. When he focused his eyes on it, surprise surfaced in Li Xian's heart. This was because in front of him was fresh, cool water. There was an endless amount of green water. In the water, he could occasionally see colorful fish swimming around and weaving among the aquatic plants. I actually became an aquatic creature. Li Xian looked at his body in surprise and found that he had lost his limbs. He felt that his body was in a strange, fat shape as if he was a fat, big fish. Puzzled, Li Xian pulled out his data panel and looked at his own data. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,000 honor points. Physique, fat chariot fish low level ordinary rank. Soul, black iron rank peak. Master, Qin Yu. Skills 1, underwater breathing, intermediate tornado, intermediate speed enhancement, portable space, simulated communication, intermediate invisibility, intermediate transformation, peak defense, Peak Self-Healing. Skills 2, Advanced Lava Survival, Advanced Fireball, Advanced Healing Spell, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Size Amplification, Advanced Dragon's Might, Advanced Earth Spike, Advanced Earth Wall, Advanced Poison Resistance, Advanced Frost Freeze, Advanced Wind Wings. Skills 3, Transcendent Monstrous Strength, Transcendent Self-Destruct. Fat Chariot Fish? Just a low-level ordinary summoned beast? This is too weak. Li Xian looked at his data panel speechlessly. Seeing that he had become a low-level ordinary summoned beast, he felt very unlucky. Fortunately, he still had the skill to breathe underwater, so he could barely accept it and not feel depressed. It really is a garbage summoned beast. I have reincarnated so many times, and this fat chariot fish can be considered the worst summoned beast. Li Xian shook his head and prepared to commit suicide again. The main reason was that his body was too weak, so there was no need to keep it. I won't self-destruct here. With the power of the transcendent self-destruct, the ecological environment here will be instantly destroyed. Li Xian shook his head and began to browse through the memories of this body. Not long after, he slowly swam to the bank of the river and stopped near the soil. Looking at the black soil covered with aquatic plants, Li Xian looked around and then used his soul power to cast the advanced earth spike. Pu. Blood spurted out as a sharp earth spike pierced through Li Xian's heart. Intense pain filled his entire body. It really hurts, especially with the peak self-healing. I won't die immediately. This kind of pain will last longer. Li Xian felt his life force being used up. He wanted to die quickly, so he used the advanced earth spike again. 2 earth spikes pierced through his abdomen and pierced through Li Xian, and his life force began to dissipate rapidly. Not long after, Li Xian's world fell into darkness, completely falling into dead silence. Ding! You have died, random resurrection. The dark and dead world reappeared, and light slowly descended. Li Xian was very calm during the entire process, because he had already gotten used to everything. This time, what kind of summoned beast is it? Li Xian did not open the data panel, but directly began to browse through his memories. Very quickly, a large amount of memories appeared, as if they were watching an anime, and Li Xian browsed through them one by one. Looking at these messy and uninteresting memories, Li Xian understood what kind of summoned beast this body was. It's finally a black iron rank summoned beast. Unfortunately, its skill is a little weak, and it only has an intermediate endurance strengthening skill. After reading through his memories, Li Xian understood his own situation. He felt that the intermediate endurance strengthening was still acceptable. It was barely acceptable. I'll continue to commit suicide. My soul power is still very strong. It can completely support me to continue to obtain innate skills. After Li Xian finished speaking, he brazenly activated the advanced earth spike and skillfully controlled the earth spike to pierce into his heart. The intense pain accompanied by the darkness came once again. The deathly silence of the darkness actually made Li Xian feel somewhat familiar. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. The mechanical voice sounded again, appearing in Li Xian's mind. Li Xian felt that he had regained his body. However, Li Xian felt that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. It was because his body was moving, constantly moving. He was even holding onto something and moving it gently. The sound of banging rang in his ears. This result caused Li Xian's expression to change. His heart started to be filled with shock and uncertainty. He did not understand what was going on. One had to know that all of his previous reincarnations were corpses. This situation had never happened before. Even his current body was filled with a deathly stillness. It was obvious that he had died not long ago. However, this body was actually moving automatically without his control. This was simply inconceivable. At the same time, a fierce voice sounded. What a troublesome opponent! It was clearly only a low-level black iron rank, yet it was able to withstand my attacks until now. Chapter 107, Chewer of the Spirit Race. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Clink, clank. District 99 of the Summoned Beasts World. In the valley at the border of the Fire Peacock area and the Furry Bear area, a life and death battle was going on in the grassland of the valley. Two fierce three-eyed race members were waving their serrated long blades wildly. Their blades drew streaks of cold light in the air, causing sparks to fly as they clashed. The two three-eyed race members had exquisite saber techniques. Almost every attack was aimed at their vital points, making it difficult to guard against them. The three-eyed race members were also fighting against two living beings. One of the two living beings was a petite white-clothed girl. She was beautiful, with snow-white skin and delicate temperament. She was a cute little girl. Unfortunately, the girl was covered in blood. Her milk-like skin was covered in wounds, and even her delicate body was somewhat unstable. In this state, the girl struggled with the short knife in her hand, fighting against a short three-eyed race member. Beside the white-clothed girl, an ape was wielding a stone staff, blocking the attack of another three-eyed race member. The ape was only a low-level black iron rank, while the three-eyed race member was a high-level black iron rank. The difference in strength between the two sides was huge, causing the ape to be covered in wounds. The number of wounds on its body could not be counted. Even its eyes were blind. However, it still did not fall. It continued to block the enemy's frenzied attacks. Every time, it was able to block the attacks at the crucial moment. However, at some point, the ape had already lost its breath and soul. Although it was still fighting and brandishing its weapon, it was all an instinctive reaction. Yes, it was an instinctive reaction. It was an ape beast, so its innate skill was battle instinct. Clang! Another collision, sending out dazzling sparks. The three-eyed race member took 2 steps back, staring at the ape beast with a serious expression. "Brother Red, why aren't you attacking?" The short three-eyed race member who was fighting with the white-clothed girl asked in puzzlement. "There's no need to attack. This ape beast is already dead. As long as we don't get close to it, we won't be attacked," Brother Red said faintly. "Dead? Could it be that it's been fighting based on its battle instinct?" the short three-eyed race member asked in disbelief. "Yes, its battle instinct is very strong. If I'm not wrong, its battle instinct has already reached the advanced level," Brother Red continued. "Advanced level? What a strong skill! It's clearly only a low-level black iron summoned beast, but with its battle instinct skill, it's actually able to withstand our attacks for so long. It's really a troublesome summoned beast." "Yeah, but the problem has been solved. In a while, the battle instinct in its body will fade. When the time comes, we'll take care of the white-clothed woman. You come back first." "Okay, Brother Red. When the ape beast dies, we'll take care of the white-clothed woman together." Following the short three-eyed race's words, he quickly moved to a distance and stood beside Brother Red. The two three-eyed race members stood not far away, holding their long sabers as they looked at the ape beast and the white-clothed girl who was covered in injuries. They were prepared to wait for the ape beast to die before they worked together to deal with the white-clothed girl. This would make things much easier. "Is it dead?" A pleasant voice that sounded like a aureole rang out. The white-clothed girl held her bleeding abdomen and slowly walked in front of Li Xian, staring at him with her bright and beautiful eyes. Looking at the blood-covered ape beast that had lost both its eyes, the white-robed girl's beautiful eyes slowly became moist, and drops of clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She recalled the scene from a month ago. At that time, she saw the ape beast that was on its last breath. With a kind heart, she gave the ape beast help and saved its life. However, what the girl did not expect was that from then on, the ape beast had been following her and protecting her safety. This made her very grateful and happy. Looking at the ape beast that was quietly standing still, and seeing that its eyes had lost their light and its body covered in blood, the white-robed girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Eldest Miss has gone missing, and all the sisters have died. I'm the only one left. Now, even you have left me. What am I still holding on to? The white-robed girl clutched her bleeding abdomen. Her face was as pale as paper, and the rapid loss of her life force made her realize that she was about to die. Recalling that the ape beast that had protected her for a month had already died, the white-robed girl smiled tragically. Her small hand gripped the short knife tightly as she slowly placed it on her neck. What are you doing? Stop! When the two three-eyed race members saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly as they charged at the white-robed girl at lightning speed. They had been prepared to interrogate the white-robed girl to find the whereabouts of the spirit clan's eldest miss, but they had never expected that the white-robed girl would actually choose to commit suicide. Such a decisive suicide caught the two three-eyed race members off guard. They did not have the time to stop it and could only rush forward anxiously. At this moment, when the short knife slashed across the girl's snow-white neck, a hand suddenly grabbed the short knife and froze it. Can death solve the problem? Li Xian's hand gripped the short knife tightly, making the short knife unable to move at all. At the same time, Li Xian turned his head to look at the two three-eyed race members who were rushing over. Earth Spike! Rumble! Rumble! Rumble 1! Dense earth spikes suddenly emerged from the ground and rose up like lightning, instantly covering a large area. Not good. The two three-eyed race members turned pale with fright and hurriedly dodged the earth spikes. However, the earth spikes were too fast and their range was too wide. They had no time to dodge and could not find a place to dodge. Therefore, the screams resounded throughout the entire valley. Fresh blood and screams dyed the ground red. The verdant grass dyed red, causing the white-clothed girl who was about to commit suicide to widen her eyes. This. The white-clothed girl was completely flustered. She stuttered and could not speak. Her small head buzzed and she was completely dumbfounded. One had to know that the ape beast that she had saved was only at the low-level black iron rank. Furthermore, the battle earlier had been extremely difficult. However, when the white-dressed girl wanted to commit suicide, the ape beast had actually used a terrifying skill and instantly killed two three-eyed race members. This scene was like a fantasy, causing the white-dressed girl to be unable to react in time. Were you hiding your strength earlier? The white-dressed girl could not help but ask. Probably. Li Xian's hand slowly approached the white-clothed girl's abdomen. In the next second, the healing light began to shine, quickly healing the girl's injuries. Under the powerful effect of the advanced healing spell, in just a moment, the heavily injured white-clothed girl's wound stopped bleeding. This scene once again shocked the white-clothed girl, causing her to become even more confused. All right, go over there and rest for a while. Tell me your story. Also, I have something I want to ask you for help with, Li Xian said as he invited her. Oh, okay. The white-clothed girl was still extremely confused. She completely did not understand what was going on. In her confusion, she could only follow Li Xian to the lakeside and sit on the ground. Tell me your name and your story. Li Xian took out an orange from his portable space and said as he peeled it. Chapter 108, Gold Rank Expert. All right. The white-robed girl nodded. These things were not considered a secret. All the major clans knew about it, so there was no need to hide it. Thus, she told the truth. My name is Chuer, and I'm a member of the spirit race. 2 months ago, the spirit race fought against all the major clans, and we were defeated in the end. Later on, our race split up and fled to various regions. The heavily injured eldest miss brought our people and fled towards the Fire Peacock area. However, we were ambushed by the three-eyed race, and many of our sisters died. In order to save us, the eldest miss intentionally lured a powerful enemy away, but she also completely lost contact with us. In the end, I was the only one left. Only I was left in the Fire Peacock district to look for the eldest miss. Later on, I met you. The white-clothed young girl, Chewer, explained in a sorrowful manner and revealed all the information she could. When the eldest miss of the spirit race was mentioned, Chewer's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. So that's how it is. What's the eldest miss' strength? Is she heavily injured? If she's heavily injured, it would be very dangerous here. Li Xian frowned as he spoke. There were quite a number of races that had appeared in the Fire Peacock area. The ones with the most numbers were the evil energy race. Although Li Xian had forced them to retreat, no one knew if they were still hiding anything. Moreover, it was possible for other races to appear as well. For example, the two three-eyed race members who had just died. The eldest miss must still be alive. She's so strong that she won't die. Even if she's heavily injured, she won't die. After all, she's a gold rank, Chewer said firmly. Gold rank? Your eldest miss is a gold rank. Li Xian was shocked and asked in disbelief. The highest rank that he had come into contact with was only a silver rank. The key point was that it was not for his self-destruction and was purely a battle. Li Xian would definitely not be able to defeat a silver rank. However, this little beauty called Chewer actually said that their eldest miss was a gold rank. This was really a little scary. Yes, eldest miss is extremely talented. She was born with silver rank strength. After that, her strength increased rapidly and reached gold rank at the age of 16. It was also because eldest miss was too strong that it caused the various large clans to be wary of her. That was why there was this big battle. Chewer explained bit by bit, telling Li Xian a lot about the eldest miss. At the same time, she also told him a lot about the other races, including the three-eyed race just now. So that's how it is. She was a born silver rank. It sounds like she's really tyrannical. Oh right, I've always had a question. This is the summoned beasts world. Why don't you all look like summoned beasts? Li Xian raised the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time because after humans came to this world, they all became summoned beasts. However, the evil energy dolls, the spirit race, and the three-eyed race just now all maintained their original appearance, which was surprising. This question is actually very simple. We originally didn't belong to this world, but came from another world, including those aliens who came from another world. This also allowed us to maintain our original appearance. Naturally, we are very different from the native summoned beasts. Of course, we can also accept the contract and be summoned by others. Oh right, the humans have also become summoned beasts like you. Normally, outsiders can maintain their original appearance. However, the human race's constitution is too weak. They are unable to bear the gravity of this world and the level of this world. For the sake of the humans, the guardians of the humans can only sacrifice themselves and reincarnate humans into summoned beasts. Chewer explained softly. After saying this, she suddenly looked at Li Xian with a suspicious gaze. Are you a human? Can I use my probing ability to investigate? Sure. Li Xian shrugged. He wanted to see if the spirit race could see if he was a human. All right, sorry for the offense. Chewer's beautiful eyes flashed with white light. She swept her gaze over Li Xian's body and quickly confirmed that Li Xian was a native summoned beast and not a human. Shaking her head, Chewer said apologetically, I'm sorry. I was just being paranoid. I thought you were a reincarnated human. It's fine. What was your probing ability just now? Can you teach it to me? Li Xian asked. Previously, Li Xian had planned to ask Chewer for help because he wanted to learn their probing ability. It was the time to bring it up. I'm sorry. This is an innate skill and cannot be taught. However, my clan has a soul probing cultivation method that can probe the soul. Do you want to learn? If you want, I'll tell you everything. Chewer spoke softly, without any intention of being stingy. She generously expressed that she could teach him. Then thank you very much. Li Xian nodded. He had long had the intention to learn, and this was the time to learn. Yes, yes. Oh right, you wanted my help before. What is it? Chuer asked softly, her beautiful eyes blinking. This. Li Xian paused for a moment, not knowing how to reply. He would be able to obtain the soul probing cultivation method very soon, so he did not need any help. However, he did not want to miss such an opportunity, so he thought for a moment. What is the spiritual power cultivation method of the spirit race? Can you teach it to me? Of course, we of the spirit race are grateful to you. You saved my life, so how could I refuse? Chuer smiled, her large eyes curved into crescent moons. Grateful? What a kind race! Li Xian nodded, his favorable impression of this race increased greatly. Unfortunately, my race has been scattered. I wonder how everyone is doing. Will they be like us and be killed by others? Chuer's beautiful eyes were full of worrying for the safety of her clansmen. Take it easy. Perhaps everyone will be safe. Li Xian comforted her softly. He really could not bear to see such a kind-hearted tribe perish. I hope they are safe. I'll pass on the cultivation method to you first. After Chuer finished speaking, she raised her slender and fair little hand and gently approached Li Xian's forehead. You're talking about passing on knowledge. Li Xian was surprised. Yes, we can pass on knowledge. Do you want to learn the method of passing on knowledge? I can also teach you, Chuer replied softly. Of course. Li Xian immediately nodded, feeling very surprised. However, he had obtained so much. It seemed that he was too greedy. The main reason was that he had fought to the death previously. The one protecting Chuer was the ape beast, not Li Xian. Since he had obtained so much, it really made Li Xian feel guilty. He was not afraid that others would treat him badly, but he was afraid that others would treat him well. Therefore, Li Xian thought for a moment and said, What do you want? I can give it to you or help you. There's no need. I don't lack anything. If it's possible, can you help the spirit race people when they suffer in the future? Chuer said gently. Yes, but you have to give me more good things. It's best if you also pass on your knowledge to me. Li Xian thought for a moment and said. In the future, he would have to constantly reincarnate. Naturally, he would have the opportunity to meet the spirit race people. He would probably help them many times, so the reward would be more generous. Yes, I can. Chuer nodded. She did not know that Li Xian would reincarnate, so according to normal logic, there was a high chance that Li Xian would not meet other spirit race people. In that case, it seemed that Li Xian's request was very greedy, but the kind Chuer did not refuse. Instead, she condensed a white ball of light at the tip of her finger. Chapter 109, Two-Headed Ogre. This is a ball of knowledge. Don't resist. I will slowly transfer it into your mind, Chuer said gently. Ding! Spiritual invasion detected. Determined to be a friendly transfer of knowledge. Do you accept? Yes. Li Xian nodded hurriedly and looked at Chuer expectantly. He even took the initiative to move his forehead closer to her fingertip. Buzz! A slight undulation sound rang out. Along with this undulation, a large amount of knowledge quickly appeared in Li Xian's mind. This knowledge included the soul probing technique, the knowledge transmission technique, the spiritual power cultivation method, and a large amount of knowledge. As the knowledge contained a lot of things, including all aspects, Li Xian took a full half an hour to finish absorbing it. So much useful knowledge was of great help to Li Xian, and it also broadened his horizons. In particular, the vast amount of knowledge he had on the otherworldly races had given Li Xian a comprehensive understanding of them. In addition to the knowledge of medicinal herbs and cultivation methods, this was definitely a great harvest for Li Xian. Thank you. I have benefited greatly from this knowledge. I will keep my promise and help the spirit race members when they are in danger, Li Xian promised solemnly. He rarely promised anything, but since he had made a promise, he would definitely keep it. This was Li Xian, a man of his word. Thank you. Qiu'er smiled gratefully. It was unknown when her black hair had turned pure white. Your hair was caused by the transfer of a large amount of knowledge, right? Li Xian's expression was solemn. It's okay. You saved my life. You deserve all this. Qiu'er smiled sweetly. Her smile was exceptionally beautiful. Thank you. Li Xian thanked her again. His expression changed when he saw the spirit race's cultivation method. This was because the spirit race's cultivation method was too powerful. It was several times better than Qin Yu's cultivation method. A normal cultivation method required one to sit and absorb spiritual power every day to raise the upper limit of one's spiritual power. It was already very boring for an ordinary person sitting for 3 to 4 hours a day. Even an ascetic cultivator could not do 24 hours of ascetic cultivation. However, the spiritual power cultivation method Qiu'er gave him could actually allow him to cultivate automatically. It was constantly circulating and absorbing spiritual power at all times and all places. Such a result and such a good thing also caused Li Xian's expression to completely change. He felt shocked and uncertain. However, with such a good cultivation method, why was Qiu'er's strength not high? The main reason was that she was only at the high-level black iron rank, similar to the strength of the three-eyed race from before. Li Xian asked with doubt. Your cultivation method is very good, but why is your strength only at the high-level black iron rank? Before coming to the summoned beasts world, did you not cultivate? I cultivated, but after all the other races came to this world, their strength would be greatly reduced. I was once at the black iron rank peak, but after coming to the summoned beasts world, my strength fell to the mid-level black iron rank, and later. Qiu'er continued to speak and patiently explained. She explained a lot. During this process, Li Xian listened quietly and also grasped a lot of cold knowledge. Now that you're alone, what do you plan to do? Li Xian asked. I plan to continue looking for the eldest miss. I don't believe that she's dead. She's so strong. She definitely won't die. Qiu'er shook her small head and said. I won't be able to follow you from now on. However, you have the right to know my name. Li Xian, this is my name. Li Xian said solemnly. This was the first time he introduced his name to the creatures in the summoned beasts world because Qiu'er had the right to know. Li Xian? Okay, I got it. I will always remember. Qiu'er nodded her little head and said. Okay, I'll stay with you for the next 2 days. I'll leave in 2 days and take good care of myself. Li Xian thought of the promise he made with Qin Yu. He wanted to go back and meet Qin Yu. Li Xian planned to contract the second master later. Okay. After the two made the agreement, they found a place to rest. During this process, Li Xian began to study the spirit race's cultivation method and the soul probing technique. What made him depressed was that these two cultivation methods were both very difficult to learn, not to mention the most difficult knowledge transmission technique. For 2 whole days, Li Xian did not make any progress at all. This also made Li Xian very depressed, and he could not help but ask Qiu'er. Don't worry. We've been learning these 3 cultivation methods since we were young, and it will take us several years to learn them. You've only been learning them for 2 days, so it's very normal that you can't learn them, Qiu'er softly comforted him. Alright, looks like we'll have to practice hard. Li Xian was helpless and could only shake his head. I should go and look for the eldest miss, Qiu'er said softly, gentle yet firm. Take care, Li Xian reminded. I will, goodbye. Qiu'er waved her small hand and left, drifting into the distance in the wind, leaving Li Xian standing quietly on the spot. I should also go see Qin Yu and come back to reincarnate to find a second master. Li Xian's mind moved slightly, and his body transformed into the shape of an orange cat. Through the power of the contract, he showed Qin Yu that he could be summoned. Soon, the summoning array appeared, and Li Xian was summoned to leave. An hour later, the summoning array appeared again, and Li Xian returned to this world once again. This time, he returned for Qin Yu's sake. After all, he had gone to the small mystic realm that day and said that he would definitely return within 3 days. At the moment, he was keeping his promise. Moreover, he had also taught the cultivation method of the spirit clan to Qin Yu. The main reason was that once Qin Yu's strength became stronger, the soul power that would be fed back would also increase. This would benefit Li Xian a lot. This was also one of his goals when he returned. Since there were no more worries, Li Xian was ready to commit suicide. I won't use the self-destruct skill. Let's continue using the earth spike skill. Just as Li Xian's voice fell, the earth spike suddenly stretched out diagonally in front of him and suddenly hit Li Xian's heart. The pain enveloped Li Xian's body and mind. The darkness of death descended. Li Xian once again fell into death. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Following the mechanical voice, Li Xian was resurrected once again, and he saw the blue sky and white clouds. Big brother, you didn't die? That's great, sob, sob, sob. The sound of crying suddenly came from his ear. The loud voice made Li Xian very annoyed. He instinctively raised his right hand and slapped his own head. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the crying stopped abruptly. Big brother, you hit me again. Sob, sob, sob. This is great. I can finally be beaten up by Big brother again. The crying sounded again. The sound of crying annoyed Li Xian, but at the same time, he felt that something was wrong. Wait, why do I have 2 heads? Li Xian was shocked. He immediately opened the data panel to check his situation. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,400 honor points. Physique, 2-headed ogre low-level black iron rank. Soul, black iron rank peak. Master, Qin Yu. Skills 1, underwater breathing, intermediate tornado, intermediate speed enhancement, portable space, simulated communication, intermediate invisibility, intermediate transformation, peak defense, peak self-healing. Skills 2, advanced meteor shower, advanced battle instinct, advanced lava survival, advanced fireball, advanced healing spell, advanced god's perspective, advanced size amplification, advanced dragon's might, advanced earth spike, advanced earth wall, advanced poison resistance, advanced frost freeze, advanced wind wings. Skills 3, transcendent monstrous strength, transcendent self-destruct. Chapter 110, New World Announcement. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 2-headed ogre. Li Xian frowned and carefully looked at his own skills. Advanced battle instinct came from the ape beast, so the skill that the 2-headed ogre had was the advanced meteor shower. Although the skill was not bad, Li Xian could not accept the fact that it had 2 heads. What he could not accept even more was that the head next to him was wailing like a ghost. Big brother, we must take revenge. We must take revenge on those 3-eyed race people. They almost used their spiritual power to kill you. They are too hateful. The wailing voice sounded again, and Li Xian could not help but raise his right hand again. Bang! Shut up, Demon 2. If you shout again, I will slap you to death, Li Xian said angrily. Okay. Okay, big brother. Demon 2 raised his left arm and scratched his left head. He did not dare to shout anymore. How annoying! Looking at the obedient Demon 2, Li Xian frowned. He started to receive the memories while using God's perspective to scan the surroundings. Soon, he found a few three-eyed race members. They were only 3 kilometers away from him. Let's kill them and earn honor points. Li Xian made a decision and strode towards the three-eyed race members. He was ready to start a massacre. However, Li Xian had only taken a few steps when he realized that he was affected by his body's emotions and became irritable. However, Li Xian did not mind. He could actually restrain his emotions freely, but there was no need because this was also a very good life experience. Just like when he was reincarnated as a cat, he liked to sleep late. When he was reincarnated as a gorilla, he liked to hammer his heart. When he was transformed into a pigeon, he liked to spread his wings and fly high. These were all very interesting experiences. Therefore, Li Xian walked straight and controlled this ogre's body to walk toward the three-eyed race. Hint: congratulations on stepping into the furry bear area. You are the first human to step into other regions. Activated the region fusion. Human race world announcement: the transformation beast is the first to step into other regions. Activating the region fusion, and the auction house fusion. These will form the 1000 people chat channel and the 1000 people auction house. Hint: a piece of flame essence was rewarded to the transformation beast, which can improve fire attribute skills. The pleasant female voice continued to ring out, resounding throughout the entire human race. The original 100 people chat channel and the 100 people auction house instantly became 1000 people. The chat channel also became lively. Great, the number of people has finally increased. There were only a dozen people left in our 100-person area. Now that there are more people, we can auction even more things. Yet, we finally don't have to be alone anymore. The hateful netherworld race killed 100 of us, leaving me alone. Now, there's finally someone left. Brother, are you that miserable? There are still about 20 people left in our 100-man area. They were all protected by Big Brother Rockman. That's how they managed to hold on. Sigh, I protected them too before, but those 2 netherworld race people were too strong. If I didn't have the ability to clone, I would have died long ago. Oh right, I'm a black iron rank doppelganger beast. Even a black iron rank can't protect them? You're really weak. Our big brother crocodile beast is super strong. He killed the black iron rank evil energy doll alone, scaring the other one away. Crocodile beast? Is he also a black iron rank? How many people do you have left in your area? The doppelganger beast asked with a frown. There are still over 30 people left. We should be the 100 people area with the most survivors, right? I recommend Big Brother Crocodile Beast to be the boss of the 1,000 people channel. A group of people spoke freely in the 1,000 people channel, recounting their experiences. They said that their 100 people area had been attacked and suffered heavy casualties. Originally, out of the 100 people, the area with the most survivors was Crocodile Beast's area, so many people recommended him to be the boss. Wait, I don't approve of Crocodile Beast being the boss. I've never heard of this guy before, and he still wants to be my boss? No way, the black-furred dog shouted. You're just a high-level ordinary rank black-furred dog, what right do you have to question the Crocodile Beast? A big black iron rank turtle said. So what if I question it? Only 30 people survived, and you think you're so great? Let me tell you, in our 100-man area, more than 70 people survived, the black-furred dog continued to shout. More than 70 people? Are there really that many people who survived? How is that possible? The doppelganger beast could not believe it. Why would I lie to you? Why aren't we showing our numbers now? But it doesn't matter. Everyone, come out and show them how powerful we are, the black-furred dog said. Okay, I'll be the first to appear, the Gale rat immediately said. I'll be the second to show up then, the violent rabbit also said. I'll be the third, the black iron rank flamehound, the flamehound said. As they spoke, the chat channel became more and more lively. Many people followed the order and started to appear one by one. With so many people appearing, the people who had just merged were also surprised. They could not believe that so many people had survived. One had to know that the summoned beasts world was very cruel. Even if there were no outsiders chasing after them, it was already pretty good if 50 people could survive out of 100 people. In addition to those outsiders chasing after them, it was already very impressive if 20 to 30 people survived. However, there was actually an area with more than 70 people who survived. This was really shocking. How did so many of you guys survive? Was it the black iron flamehound that protected you guys? The doppelganger beast could not help but ask. No, it wasn't me. I've never even seen the enemy that attacked us. The flamehound shook his head. Ah? Could it be that you weren't attacked by the other races? The black iron rank big turtle asked. We were attacked. The ones who attacked us were the evil energy dolls. They were very powerful. They killed many of our people, but they were all dead. They were killed by our boss one by one. The black-furred dog was like a lackey as he announced loudly. Is your boss so powerful? Isn't he the black iron rank flamehound? The doppelganger beast asked hurriedly. Of course not. How can I be the boss with this bit of strength? We only have one real boss, and that is a transformation beast, the flamehound said straightforwardly. Transformation beast? Do you mean the transformation beast? The legendary transformation beast? The doppelganger beast widened his eyes in disbelief. That's right. Is there a problem? The flamehound said calmly, feeling very proud. There's a big problem. Oh my god, the transformation beast is actually in your 100 people zone. You guys are too lucky. This is the big shot who opened the world announcement, the doppelganger beast said hurriedly. Yes, yes. If the transformation beast boss is in your area, you guys are too lucky. This is the first expert to obtain a transcendent level skill, the black iron rank big turtle said in shock. No wonder so many of you survived. I didn't expect there to be such a super expert like the transformation beast, the black iron rank underground beast said. It's not fair. Why is the transformation beast boss in your area? Why isn't he in our area? There's no justice. It's indeed not fair. You guys are really lucky. A bunch of messages flashed across the chat channel, making the black-furred dog and the others extremely excited. They felt very proud and lucky. Chapter 111, A Bumper Harvest. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Humph, you can't be envious of such things. All you need to understand is that the boss of this 1000 people area in the future will be the transformation beast boss, the black-furred dog said loudly. If the transformation beast is the boss, I'll be the first to agree. The doppelganger beast nodded. I agree as well. Such a person has the qualifications. The black iron rank big turtle agreed as well. I don't agree. I admit that the transformation beast is famous, but I, the crocodile beast, only admire the strong. Unless the transformation beast defeats me, I will not agree. The crocodile beast spoke. His tone was firm and full of confidence. You? Do you believe that the transformation beast boss will slap you away? The black-furred dog shouted. I don't believe it. I am looking forward to fighting with him, the crocodile beast said proudly. I don't believe it either. Crocodile beast boss had a fortuitous encounter. His strength has reached the mid-level black iron rank, and he even killed the high-level black iron rank evil energy doll. He's super powerful. Killing someone of a higher level? He's indeed powerful, the black iron rank rockman could not help but exclaim. That's right. That's why we want to have a competition. Let's fight and see who's stronger. Crocodile beast will definitely lose. The transformation beast boss is the first one to obtain a transcendent level skill. Does crocodile beast have it? The gale rat jumped out and said the main point. Although I don't have a transcendent level skill, I have a peak level skill. My level is only one level lower, so it is not certain who will win. The crocodile beast was proud. He was still very confident in himself. He did not believe that anyone could beat him. The main reason was that after he obtained peak level skill, no one had died in their 100 people area, so he was very confident. Hehe, you really don't shed tears until you see the coffin. When you see the true strength of the transformation beast boss in the future, you will understand how powerful he is, the black-furred dog said loudly. I'm looking forward to it. I, the crocodile beast, only believe in my own fists. Unless you defeat me with your strength, I will never surrender. Even if the transformation beast is famous, I, the crocodile beast, will still not submit, the crocodile beast said arrogantly. Humph! Just you wait. Sooner or later, you will feel the difference between you and the transformation beast boss, the black-furred dog continued. Alright, alright. We will talk about who is the boss in the future. Oh right, why has the transformation beast boss not said anything? The Black Iron Rank Rockman asked in puzzlement. Do you think the transformation beast boss is that free? Let me tell you, the boss rarely appears on the chat channel. Most of the time, he has to cultivate, kill foreign races, and refine pills, the black-furred dog said. Refining pills? You mean refining pills? The Black Iron Rank Big Turtle was stunned and asked in disbelief. This was because his master was an alchemist. He had learned to refine pills since he was young, so he also knew the basic hemostasis powder, blood-clotting pills, and so on. At the moment, the black-furred dog actually said that the transformation beast could refine pills. This was surprising. It was because they had only been reincarnated in this world for a few months, but the transformation beast could refine pills in such a short time. This was really amazing. Perhaps he can refine basic pills, the Black Iron Rank Big Turtle said secretly. Go to the auction house and take a look. There are many transformation beast boss pills inside, the Gale Rat reminded them. Okay. Everyone opened the auction house expectantly. What they saw was a bunch of missions with various requirements. They were all issued by the transformation beast boss. There were also many materials being auctioned, including treasures that could increase spiritual power. More importantly, there were dozens of moistening water pills, as well as healing pills that could heal any injuries. They were all Black Iron Rank pills. This scene shocked everyone, especially the Black Iron Rank Big Turtle. He was so shocked that he opened his mouth. My God, there are actually Black Iron Rank pills. This is too strong. These are very difficult to refine, the Black Iron Rank Big Turtle said in surprise. Hey? Is it that difficult to refine? I see that there are dozens of them here, the Black Iron Rank Rockman said in puzzlement. You don't understand, right? My master is an alchemist. He has studied for several years, but he is still unable to refine Black Iron Rank medicinal pills. Even his teacher has to spend a lot of effort to refine Black Iron Rank medicinal pills. It is extremely difficult to refine them. The Black Iron Rank Big Turtle continued to explain. Is it that difficult? Doesn't that mean that the transformation beast boss is a genius in alchemy? The doppelganger beast said in surprise. Yes, he's definitely a genius. After all, how long has it been since we reincarnated? The transformation beast is already able to refine Black Iron Rank pills, and he's even able to refine so many of them. What a formidable fellow! I happen to have the materials to exchange for them. I'll exchange for 2 moistening water pills to test the effects. The Black Iron Rank Big Turtle immediately began to exchange for the pills. Very quickly, he exchanged for the pills. Holy sh*t. The Black Iron Rank Big Turtle sent a message and completely stopped talking, causing everyone in the chat channel to fall into a daze. Big Turtle, what's wrong? Say something. Hey, say something. Don't keep me waiting. What's going on? Could it be that the moistening water pills are fake? Or are they poisonous? The black iron rank suspicion beast came out to question. Bullsh *T, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. We've exchanged for moistening water pills, and the effect is good. The illusion lark jumped out and directly cursed. Then why did the big turtle not speak? He even sent a curse. The black iron rank suspicion beast continued to question. How would I know? Maybe the big turtle's brain has water in it. He's soaking in the water every day, so it would be weird if there's no water in it, the illusion lark continued to say. This. Everyone was a little speechless as they watched the illusion lark curse like a shrew. However, the fact that the illusion lark had such a high opinion of the moistening water pill also made everyone puzzled. They did not understand why the big turtle did not speak. Time slowly passed as everyone waited. Soon, 10 minutes passed. The big turtle, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He said in shock. Oh my God, just now, after I exchanged for the moistening water pills, I asked my master to look for his teacher to test it out. In the end, his teacher was stunned. He said that this was a high-quality moistening water pill. An ordinary alchemist might not even be able to produce one such moistening water pill even after refining 100 of them. However, I actually have 2 now. In other words, the auction house is filled with high-quality moistening water pills. The effects are astonishing. This, is it that powerful? The black iron rank suspicion beast said in surprise. Of course. Everyone, if you have the materials, hurry up and exchange. If there are no more moistening water pills in the future, then go cry. Haha, I'll exchange for another healing pill. The big turtle began to exchange again. He took out all its materials and exchanged them for Li Xian's items in the auction house. Everyone quickly started to exchange as well. In a short while, a large number of moistening water pills were sold, and Li Xian also obtained a large number of materials. In the summoned beast world, furry bear area. Ding! Your auction item, moistening water pills, has been auctioned. The materials are stored in the temporary storage box. Ding! Your auction item, healing pills, has been auctioned. The materials are stored in the temporary storage box. A series of messages flashed past. Li Xian took out the materials to absorb while walking quickly toward the southeast direction. There, he had locked onto a summoning array. At the side, the other head of the two-headed ogre, Demon 2, was looking at Li Xian in shock. Then, he mechanically turned his head to look behind him. That place was filled with a large amount of blood. Chapter 112, New Contract. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In a pool of blood, several experts of the three-eyed race were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. They were pierced through by the earth spikes in a rather miserable manner and died with their eyes wide open. Looking at the lingering fear in the eyes of the corpse and smelling the rich stench of blood, Demon 2 swallowed his saliva. He was a little frightened. One had to know that although his big brother was also very quiet in the past, Demon 2 had seen his big brother's meteor shower many times. All along, he had thought that his big brother only knew this skill. However, who would have thought that with just a wave of his big brother's hand, those three-eyed race members had all died in an instant. The scene of the instant kill was truly shocking and awe-inspiring. Big brother, the earth spike just now was. Demon 2 asked nervously, wanting to know why his big brother had released the earth spike. However, when he saw his big brother turn his head, Demon 2 immediately quieted down and looked at his big brother with some fear. I just received the inheritance of my ancestor. I will release more skills in the future. Don't worry. Li Xian randomly found an excuse. So that's how it is. Big brother is really amazing. You actually received the inheritance of your ancestor. You're too strong. Demon 2 said flatteringly without the slightest doubt. The main reason was that the brains of ogres had never been good. On the other hand, Demon 2 had been beaten on the head by his big brother since he was young, so his brain had become even dumber. Since his big brother had said that he had obtained the inheritance, Demon 2 naturally completely believed it. He would not even question it. However, after this matter, the somewhat dumber Demon 2 was no longer so afraid. He said in a low voice, "Big brother, where are we going? Why don't we go hunting? I haven't eaten meat for several months. Delicious rat meat is my favorite." "That's it. It's just a piece of rat meat. When we arrive at our destination, isn't it easy to eat meat?" Li Xian said as he continued to run toward the teleportation array. "Big brother, is there meat to eat at the place where you're going? Where are you going?" Demon 2 wiped the saliva from his mouth. "Of course, it's the contract master. With the master, we can increase our strength faster and eat a lot of delicious food," Li Xian explained. "But big brother, the contract array is very hard to come by, and it's usually snatched away by other summoned beasts. Even if we manage to snatch it, the master will still give up when he finds out that we're two-headed ogres. We have 2 heads, so it's a huge burden on the summoners. It's equivalent to absorbing 2 portions of soul feedback. The main point is that our growth potential is very low, so the summoners aren't willing to choose us." Demon 2 thought of the past and sighed in disappointment. "It's okay, I have a way," Li Xian said confidently. "What way?" Demon 2 asked curiously. "It's very simple. The reason the master chooses other summoned beasts is because he has the opportunity to choose," Li Xian said indifferently. "Ah? What does that mean?" Demon 2 was at a loss. "It's very simple. Just don't let other summoned beasts enter the contract array. That way, the summoner won't have the opportunity to contract other summoned beasts," Li Xian continued to explain. "But big brother, there are so many summoned beasts. They definitely won't listen to us," Demon 2 said worriedly. "Won't listen? Then kill them all," Li Xian said indifferently. "Kill? Kill them all?" Demon 2 was stunned. He looked at his big brother in a daze. He realized that his big brother had become very unusual after he woke up from his coma. One word to describe him was domineering. This kind of big brother made Demon 2 feel very unfamiliar. However, compared to his previous big brother, he liked his current big brother more. He was domineering enough. However, Demon 2 suddenly realized a problem. It was the contract array. They did not know where the contract array was. Therefore, Demon 2 said worriedly, "Big brother, we don't know where the contract array is. Do we need to spend a few years to find it?" After Demon 2 finished speaking, he quietly waited for his big brother's answer. However, he did not hear his big brother's words. His big brother was still running wildly. This puzzled Demon 2. Just as he was about to ask for the reason, Demon 2's eyes widened, looking at the glittering summoning contract array behind the bushes in disbelief. There's actually a contract array." Demon 2 was shocked. He looked at the array in disbelief, then suddenly turned his head to look at his big brother. With disbelief, Demon 2 said in a trembling voice, "Big brother, did you know that there was a contract array here?" "Yes." Li Xian nodded, his expression calm. "This." Looking at the calm expression of his big brother, Demon 2 swallowed his saliva. He felt that his big brother was becoming more and more unfamiliar. At the same time, he sighed at how terrifying the inheritance was, causing his big brother to become extremely extraordinary. "We're here." Li Xian quickly walked to the center of the contract array. His eyes carried a cold glint as he swept his gaze in all directions, sweeping his gaze over the summoned beasts that were rushing over. Earth wall. Li Xian's right hand slapped the ground with a loud rumble. The cylindrical wall rose up from the ground. With the summoning contract array as the center, it instantly surrounded the summoning contract array. At the same time, Li Xian waved his right hand once again. Numerous sharp earth spikes appeared outside the earth wall with swooshing sounds. They were like a mountain of knives, forming a dangerous area of spikes. This sudden scene scared the surrounding summoned beasts into fleeing. After they ran for 100 meters, they finally looked at the summoning contract array with a serious expression. In the sky, a few flying summoned beasts originally wanted to fly down and enter the contract array. However, the sudden appearance of the terrifying dragons might scared the flying summoned beasts into flying far away. They looked at the center of the contract array in shock and doubt. "Listen up, those who enter the contract array will die." Li Xian spoke coldly. His eyes were ice cold as he surveyed his surroundings. The advanced dragon's might was released, shocking the summoned beasts in all directions. This kind of intimidation scared the ordinary rank summoned beasts so much that they did not dare to approach. Even the black iron rank summoned beasts were fearful and did not dare to advance. They looked at Li Xian uneasily. It was obvious that they were very fearful of Li Xian. Big brother is too strong. Demon 2 looked at his domineering big brother and saw his big brother treating all the summoned beasts coldly. That arrogant look made Demon 2 worship him in his heart. Roar! A low-level black iron rank draconic might beast roared from afar. It also released its dragon's might, resisting Li Xian's dragon's might and cancelling each other out. After releasing this dragon's might, the draconic might beast walked step by step toward the contract array, its gaze firm. "You're courting death." Li Xian raised his right hand and released the advanced meteor shower. In an instant, scorching flames appeared in the sky and enveloped a large area. The moment the flames appeared, the summoned beasts in all directions quickly fled and left this place at the fastest speed. Only the low-level black iron rank draconic might beast was not afraid at all. It walked forward step by step and resolutely walked towards the contract array. Bang! 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 The meteor shower quickly descended, enveloping the draconic might beast's entire body. The scorching flames even struck on its dragon scales, shaking its body. However, the dragon scales were extremely sturdy. It actually withstood the meteor shower. It was truly astonishing. A second skill, dragon scale strengthening? Not bad, not bad. It actually withstood one of my skills. Then, what about the two skills? Li Xian revealed a smile. Chapter 113, Zhang Yun. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the next second, Li Xian's mouth opened wide, and scorching flames began to condense. Soon, a fireball the size of a basketball was formed. Whoosh! The fireball was released and flew out with a scorching aura. Boom! The fireball suddenly exploded and exploded on the body of the draconic might beast, directly sending the 3-meter-tall draconic might beast flying. Roar! Roar! The draconic might beast stood up in a sorry state and ran into the distance like a rabbit. It did not dare to stay for another second. Humph! Li Xian snorted coldly. He stood in the center of the array and looked around, looking at the summoned beasts around him. The intense dragon's might continued to be released, sweeping across the area. It scared the summoned beasts so much that they kept retreating and eventually left the area. Seeing that there were no more summoned beasts around, Li Xian withdrew his dragon's might and quietly waited for the contract to be completed. However, he had stood in the array for so long, but the contract was still not completed. Clearly, the summoner on the other side was also hesitating. However, it did not matter. The contract array could not be maintained for too long. The contract would be completed sooner or later. Therefore, Li Xian was not worried at all. He even took a glance at the draconic might beast from afar. Li Xian's dragon's might skill came from an old, ordinary rank draconic might beast. Although he had only obtained this one skill, this skill was very useful. For example, if he released some dragon's might at night, mosquitoes and insects would not dare to approach him. He could even easily intimidate the summoned beasts, causing their combat strength to greatly decrease. This was only the advanced dragon's might. If his dragon's might was also improved to the transcendent level, then it would be even more extraordinary. Oh right, there are still many materials in the auction house's temporary storage box. If I eat them all, my strength will definitely increase by a large margin. Li Xian muttered as he continued to take out the materials from the temporary storage box to eat. Buzz! The contract array suddenly trembled slightly. It was a little like a flickering light when the voltage was unstable. This also indicated that the contract array's time was almost up. The contract was gradually becoming unstable. If the summoner still did not make the contract, he would be declared a failure. At this time, the light of the contract completion suddenly lit up, and the new contract was officially completed. Wahaha, big brother, we finally have a master. That's great, big brother, you're too strong. Demon 2 waved his hands excitedly, worshipping his big brother very much. All right, get ready to leave. Li Xian replied and continued to eat the materials from the temporary storage box. Ding! Your intermediate tornado has been upgraded to advanced tornado. Ding! Your intermediate speed enhancement has been upgraded to advanced speed enhancement. Ding! Your intermediate invisibility has been upgraded to advanced invisibility. Following the mechanical notification sound, Li Xian's many skills had been upgraded and his strength had increased by a large margin. At this moment, the light of the summoning flashed. It was the summoner summoning them. Without hesitation, Li Xian immediately agreed and disappeared into the white light. The fertile continent, Holy War City. This was the important hub for the western continent to enter the eastern continent. It was also the strategic location to stop the Dark Army. The famous summoner clan lived here, which was the Zhang clan. Yes, in this world, summoners were a clan. Ordinary people could only cultivate spiritual qi and become spiritual warriors. Only the Zhang clan had the summoning method to summon their own summoned beasts. Moreover, because of the Zhang clan, the Holy War City had existed until then. They had repelled the Dark Army's attacks several times and had a high status. They even controlled the entire Holy War City. However, the constant battles had also caused heavy casualties to the Zhang clan. At the moment, the entire clan only had more than 1,000 people left. Zhang Yun belonged to the line of the 6th elder of the Zhang clan. He was the 30th grandson of the 6th elder. Due to his ordinary appearance and poor talent, he was a marginal figure in the clan. However, Zhang Yun never admitted defeat. He firmly believed that he could do it. He firmly believed that his fate was in his hands and not in the hands of heaven. Every day, he worked hard to study and improve his spiritual power. However, there was a huge gap between ordinary people and geniuses. Even if Zhang Yun worked hard to study and cultivate, he could only keep up with the pace of ordinary people. There was still a huge gap between him and geniuses. Just like this year, when he was 16 years old, his strength was only at the high-level ordinary rank for spiritual power. Meanwhile, the geniuses had already reached the ordinary rank peak, and some of their spiritual power had even reached the low-level black iron rank. Such a gap made Zhang Yun very uncomfortable, and he could only place his hopes on this day's contract summoning. However, the result greatly disappointed him. When the feedback from his contract array appeared, it was actually a two-headed ogre. Although the two-headed ogre was a low-level black iron, and stronger than most people's summoned beasts, the upper limit of the two-headed ogre was only the low-level black iron rank. In other words, his summoned beast would never be able to advance. This made Zhang Yun very uncomfortable, and he was unwilling to complete the contract. Zhang Yun, you can do it. A sweet voice sounded. Zhang Yun turned his head and saw that it was his sister, Zhang Nanan. At this moment, his sister's snow-white face was filled with anticipation. She clenched her small fists and encouraged him, hoping that he would be able to have his own summoned beast. This warmed Zhang Yun's heart. At the same time, he thought of his clan's predicament and sighed slightly. Buzz. 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 The surrounding contract arrays lit up one by one, attracting the attention of many people. Summoned beasts walked out of the contract array one after another and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Each of these summoned beasts had decent growth potential. Fortunately, there was no black iron rank among these summoned beasts at the moment. They were all ordinary ranks. This comforted Zhang Yun. At the very least, his two-headed ogre was a black iron rank. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Zhang Yun sighed. Finally, he completed the contract and began to summon. Buzz. A white light shone, and the summoning contract array began to ripple. A 2.5 meter tall burly figure slowly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Black iron rank two-headed ogre? Zhang Yun actually contracted a black iron rank. Someone exclaimed. It's a two-headed ogre with no potential. Don't worry, my summoned beast will definitely surpass him in the future, someone said carelessly. Its growth potential is indeed not good, but a black iron rank is still pretty good. It can directly become a guard officer in the army. That's right. There hasn't been a single black iron rank summoned beast in our lineage for the time being. This two-headed ogre can be considered to have saved us some face. Don't worry, Zhang Zhan's summoning hasn't ended yet. His talent is extremely powerful. He will definitely be able to contract powerful summoning beasts. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. As they spoke about Zhang Yun's two-headed ogre, some people were envious, while others did not care. The sixth elder, who was sitting on the main seat, watched coldly from the side. After seeing the black iron rank two-headed ogre, the sixth elder only took a glance and stopped paying attention. Instead, he paid attention to a youth called Zhang Zhan. This youth had a dignified bearing and delicate features. He had inherited his mother's good looks. In addition to his extraordinary talent, he was naturally valued by everyone. The sixth elder had always been looking forward to the young man summoning a powerful summoned beast. Buzz. The contract array suddenly lit up and spread out in all directions. Soon, a 3-meter-tall burly figure appeared in the array and a terrifying dragon's might swept out in all directions. Draconic Might Beast, it's actually a low-level black iron rank Draconic Might Beast. My god, this is a Draconic Might Beast with extremely high growth potential. It's definitely not something that the two-headed ogre can compare to. Yet, not only can the Draconic Might Beast release Dragon's Might, but its physique is also extremely strong. It's basically invincible in the same level. It's too strong. Compared to the Draconic Might Beast, the two-headed ogre is just trash. The members of the Zhang clan discussed animatedly. They looked at the Draconic Might Beast excitedly and marveled at its strength. They envied Zhang Zhan for summoning such a powerful Draconic Might Beast. Strange, why is this Draconic Might Beast in such a sorry state? It's even injured. It seems like it just went through a battle. Don't worry about it. Draconic Might Beasts are fond of fighting. It's normal for them to fight. It's normal for them to occasionally beat up children in the Summoned Beasts world. Chapter 114, Blood Sea Stronghold. You're right. The Draconic Might Beast is already strong, and a Black Iron rank 1 is even more extraordinary. Just the Dragon's Might it releases can scare opponents of the same level. Indeed. Look at the Summoned Beasts trembling in fear under the Dragon's Might. This is enough to show how powerful the Draconic Might Beast is. Why isn't the two-headed ogre afraid? The head on the right side didn't even open its eyes? Isn't it afraid of the Dragon's Might? The younger generation of the Zhang clan discussed animatedly. They were surprised by the two-headed ogre's calmness when they saw the large number of summoned beasts trembling under the Dragon's Might. At this moment, the ogre was standing quietly while the head on the right kept its eyes closed. Although the head on the left kept its eyes open, it did not show any fear. Instead, it looked at the Draconic Might Beast with interest, as if it was very interested in the Draconic Might Beast. This scene puzzled the juniors. Even the elders of the Zhang clan had never seen such a scene before. "Uncle Fatty, you are very experienced. Why isn't this ogre afraid of the draconic might beast?" someone asked. "If I am not wrong, the ogre should have experienced a lot of storms and waves. He is experienced and steady. That is why he is not afraid of the draconic might beast of the same level. But this also means that the ogres are getting old and getting weaker. They can't be compared to the draconic might beast with endless potential," Uncle Fatty explained calmly. "So they are experienced and steady. However, even if they are experienced and steady, they are quite bold to be able to remain calm under the draconic might beast. Yes, but in the future, the ogres will definitely live in the powerful shadow of the draconic might beast." The juniors continued to speak, using their limited knowledge to analyze the current situation. The draconic might beast in the center of their line of sight was quietly standing in the formation, raising its head and roaring towards the sky. Roar! The roar resounded throughout the area, mixed with excitement. The reason why the draconic might beast was excited was that it finally had a master, so it could increase its strength even faster. Thinking about the possibility of breaking through to bronze rank in the future, the draconic might beast howled even more excitedly, wantonly releasing its powerful dragon's might. When it was done howling and excited enough, it finally lowered its head and looked forward. The first thing it saw was a group of people, as well as some low-level summoned beasts. These summoned beasts were all ordinary rank and very weak. Under its dragon's might, these summoned beasts trembled, not daring to move. This scene made the draconic might beast even more arrogant. It used its disdainful gaze to scan its surroundings. However, when its gaze swept in the direction behind it, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure entered its sight. That burly figure, those two big heads, that familiar yet unfamiliar two-headed ogre, instantly caused the draconic might beast to be stunned. In the next second, the draconic might beast howled and fled far away. It hid behind the wall in fear and looked at the ogre while trembling. If it was not for the effect of the contract, the draconic might beast would have already fled without a trace. However, even if it did not run away, it still hid in fear and did not dare to come out from behind the wall. Such a scene made the juniors who had praised the draconic might beast's strength a little confused and suspected that they were hallucinating. The draconic might beast was clearly invincible among those of the same level, so the ogre should be afraid of the draconic might beast. However, the ogre was calm, but the draconic might beast was scared away. It hid behind the wall and shivered like a small beast. Such a scene made the younger generation of the Zhang clan feel a little dumbfounded. What? What's going on? Didn't they say that the draconic might beast was invincible among those of the same level? Why is it so scared by the ogre that it looks like a coward? I don't know. Logically speaking, an ogre of the same level shouldn't be able to defeat the draconic might beast. This is the knowledge passed down from our ancestors. It can't be wrong. Could it be that there's something special about this ogre? Or that the draconic might beast was beaten up by an ogre when it was young? Did it leave a psychological scar? It's possible. The younger generation of the Zhang clan was puzzled and could not figure out the reason. Even the sixth elder on the main seat could not help but turn his head to look at the two-headed ogre. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The sixth elder flew up like a great rock and landed in front of the two-headed ogre. He looked at the ogre carefully. However, no matter how he looked at it, it was an ogre. Moreover, the spiritual power fluctuation was at the low-level black iron rank. There was no mistake about it. This was a little strange. The puzzled sixth elder frowned and took out a strange hexagonal mark from his pocket. This was an identification mark. It could determine the strength level of the two-headed ogre and its type. It could prevent the summoned beast from hiding itself. It could be said that with the identification mark, all illusions could be broken. Buzz! The hexagonal identification mark shone. White light quickly enveloped the ogre and probed its true form. A moment later, a line of information appeared in the air and was imprinted into everyone's eyes. Species: ogres. Strength: low-level black iron Ranel. Strange, this is an ogre. Why is the draconic might beast afraid? Could it be that it really has a psychological trauma? The sixth elder could not figure out what was going on, but he did not have any more methods to investigate. He could only see more if he used the law appraisal scroll. However, the rule appraisal scroll was too expensive. The sixth elder could not afford it, and it was not worth buying the law appraisal scroll for the ogres. The Zhang clan had too much information regarding the ogres. Countless pieces of information had recorded the ogres' situation and how bad the ogres were. There were even people who conducted forbidden research in order to advance the ogres to bronze rank. Unfortunately, all of them failed. This also proved that the ogres' potential was not good, and they could not be compared to the draconic might beast. The reason why the draconic might beast was afraid very likely because of psychological trauma. After all, the identification mark would not lie. Forget it, it's just an ogre. So what if it has some secrets? Its potential is too low. There's no need to waste so much money to buy the law appraisal scroll. The sixth elder shook his head. He did not want to waste that money because the identification mark was very authoritative, which meant that the ogre's potential was not good enough. However, the sixth elder still had a trace of doubt. Due to this doubt, the sixth elder prepared to arrange for Zhang Yun and the ogre to go to a special place to carry out the guarding mission. After making the decision, the sixth elder walked to the front of the stage and began to arrange for the juniors to carry out the guarding mission in the various districts. After a long time, the summoning ceremony ended. After the sixth elder left, the people in the summoning ceremony began to leave slowly. They returned to their respective homes and prepared to head to their respective districts to guard. Zhang Yun and his sister, Zhang Nanan, also brought the ogre home. Zhang Yun, why did Grandpa let you go to the Blood Sea stronghold? The blood beasts there are too dangerous, there's no way to kill them, Zhang Nan said worriedly. I don't know. It might be to test the strength of the ogre. After all, the ogre scared away the draconic might beast. This is very surprising. Zhang Yun raised his head to look at his summoned beast. Zhang Yun was looking forward to this 2.5 meter big guy. He always felt that his ogre was extraordinary. Chapter 115, Supervisor Zhang is a good person. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There's something wrong with your ogre, but the Blood Sea stronghold is too dangerous. Even if the ogre has some ability, it's impossible for it to win. Don't forget that the average strength of the blood beasts is mid-level black iron rank, and the powerful ones have even reached silver rank. It's simply suiciding for you to go against such a terrifying enemy. Zhang Nanan was very worried. She did not want her brother to go to the Blood Sea stronghold, but they did not dare to refute the sixth elder's arrangement. After all, the sixth elder had a lot of grandsons and even more granddaughters. The familial relationship between families was better than nothing. Facing the hot-tempered sixth elder, no one dared to refute his opinion. Therefore, Zhang Yun could only go to the Blood Sea stronghold. Don't worry, sister. There are experts in the Blood Sea stronghold. I'm going there to gain experience. I'll be fine, Zhang Yun comforted her. Sai, how about this? Let's buy a set of spiritual power armor. With the armor, I can let you go without worry. Zhang Nanan suggested. But the spiritual power armor is too expensive. Can we afford it? Zhang Yun said worriedly. We can apply for a credit payment at the Holy War Shop. With your strength with a black iron summoned beast, you should be able to apply successfully, right? Zhang Nanan said uncertainly. Well, let's give it a try then. I hope we can apply for credit. Zhang Yun was a little worried. The Holy War Shop was not a charity. In addition, the upper limit of the ogre was too low. He was very worried that he would fail to apply for the spiritual power armor. Although they were worried, Zhang Yun and Zhang Nanan continued to move forward. Soon, they arrived at the Holy War shop and began to apply for credit. I'm sorry, clan brother. Your ogre's potential is too low. It's not enough to apply for a credit in our shop. The young lady at the counter shook her head lightly and rejected Zhang Yun's application with a smile. Clan sister, is there really no other way? We're all from the same clan. Please help us, Zhang Nanan could not help but say. I'm sorry. Spiritual power equipment is very valuable. Although I really want to help you, I can't do so with my authority. Our supervisor Zhang is extremely stingy. He is very strict with the distribution of spiritual power equipment. He also has the Alchemy Guild behind him. He has a very deep relationship with them, so. The young lady at the counter sighed helplessly. I see. Zhang Nanan and Zhang Yun were both very disappointed. They felt that their future was dark. At this moment, a chubby man walked over from afar. He narrowed his eyes and sized up Zhang Yun and Zhang Nanan, including the ogre who was eating. What happened here? The chubby man looked at the young lady at the counter. Supervisor Zhang, it's like this. My clan brother is going to the Blood Sea stronghold, so he wants to apply for the spiritual power armor. However, you said that the Black Iron rank ogres didn't meet the standard. So I could only refuse my clan brother according to the rules, the young lady at the counter said helplessly. Apply for the spiritual power armor? Refused? How could you refuse? This is your clan brother, and he's going to the dangerous Blood Sea stronghold. Do you have the heart to let him go to such a dangerous place without even a piece of armor? Supervisor Zhang said loudly. Ah! The young lady at the counter was stunned. She looked at Supervisor Zhang blankly, not understanding what Supervisor Zhang was trying to do. What? Quickly give this clan brother the spiritual power armor. In addition, I will give special permission to give him another spiritual power saber, Supervisor Zhang said with a righteous look. Ah! The young lady at the counter was stunned again and looked at Supervisor Zhang as if she was looking at a weirdo. Supervisor Zhang was famous for being stingy. Not to mention going to the Blood Sea stronghold, even if he went to the Mountain of Knives or the Walk of Oil, Supervisor Zhang would still dare not give him any equipment. Such a stingy person was suddenly so generous. This made the young lady at the counter dumbfounded. Even the young ladies around looked at Supervisor Zhang in confusion. What are you still stunned for? Hurry up and distribute it, Supervisor Zhang said again. Okay. Okay. The young lady at the counter hurriedly started to handle the matter. Soon, the spiritual power armor and spiritual power saber were handed to Zhang Yun and Zhang Nanan. This kind of experience caught Zhang Yun and the others a little off guard. At the same time, they were also grateful to Supervisor Zhang. Thank you, Supervisor Zhang. Thank you for your generosity. In the future, if you have any problems, you can let my clan sister inform me. I will do my best, Zhang Yun said solemnly. You're welcome, you're welcome. When Supervisor Zhang heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter. Especially when he looked at the food eaten by the ogre, Manager Zhang became even more excited. Chomp! Chomp! On the other side, Li Xian was taking large mouthfuls of spatial fruits. These were exchanged with him at the auction house by the reincarnators. He had exchanged them for quite a number of moistening water pills. Of course, compared to the spatial fruits, everything was worth it. It was because the spatial fruits could increase the size of one's portable space. If one consumed them for a long period of time, the space would be even larger. Therefore, Li Xian ate them directly. In just a short while, he had eaten more than 10 of them. This scene made Supervisor Zhang, who was watching from the opposite side, beam even more. He felt that he had done the most correct thing. The reason why Supervisor Zhang was so generous was that he recognized the spatial fruit. This fruit was very expensive, which also proved that Zhang Yun was very rich. When faced with a rich person, Supervisor Zhang would naturally be very generous, but that was not the point. The point was that the spatial fruit could improve the portable space and expand the space. This also meant that the ogre had portable space. This was exactly what Supervisor Zhang needed the most, because every time the Alchemy Guild transported goods, they would be attacked and suffer heavy casualties. If a space-type summoned beast came to transport the goods, it would save a lot of manpower and material resources, and its value would be much higher than the spiritual power armor. Therefore, Supervisor Zhang was very generous and took the initiative to approve a spiritual power saber. However, he was very smart and did not reveal this matter. Instead, he prepared to build a good relationship with Zhang Yun before asking Zhang Yun to help transport the goods. He could even become good friends with Zhang Yun. It was not a matter of words for friends to deliver things. Therefore, Supervisor Zhang smiled and kept asking Zhang Yun about his well-being. Such a scene made Zhang Yun feel flattered. He could only smile and chat with Supervisor Zhang. At the counter, a few young ladies were confused. They could not figure out what was wrong with Supervisor Zhang that day. He was unexpectedly so enthusiastic. This was really puzzling. After Zhang Yun and the others left, one of the young ladies at the counter couldn't help but ask. Supervisor Zhang, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look like a different person? Really? I just hit it off with Zhang Yun. I feel that he is a good friend of yours. He is your clan brother, right? Which branch is he from? He is from the 6th Elder's branch. Manager Zhang, do you really want to be on good terms with Zhang Yun? The young lady at the counter asked again. She looked at Supervisor Zhang suspiciously, feeling that he was playing tricks. Of course. Don't look down on me. Although I'm usually stingy, I've always been generous to my friends. I hit it off with Zhang Yun, so it's normal for me to take care of him, Supervisor Zhang continued. Is that so? The lady at the counter was still suspicious. She secretly noted down this matter in her heart and prepared to investigate it later. On the other side, Zhang Yun took the spiritual power armor and battle saber and walked out of the shop in a daze, looking at the bustling street in a daze. He felt like he was in a dream. He could not figure out how he got this spiritual power equipment. This really puzzled him. Sister, that Supervisor Zhang is a good person, Zhang Yun said. Strange. He doesn't look like a generous person. Why is he so good to us? Is he up to something? We have to pay more attention in the future, Zhang Nanan said seriously. We'll talk about it later. Let's go back and pack our things. We'll go to the Blood Sea stronghold tomorrow. Okay. I hope everything goes smoothly and you won't run into any dangerous blood beasts. Don't worry. It'll definitely go smoothly. Chapter 116, The Chain Reaction Caused by Li Xian. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After that, Zhang Yun and Zhang Nanan left to pack up their things at home. However, the logistics team leader of the Holy War shop saw everything that had just happened and looked at Supervisor Zhang with a gloating gaze. This shop was too important, and the staff inside came from various forces, so infighting would basically happen every day. At the moment, the spiritual power saber that Supervisor Zhang had specially approved for Zhang Yun was actually a very valuable piece of evidence. It was because the difference between the spiritual power saber and the spiritual power armor was very big, the spiritual power saber was even more expensive. It was equivalent to 3 pieces of spiritual power armor. At the moment, Supervisor Zhang had specially approved the spiritual power saber. This was exceeding his authority. If this matter was reported to the first elder of the Alchemy Guild, Supervisor Zhang's position would be unstable. The logistics team leader, who was gloating, quickly left the shop and went straight to the Alchemy Guild. Half an hour later, Supervisor Zhang received a notice from the Alchemy Guild, saying that the guild leader and the great elder had something to ask him. Supervisor Zhang was requested to immediately head to the Alchemy Guild. Such a notice made Supervisor Zhang frown. He said helplessly, I originally wanted to talk about this later. Since someone wants to suffer a loss, then let's talk about it. Supervisor Zhang picked up a piece of spatial fruit residue on the ground and put it into a small box. Then, he strode towards the Alchemy Guild. In the Alchemy Guild's meeting room, the guild leader, the first elder, and the logistics team leader were waiting quietly. When they saw Supervisor Zhang walk in, the atmosphere immediately became a little depressing. Supervisor Zhang, just now, the first elder reported a matter. He said that you specially approved a spiritual power saber. Is that true? The white-haired guild leader said calmly. Yes, Sir Guild Leader, I did approve a spiritual power saber. Supervisor Zhang nodded without hesitation. See, he admitted it. Such an act of overstepping his authority must be dealt with severely. The first elder spoke, his attitude extremely arrogant. Why did you specially approve it? Give me a reason. The guild leader ignored the first elder and turned to look at Supervisor Zhang. Sir Guild Leader, this is the reason. Supervisor Zhang opened the small box and handed it over. What is this? A piece of fruit residue? Are you playing with me? The first elder looked at the fruit residue in the small box. His hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his eyes stared at Supervisor Zhang like a hawk. Clearly, the first elder thought that Supervisor Zhang was putting on an act. If not for the guild leader being here, the first elder would have already gone crazy. The main reason was that the first elder came from the royal family and had a deep background. Although he had a straightforward personality and a short temper, he was strong enough that even the guild leader was afraid of him. A soft "s" suddenly sounded in the meeting room, attracting everyone's attention. The guild leader looked carefully at the fruit residue and could not help but say, it's actually this kind of fruit. Could it be? Yes, Sir Guild Leader. It's just as you think. The person who applied for the equipment is called Zhang Yun. His two-headed ogre ate more than a dozen of these fruits. That's why I approved the spiritual power saber. However, it seems that the Zhang clan doesn't know about this matter, Supervisor Zhang said seriously. The Zhang clan doesn't know? Good, good, good. You did a good job. Very good, the guild leader praised happily. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? The first elder was at a loss. His wrinkled old face was filled with confusion. Supervisor Zhang, tell the first elder about this matter. The guild leader smiled. Yes, Sir Guild Leader. After receiving the order, Supervisor Zhang finally dared to speak the truth. He took a deep breath and said seriously. This piece of residue is not the residue of an ordinary fruit. Instead, it is the residue of a fruit called spatial fruit. The value of a spatial fruit is very high. One spatial fruit is equivalent to a saber. The biggest use of a spatial fruit is to expand the size of the portable space, and for such a fruit, the ogre ate more than 10 of them. This means that there is a high chance that the ogre has a portable space. Portable space? You mean a portable space? Doesn't that mean that it can help us transport goods? This is an extremely rare skill. The first elder became excited, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. He felt that it would not be a problem at all to approve a saber. Moreover, he even thought it was a little stingy. One had to know that the empire needed to transport a large amount of strategic materials, but the dark creatures were becoming more and more arrogant, resulting in many failed shipments, causing the empire to suffer heavy losses. If he could build a good relationship with a space-type summoned beast, then the problem of transporting goods would naturally be solved. Therefore, the first elder felt that Supervisor Zhang's actions were very correct. In fact, compared to the space-type summoned beast, just a saber was already rather stingy. He should give the other party more things. Only by doing so could they build a good relationship. Perhaps the ogres don't know that it's a spatial fruit and are just eating it for fun. Otherwise, why would Zhang Yun be so poor? The logistics team leader spoke up and pointed out the main point. This made the first elder and supervisor Zhang stunned. They were somewhat unable to refute, because there was really such a possibility. There's no need to worry. What you said isn't true at all. The spatial fruit has a special characteristic that only living beings who possess space can consume, the guild leader said calmly. To think that there's such a knowledge point. As expected of the guild leader. Supervisor Zhang flattered him at the right time, but at the same time, he also learned a knowledge point. Sir Guild Leader, you sure know a lot. Unlike me, who only knows how to cultivate. The first elder patted his own head, feeling a little embarrassed. That's why I say you should learn more and watch more. Don't just think about cultivation. Cultivating like this will make you stupid. The guild leader smiled confidently. So what if I'm stupid? When we were young, you were a genius, and I was a profligate son of the royal family. You were 2 realms higher than me, and everyone praised you. But now, you're only at the low-level silver rank, and I'm at the silver rank peak. I'm 3 levels higher than you. Even if I beat you up now, what can you do? The first elder said arrogantly. Although his brain was not working well, he had made up his mind that strength determined everything. Therefore, he had cultivated bitterly for decades and succeeded in surpassing him. His words also made the guild leader speechless. He could not refute the first elder. There was nothing he could do. He could not beat the first elder. Ahem, Sir Guild Leader, First Elder, Zhang Yun is going to the Blood Sea stronghold now. It's not safe there. Should we do something? Supervisor Zhang hurriedly changed the topic. Of course, we must protect Zhang Yun's safety and give him more resources and money at the same time. We can't be like you, who only took out a saber after roping in the ogre who has a portable space. You're really stingy, First Elder said disdainfully. Supervisor Zhang was speechless. He had finally been generous, but he was still called stingy. This really made him depressed. He is indeed stingy. This is the portable space. We have to think of a way to rope it in. I will talk to the logistics officer of the Blood Sea stronghold and ask him to take care of Zhang Yun. The guild leader nodded. Your logistics officer is nothing. My brother is the general there. I will say hello to him later, First Elder said in a loud voice. General Song does have a lot of power, but he has too many things to do. He's not as considerate as the logistics officer. The president shook his head. That might not be the case. I'll contact him personally. I'm sure I can take good care of Zhang Yun, First Elder said in disbelief. Then let's wait and see. Chapter 117, Spent 15,000 honor points. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After an argument, everyone left the meeting room and went back to their own rooms, preparing to use their connections. Supervisor Zhang realized that he had been too stingy before, so he decided to use his connections again. He wanted to take care of Zhang Yun and the ogre so that he could get closer to them faster. The logistics team leader was most worried that what he had just reported would definitely offend Supervisor Zhang. If Supervisor Zhang had a good relationship with Zhang Yun in the future, then he would probably be finished as the logistics team leader. This also made it necessary for the logistics team leader to think of a way. If Supervisor Zhang can have a good relationship with Zhang Yun, don't tell me I can't. I don't dare to say anything else, but I, Song Xiao's Huai, have a stronger relationship with the Blood Sea stronghold than him. Wait until I have a good relationship with Zhang Yun and the ogre in advance. I'll see how you will deal with me in the future, the logistics team leader thought to himself. With this thought in mind, the logistics team leader, Song Xiao's Huai, left quickly and activated his connections as quickly as possible. Zhang Yun, who was at the center of the incident, did not know about this. He was still busy preparing at home. It took him quite a while to finish preparing. However, at this time, someone sent a message asking Zhang Yun to gather at the entrance of the Zhang clan's compound the next morning. It said that there were a few young people who would go to the Blood Sea stronghold together. Most of these people were not talented and were the juniors who had been abandoned. However, there was one person who aroused Zhang Yun's suspicion, and that was Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan actually went to the Blood Sea stronghold as well. It's strange. His draconic might beast is so strong. Why is he going to the Blood Sea stronghold? Could it be that the clan deliberately let Zhang Zhan go with you in order to resolve the psychological trauma of the draconic might beast? After all, the culprit had to be the one to solve the problem. Zhang Nanan told Zhang Yun her speculation. That's possible. If he goes, this trip will be safer. Zhang Yun thought of how much importance his grandfather placed on Zhang Zhan and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, grandfather absolutely won't allow anything to happen to Zhang Zhan, so he will definitely inform the Blood Sea stronghold in advance. That way, you will be safer. Yes, this will make me feel more at ease. While Zhang Yun and Zhang Nanan were at ease, Li Xian sat not far away and continued to eat. A few minutes later, Li Xian had finished all the materials that he had obtained from the auction house, including the flame essence that was rewarded by the world announcement. He had also eaten it a long time ago. The result was that Li Xian's strength had increased by an unprecedented amount. This made Li Xian look forward to it as he slowly opened his data panel. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,400 honor points. Physique, two-headed ogre low-level black. Soul, perfect black iron. Master, Qin Yu. Skills, underwater breathing, portable space, simulated communication, peak defense, peak self-healing, peak fireball. Advanced level skills, tornado, speed enhancement, invisibility, transformation, meteor shower, battle instinct, lava survival, healing spell, God's perspective, size amplification, dragon's might, earth spike, earth wall, poison resistance, frost freeze, wind wings. Transcendent level skills, monstrous strength, self-destruct. Seeing that his strength had increased once again, Li Xian was very satisfied. However, the materials that he could obtain from the auction house only allowed his skills to reach advanced level at most. If one wanted to reach the peak level, one would need essence. However, this item was very valuable, and it would not be easy to obtain it. However, with the master around, this matter would naturally be left to the master to handle. Thus, Li Xian said to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun, if you see materials like the essence, you have to get it no matter what. I need it very much, Li Xian said indifferently. Okay, okay. Zhang Yun was also shocked when he heard Li Xian's words. However, the ogre was his summoned beast, so Zhang Yun would definitely take care of it. Big brother, what is the essence? Demon 2 could not help but ask. You will know in the future. Li Xian did not want to say more. He closed his eyes and continued to scan the memories in his mind. This ogre had a lot of memories. Although it was messy, it also increased Li Xian's knowledge. Moreover, Li Xian also discovered a problem. That was that the Black Iron rank ogre had two skills. One was the advanced meteor shower, which was owned by Li Xian. The other was the intermediate level physique strengthening, which was owned by Demon 2. This might be the unique skill of the two-headed ogre. Li Xian only took a few glances at this point before he stopped paying attention to it. Instead, he looked at the auction house, because a notification sounded in his mind. Notification: the new honor point consumption function has been activated. In the future, various items will randomly appear in the auction house. You can use honor points to bid for them. Following the sound of the notification, 30 soul crystals that could nourish the soul appeared in the auction house. The starting price was 500 honor points per crystal. The auctioneer was not a reincarnator, but the summoned beast's world. This also caused Li Xian's eyes to light up. It was because not a single person bid for these 30 soul crystals. In other words, everyone did not have many honor points. Only Li Xian himself had 16,400 honor points. Good opportunity, I'll bid for it now. Li Xian would not miss such a good opportunity because it was very difficult to improve his soul. After so long, he had only reached the Black Iron rank peak. Moreover, it was under the tenfold support of Qin Yu and the support of an ordinary rank summoner like Zhang Yun that his soul had only reached the Black Iron rank peak. If he had these 30 soul crystals, there was a high chance that his soul would continue to advance. When he reached his limit, he might even break through to bronze rank in the future. With anticipation, Li Xian started the auction like a tycoon. Just as Li Xian was about to start the auction, the reincarnators of the 1000 people channel also heard the notification sound and looked at the 30 soul crystals with anticipation. It's actually a soul crystal that can raise one's soul. It's a good item and the price is 500 honor points. It's not expensive. When I've accumulated enough, I'll definitely buy it all, someone said. Why should I even think about it? I only have 100 honor points now, and I can't even afford a soul crystal. I'm a Black Iron rank, the Black Iron rank underground beast said. I also have 100 honor points. It's not easy to accumulate honor points. It's already good enough to buy one. Looks like I'll have to work hard to kill the other races. The Black Iron rank Big Turtle shook his head. I have a little more honor points, more than 200, but it's still not enough to buy one. It's too difficult. The Black Iron rank Rockman sighed. Crocodile Beast, how many honor points do you have? I feel that you definitely have more than us. The Black Iron rank Yeti raised its doubts. Me? I have 350 honor points. I'm only 150 points away from 500, the Crocodile Beast replied confidently. 350 points, that's really a lot. I'm so envious. I'm also envious. If only I had so many. Everyone said enviously, lamenting that the Crocodile Beast had so much money. He actually managed to earn so many honor points. At this moment, the soul crystals in the auction house suddenly disappeared and were auctioned off. What's going on? Why aren't there any soul crystals? The Black Iron rank Rockman hurriedly asked. Look at the auction information. F***CK, it's been bought by the Transformation Beast boss. All 30 of them have been auctioned off. 30 of them? Isn't that 15,000 honor points? That's way too rich. Oh my god, 15,000 honor points. Transformation Beast boss, please be a human. As expected of the Transformation Beast boss. He's really generous. A large amount of information flashed across the chat channel. The already lively chat channel was filled with endless messages. The Crocodile Beast, who had been full of confidence not long ago, looked at the soul crystals that had disappeared and thought about how he only had 350 honor points. Compared to the 15,000 honor points of the Transformation Beast, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Such a difference and such a blow made the Crocodile Beast extremely uncomfortable. However, he had no choice. This was because he thought of the world announcement that had mentioned the honor points obtained by the Transformation Beast. However, the Crocodile Beast had never thought that the Transformation Beast would be so generous and willing to spend so much. This also meant that the Transformation Beast had a lot of honor points. Otherwise, it would not be so rich. This really increased the pressure. Too strong. The Transformation Beast boss must have a lot of honor points. Previously, the boss used honor points to buy my things. The black-furred dog jumped out to explain. Although he was tricked by the Transformation Beast, he did not care at all. The black-furred dog even considered himself as the little brother of the Transformation Beast, fawning over the Transformation Beast every day. He even thought that it was glorious to be tricked by the Transformation Beast. Sigh, comparing people is infuriating. Everyone should work harder in the future and strive to kill more of the other races and obtain more honor points. The Black Iron Rank Rockman sighed. That's right. When we have enough, we will also have the right to buy a soul crystal the next time it appears in the auction house. Right, right, right. Chapter 118, Spiritual Power Carriage. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The messages in the chat channel were endless. Many reincarnators were amazed by Li Xian's actions. Little did they know that Li Xian did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he kept absorbing the soul crystals. Just like a sponge absorbing water, he absorbed the soul crystals as if he was hungry, improving his own soul power. Half an hour later, Li Xian felt his entire body swell up as if he had eaten too much. A vague feeling filled the bottom of his heart. That was the path to bronze rank. Soon, very soon. After a period of time, my soul will definitely break through to bronze rank. Joy surfaced in Li Xian's heart. After absorbing 30 soul crystals, he had finally seen the road to the future. After a period of time, he would definitely be able to break through. This made Li Xian very happy. In such a mood, Li Xian fell into sleep and waited for the dawn to arrive. The next morning, the sun shone on the earth, bringing vitality to all living things. Zhang Yun woke up early. After washing up, he bade farewell to his family and left the house with the ogre. After a period of time, he arrived at the gate of the Zhang clan's courtyard. So many people. When he arrived near the Zhang clan's courtyard, Zhang Yun saw that there were many people gathered at the gate of the square. They were arranged according to their respective teams. In front of the line, there were signs with the destination written on them. Zhang Yun soon saw the sign that indicated the Blood Sea stronghold. He also saw 3 people of the same age who were waiting in line. Zhang Yun immediately walked over and lined up. He stood behind the 3 people and began to wait. After Zhang Yun arrived here, Leader Niu, who was at the front, quickly locked onto Zhang Yun. After carefully sizing him up, he muttered to himself. Strange, I don't think there's anything special about him. Why did Supervisor Zhang look for me last night and ask me to take care of Zhang Yun and his summoned beast? He even gave me a gift. How strange! Leader Niu could not figure it out. Logically speaking, Zhang Yun was a member of the Zhang clan while Supervisor Zhang was from the Alchemy Guild. The matter of taking care of Zhang Yun should be taken care of by a member of the Zhang clan. Supervisor Zhang, an outsider, should not be here to help. However, Supervisor Zhang actually said that Zhang Yun was his good friend and gave him a heavy gift. This made Leader Niu unable to understand. Supervisor Zhang's backer is the Alchemy Guild. In the future, I will definitely need Supervisor Zhang's help. Since Zhang Yun is Supervisor Zhang's good friend, I will naturally take good care of him. Leader Niu muttered to himself. He waved at the person in the distance and said something, then that person left. Not long after, a spiritual power carriage stopped not far away and waited quietly. Time passed. Soon, a part of the team gathered and strode toward their destination. In less than 10 minutes, only Zhang Yun's team did not set off. The others left and walked toward the garrison. Why isn't Zhang Zhan here yet? It's already past the time. Zhang Yun frowned. Zhang Yun, keep your voice down. Zhang Zhan's status is even higher now. Yesterday, I saw 6th Grandpa bring Zhang Zhan to the clan leader's place. When he left, Zhang Zhan took a token, which is the elite clan member token. A little fatty in front hurriedly said. Elite clan member token? Zhang Zhan actually obtained this token. Zhang Yun said in surprise. That's right. Having a token means that he is valued by the clan. In the future, Zhang Zhan will obtain a large number of resources. When that time comes, his strength will increase rapidly, and his status will also become higher and higher. His future will be bright, a little fatty said enviously. He's really amazing. It seems that I have to work harder in cultivation, Zhang Yun said enviously. The other two clansmen were also very envious. They felt that Zhang Zhan would definitely rise to great heights in the future, so they were prepared to build a good relationship with Zhang Zhan. They were even prepared to become Zhang Zhan's underlings. At this moment, Zhang Zhan walked over from afar with the draconic might beast, full of confidence. The elite clan member token hung on his waist. Brother Zhang Zhan is here. I'll give my seat to you. When little fatty saw Zhang Zhan, he immediately spoke in a flattering manner. He even gave the first place in line to Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan nodded. His tone was calm, but the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. Brother Zhang Zhan, why are you going to the Blood Sea stronghold? It's not a good place. Yet, Brother Zhang Zhan's future is bright. He shouldn't go to such a dangerous place like the Blood Sea stronghold. The other two clansmen also tried to curry favor with him. They were extremely flattering to Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan heard their words and felt even more proud. He could not help but say, although the Blood Sea stronghold is dangerous, it's also a good place to train. As an elite clansman, I'm naturally not afraid of challenges. The small Blood Sea stronghold isn't difficult for me. Brother Zhang Zhan is amazing. As expected of an elite clansman. His thoughts are different from ours, the little fatty continued to flatter. It's indeed different. Brother Zhang Zhan's future goal is bronze rank or even silver rank. This is a true powerhouse, different from us. Yes, yes. The three members of the Zhang clan surrounded Zhang Zhan and tried to flatter him. They wanted to build a good relationship with Zhang Zhan and even work for him, becoming his subordinates. Their methods were understandable. Many experts needed some subordinates to work for them. The key point was that these subordinates lived quite well and earned quite a bit of money. However, Zhang Yun did not really like this kind of flattery. Even if he could get some benefits, Zhang Yun did not go up to curry favor with Zhang Zhan. He only watched from the side. As for his way of doing things, the others did not say anything. Even Zhang Zhan did not say anything. This was because Zhang Zhan knew that he would definitely become the strongest in the future. He was not on the same path as Zhang Yun, just like the difference between an ant and a giant dragon. Zhang Zhan even felt that Zhang Yun was not qualified to be his lackey, even though he was going to the Blood Sea stronghold this time to get rid of the psychological trauma of the draconic might beast. However, Zhang Zhan still saw Zhang Yun as a stepping stone on the road to becoming a powerful person. This also caused Zhang Zhan to calmly glance at Zhang Yun and not care about him anymore. He just casually talked to a few lackeys. All right, we should set off. Leader Niu opened his mouth and walked toward the horse carriage not far away. Everyone looked at Leader Niu who was leading the way in front and then looked at the spiritual power carriage. Suddenly, they were pleasantly surprised. This was because all the large teams that left the Zhang clan to head to the stronghold were all on foot. Very few of them took a carriage. However, there was actually a carriage waiting in front. This made everyone involuntarily look at Zhang Zhan. It's actually a spiritual power carriage. Our clan has a rule that all disciples must walk out of the city. Although it's to train the disciples, it's also to save money. However, some people who were especially important would also take a special spiritual power carriage. This was a symbol of being valued. Now that a carriage has appeared here, could it be prepared for Brother Zhang Zhan? The little fatty said in surprise. It's possible. We are all descendants of the clan that have been abandoned. Only Brother Zhang Zhan has a high status and is qualified to take the spiritual power carriage. Yet. It's good to follow Brother Zhang Zhan. We can also take the spiritual power carriage. The three juniors discussed animatedly. Although it was a spiritual power carriage, it also showed an attitude and power. It proved that Zhang Zhan was valued by the clan. Therefore, everyone looked at Zhang Zhan with surprise and envy. Chapter 119, Blood Sea Stronghold. Zhang Zhan, who was in the center of everyone's attention, was also a little surprised. He had not expected that there would be a spiritual power carriage. The main point was that this carriage had been reinforced, and it was surrounded by protective steel plates. These steel plates were materials used to make spiritual power armor, so it could be considered a pretty good carriage. However, this carriage was right in front of him. It was obvious that it was prepared for him, which made Zhang Zhan pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect the clan to treat me so well. They even prepared a carriage. That's great. Zhang Zhan was proud of himself. He led everyone to the side of the carriage and prepared to board it. Don't block the way to the carriage. This isn't prepared for you. Go to the side. Leader Niu looked at Little Fatty and the others unhappily. Yes. Yes. The Little Fatty and the others quickly moved aside, but their eyes were on Zhang Zhan. It was because Zhang Zhan did not get on the carriage, this meant that it was prepared for Zhang Zhan alone. Zhang Zhan, please, please, the Little Fatty said in a fawning manner. Okay. Zhang Zhan raised his head, raised his feet, and prepared to get on the carriage. Stop, didn't I say it? This carriage is not prepared for you. Move aside. Leader Niu looked at Zhang Zhan angrily. This driving made Zhang Zhan slightly stunned, and his expression instantly turned ugly. He felt very embarrassed. However, Leader Niu was a senior, so Zhang Zhan could not say anything. He could only move aside with a dark face. At this moment, no one was blocking the way to the carriage. However, everyone became curious. They were curious about who the spiritual power carriage was for. While everyone was curious, Leader Niu, who had just lost his temper, turned his head and looked at Zhang Yun and the two-headed ogre with a gentle attitude. Zhang Yun, quickly get into the carriage. This is the carriage prepared for you. Also, get your summoned beast into the carriage, Leader Niu said amiably. What? Prepared for Zhang Yun? And his summoned beast? Did I hear wrong? The Little Fatty was stunned and looked at Leader Niu in a daze. The other two juniors beside him were also dumbfounded. They looked at Leader Niu in a daze, wondering if they had heard wrong. Leader Niu, did you just say that the carriage was prepared for Zhang Yun? Why? I'm clearly the elite clan member, and even I can't get on the carriage, so why can Zhang Yun? Moreover, that summoned beast can also get on the carriage. Isn't this too unfair? Zhang Zhan said with a dark face. Fair? Someone paid for Zhang Yun's carriage. It's not the family's carriage. Why are you talking about fairness? Leader Niu retorted. Ah? Did someone hire a carriage for Zhang Yun? So that's how it is. The Little Fatty suddenly realized. If that's the case, then it doesn't have anything to do with fairness. The other two juniors nodded. That's why I said, don't think you're so great just because you have the elite clan member token. I also have the elite clan member token, but I still walk on foot. You're just taking out a lousy token to show off. What's the point of acting like a big shot? Leader Niu looked at Zhang Zhan with disdain. He was very dissatisfied with Zhang Zhan hanging the token on his waist. Zhang Zhan was extremely angry, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only keep his face dark and not speak. He felt extremely humiliated. Leader Niu saw that Zhang Zhan did not speak, so he snorted coldly. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yun and then changed his attitude. Zhang Yun, quickly get on the carriage. This carriage is big enough for you and the ogre. Okay. Okay, thank you. May I ask who prepared the carriage for me? Zhang Yun could not help but ask. It's Supervisor Zhang from the Holy War Shop. He said that he's a good friend of yours and spent money to prepare it for you, Leader Niu explained. So it's Supervisor Zhang. He's such a good person. Zhang Yun was very surprised. He did not expect Supervisor Zhang to be so good to him and even hired a carriage for him. This made Zhang Yun very grateful. All right, quickly get in the carriage. There's not much time left. Let's hurry up and set off. Following Leader Niu's urging words, Zhang Yun and Li Xian got into the carriage and began to go out of the city. Zhang Zhan and the other 3 clansmen looked at the carriage in front of them with envy. Someone said sourly. Isn't it just a spiritual power carriage? What's so great about it? They won't even let us sit in it. There are many dark creatures outside the city. They might attack the carriage first. It shouldn't be. It seems that we will be more easily attacked if we're outside the carriage, the little fatty reminded. You can speak less. Okay, okay, okay. The team set off toward the Blood Sea stronghold. However, Zhang Zhan was in a very bad mood and his face was very gloomy. I remember that Supervisor Zhang is backed by the Alchemy Guild. Why is he so good to Zhang Yun? Let's investigate it later and see what's going on. Zhang Zhan muttered to himself. He was very concerned about Supervisor Zhang's matter and was ready to investigate it. In such a mood, everyone came to the outside of the Holy War City and saw a boundless black grassland. Yes, it was a black grassland. This world had been under the attack of the Dark Army for many years. The entire West had fallen and become the base of the Dark Army. Moreover, they had attacked all the way to Holy War City. Fortunately, there were many spiritual warriors from the ancient eastern country and a huge clan like the Zhang clan. After experiencing a fierce battle, they had finally stopped the Dark Army and blocked them in the Valley of Death. However, the Dark Army was too powerful. Many experts of the human race had died in this battle. Even the strongest human expert had died, dying together with the strongest experts of the Dark Army. The place where they died had formed a strange blood pool, a strange place that could constantly produce blood beasts. These blood beasts were very cruel. They attacked all targets, whether it was the human race or the Dark Army. Fortunately, the highest rank for blood beasts was the silver rank, which was why they did not cause much danger. However, the blood beasts were condensed from fresh blood. They had no weaknesses. Even if their bodies exploded, they could quickly fuse together. If they returned to the blood pool, they could quickly recover from all their injuries. Such troublesome blood beasts forced the humans to set up a base to resist the blood beasts. They even thought of ways to drive the blood beasts to the Dark Army. Of course, the Dark Army also set up a base on the other side to kill the blood beasts and drive the blood beasts to the humans. In short, the blood beasts became a worry that both the human race and the Dark Army had to pay attention to. These plants have all turned black, and a lot of food has been contaminated. We feel uncomfortable walking here. Yes, these plants will also pollute us. We must use spiritual power to block them, or it will be very troublesome. Damn Dark Army, damn dark creatures. How can we completely stop them? Zhang Zhan, the little fatty, and the others said in hateful voices. They were very worried about the pollution here and the Dark Army, afraid that they would come back again. In such a heavy mood, the group continued to move forward. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination, the stronghold of the Blood Sea. At this moment, Zhang Zhan and the others were already panting from exhaustion. The main reason was that the pollution here was too severe. They had to rely on their spiritual power to resist the polluted plants under their feet and prevent them from being polluted. At the same time, they had to be vigilant in their surroundings. They had to kill the wild beasts that came out and clear the polluted plants. This also caused them to be mentally and physically exhausted. When they finally saw a small city with the words Blood Sea Stronghold written not far away, they finally smiled. However, when they saw Zhang Yun get down from the carriage, Zhang Zhan and the others did not look good. It was because Zhang Yun did not need to do anything in the carriage. He just needed to close his eyes and sleep. However, they had to work hard to resist the polluted plants and remove the polluted beasts that came out. This kind of contrast made Zhang Zhan and the others very jealous and dissatisfied. Fortunately, they arrived near the small city and saw the people who came to welcome them. Zhang Zhan, isn't that your sister Zhang Xiaoyu? She actually came to pick you up. I heard that your sister is the vice captain of the elite team. She's very strong, the little fatty said in surprise. Well, she's very hard-working. She was valued the moment she came here. Later, she became the vice captain of the elite team. Her future is bright, Zhang Zhan said with a smile. That's great. It would be great if I had such an excellent sister. Who is the bald man standing in front of your sister? I see that your sister is very respectful to him. I'm not sure. It's probably my sister's captain or something. Strange. Why did such a person come out to welcome us? Zhang Zhan was puzzled. It must be to welcome you. Your sister is so excellent. The captain must appreciate her. Moreover, you are also a genius. When the captain hears about it, he would definitely come out to take a look and welcome you at the same time. I also think it's to welcome you. We are all abandoned clansmen. Other than you, no one else has the right to let your sister's captain welcome us. Chapter 120, The Bald Captain. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A few clansmen gathered together and spoke as they looked at Zhang Zhan's sister, Zhang Xiaoyu, from afar. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhan were the descendants of the sixth elder's most beloved wife. Not only was this wife beautiful, but she also died in order to save the sixth elder. As a result, the sixth elder favored Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhan and took very good care of them. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhan were also very capable. They had extraordinary talent and were highly valued. The two siblings were very close to each other and were very estranged from other siblings. Take Zhang Yun for example. He was not close to Zhang Zhan and his sister. It was said that their family members had internal conflicts back then, so they were not close to each other. They had gone too far, and their gazes returned to Zhang Xiaoyu's side. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu looked helplessly at her captain and said gloomily, "Captain Baldi, let's go back. There's no need to wait for my brother here. That won't do. That's your brother. You have to take care of him no matter what. Besides, he will find out about us sooner or later." Captain Baldi smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaoyu with admiration. Sigh. Zhang Xiaoyu sighed. She did not want to let her family know about this so early. She wished to tell her family after Captain Baldi reached the silver rank. That would be more intimidating. However, it was okay to say it at the moment. It was just that she was under more pressure, so she said it again. You better think it through. When the time comes, you can only marry into my family. After all, my family is a summoner clan. It's okay, it's okay. I don't have any attachments. I don't mind marrying into your family. As long as I have you, I'm willing to go anywhere, Captain Baldi said seriously. Okay, then I'll meet my brother. Oh right, although Zhang Yun is also my brother, he's the 13th madam's child, Zhang Xiaoyu said after thinking for a while. All right, I know what to do. I will definitely only treat younger brother Zhang Zhan the best, Captain Baldi promised. That's good. They are here. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Zhan and the others in the distance. She hurriedly waved her little hand to signal to Zhang Zhan. Younger brother, come over quickly. Sister. Zhang Zhan led everyone over with quick steps and greeted them warmly. Both parties introduced each other, and Captain Baldi was even more enthusiastic. He asked everyone to address him as Captain Baldi, and he treated Zhang Zhan extremely well. The little fatty and the others looked at the enthusiastic Captain Baldi. Then, they looked at Zhang Xiaoyu and the bald captain's intimate appearance and vaguely understood something. When they confirmed that Captain Baldi was only 22 years old and had already reached the mid-level bronze rank, the clansmen immediately looked at Zhang Zhan with envy. It was because he reached the mid-level bronze rank at this age, there was a high chance that he would reach silver rank in the future and become a big shot. Although he was at a spiritual warrior's silver rank and not a summoner's silver rank, he still made people fear and respect him. Such a person could very likely become Zhang Zhan's brother-in-law in the future. Therefore, the clansmen looked at Zhang Zhan with a different gaze, and they became more respectful and fond toward him. When they arrived at the small city of the Blood Sea stronghold, they belonged to the Bald Squad directly. Come, come, come. This is your dormitory. It's 2 people per room. From now on, you will live here. Captain Baldi led everyone to the military camp and began to arrange for everyone. This city was very small, and the dormitory was very narrow, making it crowded for 2 people and their summoned beasts to live in such a narrow dormitory. Therefore, Zhang Zhan could not accept it and said, "The dormitory is so small. Do we really need to have 2 people in a room? They will have 2 people to live in one room. You must have your own room." "Don't worry, I'm here," Captain Baldi said with a smile. "Thank you, Captain Baldi. Sorry for the trouble." Zhang Zhan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately felt happy in his heart. The room was still small even if he stayed there alone, but it was still better than 2 people living in one room. Moreover, Zhang Zhan was very happy with the difference in treatment. When the little fatty and the others heard this, they looked at Zhang Zhan with envy. They felt that it was good to have a relationship, as they took care of each other in every way. "Can I also have a room for myself? My 2-headed ogre is huge. I really can't share a room with others," Zhang Yun walked out and said. "There are no more dormitories. Besides, this is a military camp, not a home. The military camp has its rules. You must listen to orders, understand?" Captain Baldi said seriously. "Okay." Zhang Yun felt very sullen after being reprimanded, but he could not say anything. He could only think about what to do. "Okay, you guys rest today. Tomorrow, you will follow your teams and carry out basic missions. There is a mission hall and a detailed explanation of the battle merits exchange. I will arrange it then." After Captain Baldi finished speaking, he patted Zhang Zhan's shoulder, turned around, and left in big strides. Once Captain Baldi left, everyone gathered around Zhang Zhan and flattered him. "Brother Zhang Zhan, I really envy you. You actually have your own dormitory. How nice. Yeah, I think Captain Baldi seems to be interested in your sister. If your sister agrees, maybe Captain Baldi will marry into your family and become your brother-in-law." Captain Baldi is at the mid-level bronze rank. At such a young age, his potential is extraordinary. He might even break through to silver rank in the future. If he really breaks through to silver rank, that would be amazing. A few clansmen surrounded Zhang Zhan and discussed animatedly. They looked at him enviously, and their attitudes became even more obsequious. When Zhang Zhan heard these words, he could not help but smile. In the 6th elder's lineage, only the 6th elder himself was silver rank, and Zhang Zhan's parents' strengths were good enough. This also caused this lineage to be somewhat lacking in strength. If there was an additional silver rank in the family, that would be amazing. Therefore, Zhang Zhan was very happy and felt even more proud. Especially when he looked at the dormitory in front of him, Zhang Zhan was even happier. It's good to have connections. Zhang Zhan was very pleased with himself. He looked at Zhang Yun and the 2-headed ogre with a condescending gaze. It was as if Zhang Zhan felt that he was different and was standing in a higher position. At this moment, Captain Baldi, who had just left, hurriedly ran back, carrying 2 blankets from afar. "Zhang Zhan, look, Captain Baldi seems like he's going to give you 2 new blankets. How nice, ours are old and worn out blankets." The little fatty took out a moldy blanket from the dormitory and looked at Zhang Zhan with some helplessness and envy. "Haha, Captain Baldi is too good to me." Zhang Zhan finally could not hold back his laughter and felt happy from the bottom of his heart. With this kind of mood, Zhang Zhan took a step forward and said to Captain Baldi, who ran over. Captain Baldi, are you giving me the blankets? Actually, one is enough. There is no need for two. No, it's not for you. Captain Baldi immediately shook his head and looked at Zhang Yun, who was not far away, with a solemn expression. Ah! It's not for me. Zhang Zhan was stunned and the smile on his face froze. Yes, it's not for you. Get out of the way. I have something important to do. Captain Baldi's expression was very serious. He quickly walked in front of Zhang Yun and handed him 2 blankets. Zhang Yun, this is the blanket that the logistics officer gave you. One is for you and the other is for your summoned beast. Right, there is a small bag of beef jerky in the blanket. It is said that ogres like meat the most. This beef jerky is a snack for your summoned beast. Chapter 121, War Merit Exchange. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ah! For me and my summoned beast? The logistics officer. Zhang Yun was dumbfounded when he heard this. He did not understand why, and he did not know who the logistics officer was. Don't you know the logistics officer? He is a silver rank, from the Alchemy Guild. He is a very powerful figure in the army, Captain Baldi said solemnly. I don't know him. This is the first time I've heard of the logistics officer. Zhang Yun was at a loss. He could not figure out what was going on. He felt that this logistics officer was too considerate. He even prepared beef jerky for the ogre. It was as if he was taking care of the ogre. Strange, really strange. Captain Baldi found it strange, but Zhang Yun did not seem to be lying. Not long after he left, he met the logistics officer. That officer repeatedly reminded him to take good care of Zhang Yun and the ogre. He did not allow any mistakes. This kind of advice was very strange, and Captain Baldi could not figure it out. He treated the ogre very well, which was even more strange. Captain Baldi felt that there was something going on because of this, and it might involve the ogre. Captain Baldi, can you really not give me an independent dormitory? My ogre doesn't like to be squeezed together with others, Zhang Yun said nervously again. This can be done. You can have your own dormitory. Captain Baldi thought of the logistics officer's advice and immediately changed his words. But, didn't you just say that there are no extra rooms? Zhang Yun said hesitantly. It's fine. You can stay in Zhang Zhan's dormitory and let him squeeze with others first. Captain Baldi took away Zhang Zhan's dormitory. Captain Baldi, Zhang Zhan was unhappy. How could he fit 2 people in such a small room? His draconic might beast was 3 meters tall, half a meter taller than the ogre. Zhang Zhan, we'll talk later. I'll make arrangements for Zhang Yun first. Captain Baldi immediately motioned and carefully arranged for Zhang Yun. Then, he left with Zhang Zhan. When they arrived at an empty place, Captain Baldi told Zhang Zhan about the logistics officer and then asked. Zhang Zhan, does your younger brother Zhang Yun have a special identity? No, he's very ordinary. He's been very ordinary all these years. There's nothing special about him. Zhang Zhan was also puzzled. Oh? Then has anything unreasonable happened recently? When did it start? Captain Baldi continued to ask. Yes, there is one thing that is very unreasonable. Supervisor Zhang of the Holy War Shop actually hired a spiritual power carriage for Zhang Yun. That carriage is not cheap, Zhang Zhan continued to explain. Oh? There is such a thing. Captain Baldi was surprised. Yes, I am also very puzzled. I don't understand why. By the way, on the day when we contracted a summoned beast, my draconic might beast was very afraid of Zhang Yun's ogre. Could it be related to the ogre? Zhang Zhan immediately said. The draconic might beast was afraid of ogre? There's actually such a thing? Something's wrong, something's very wrong. There's something very wrong with this ogre. Captain Baldy's eyes flickered. He thought of the logistics officer's instructions to take care of the ogre. Captain Baldy vaguely discovered something. My grandfather also suspected that ogre was extraordinary. He even specially appraised the ogre. In the end, he discovered that it was just an ordinary ogre. Later on, he blamed the cowardice of the draconic might beast on psychological trauma. Zhang Zhan continued to explain. It's possible. If it was in the past, I might have thought so too. However, since the logistics officer is involved, this ogre is definitely not simple. Captain Baldy knew very well how shrewd and extraordinary the logistics officer was. If even such a person was involved, it meant that there was something going on. It seems that we have to investigate it properly. I originally thought that you guys would lead the team to do the low-level missions alone, but now it seems that it's not suitable. You guys should do the missions under my eyes so that we can observe better, Captain Baldy muttered and prepared to secretly test the ogre. Zhang Zhan, you should go back and observe Zhang Yun more. I'll bring the two of you to participate in the mid-level missions tomorrow. Captain Baldy said. Okay, then I'll go back first. Okay, go ahead. After Zhang Zhan left, Captain Baldy left with deep doubts, thinking about what secrets were hidden in this. On the other side, in the dormitory, Li Xian occupied the bed alone, leaning back and taking out a book to read. Beside him, Zhang Yun could only mope on the floor. He had no choice, he could not afford to offend Li Xian. Battle Merit Exchange System? Not bad, not bad. Li Xian looked at the book in his hand, and joy emerged in his heart. This book was a detailed explanation of the Battle Merit Exchange System. It described in detail the things that could be exchanged with battle merits. Among them, there was one thing that attracted Li Xian's attention, and that was the essence. Yes, the essence appeared in the exchange catalog. As long as one had battle merits, one could exchange for the essence. This is truly a pleasant surprise. If I can really obtain it, then... Li Xian continued flipping through the book, intending to use battle merits to exchange for the essence of battle to raise his strength. Ah! There are actually soul crystals here? Good, good, good. Even though the quantity is limited and the price is extremely high, it's still an absolute good. I can't miss it. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He was even more eager to obtain battle merits, and he was looking forward to obtaining a large number of battle merits in the future. With such expectations, Li Xian closed his eyes and began to rest. However, a loud snore came from the head beside him. It was so annoying that Li Xian could not sleep. Li Xian, who was in a bad mood, slapped him. The world immediately became quiet, and only then did Li Xian continue to sleep. It really hurts. Demon 2 rubbed his head aggrievedly. He was very depressed, but he did not dare to throw a tantrum. He could only look at Li Xian aggrievedly before closing his eyes again. The next morning, the sun shone on the earth, bringing vitality to all living things. Li Xian got up early and woke Zhang Yun up from his sleep. Then, he brought the dazed Zhang Yun to the mission hall. At this moment, there were many people in the mission hall. Each summoner brought their own summoned beasts to accept the mission. Then, they set off toward the mission location. Li Xian looked at the mission plagues above the mission hall. Looking at the low-level mission rewards, he frowned. Low-level missions only give 100 battle merits? That's too little. This bit of battle merit points will take a long time to exchange for essence and soul crystals. Li Xian frowned. He felt that it was a bit troublesome. The mid-level mission rewards are not low. The lowest is 1000 battle merits. However, why must there be a bronze rank expert? Li Xian's frown deepened. He felt that the quest's requirements were too much. However, he also understood that the bronze rank requirement was to prevent weak people from receiving quests and suffering injuries. Zhang Yun, so this is where you're at. You woke up too early. Captain Baldy was a little speechless. He felt that young people nowadays woke up too early. Captain Baldy, I'm just here to take a look. Zhang Yun immediately explained. In fact, he was forcefully woken up by the ogre and brought here to take a look at the mission situation at the mission hall. It's good that you're here. Follow me. Today, you and Zhang Zhan will follow me to complete a mid-level mission, Captain Baldy said. Mid-level mission? A minimum of 1000 battle merits. Li Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. If the mission's target is exceeded, then there will be even more rewards, Captain Baldy explained. Alright, let's go. Li Xian picked up Zhang Yun and left without any hesitation. This. Captain Baldy looked at the summoned beast carrying the summoner. That feeling was very strange. There was an indescribable sense of dissonance as if such a scene should not appear. Chapter 122, Blood Beast. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just like that, under the strange gaze of Captain Baldy, Li Xian carried Zhang Yun and left. Soon, they arrived at their destination, which was the city gate. At this moment, there were already 3 people at the city gate. One of them was Zhang Zhan, the other one was his sister, Zhang Xiaoyu, and the last was a thin and small youth. This thin and small youth was rather ugly. His eyes were extremely vicious, giving off a feeling that he was not to be trifled with. At this moment, the skinny young man was looking at Zhang Zhan with displeasure. When he saw Zhang Yun, the skinny young man became even more displeased. Another deadbeat. Captain Baldy, are you going to bring 2 deadbeats with you today? The skinny young man said viciously. Lu Bin, you're resting today anyway. Although the level of this mission isn't high and it's only mid-level, isn't 1000 points pretty good? Captain Baldy said with a smile. Humph, if we run into danger, I won't care about these 2 burdens. Lu Bin continued to play with his dagger, clearly very impatient. Don't worry, this time we're going to Blood Sea Area 6. The number of blood beasts is very small, but the invisibility skill is a little troublesome. However, you were the best at it back then. Captain Baldy patted Lu Bin. If it's Area 6, it's not difficult. We just need to be careful of the invisible blood beasts in Area 6. Lu Bin nodded and was no longer so ruthless. Let's go. When the time comes, you only need to be wary of the invisible blood beasts. Leave the rest to me and Nanan. Captain Baldy called for everyone to set off. Okay. Lu Bin nodded. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Yun who was being carried away. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Can't you control your summoned beast?" I'm sorry. My summoned beast is a 2-headed ogre. I can't control it completely for the time being, Zhang Yun said somewhat helplessly. It's a little bad. It's one of the basics for a summoner to control a summoned beast. If you can't even do this, you're really bad. You can't compare to Zhang Zhan over there in this regard. Although that kid is also a burden, he can control the draconic might beast very well, Lu Bin shook his head and said. I'll work hard. Zhang Yun was helpless. He also wanted to control his summoned beast, but for some reason, his summoned beast did not listen to him. Even the bed that he slept on at night was taken. Although he was the master, he could only sleep on the floor. This was very depressing, but he could only be depressed. There was nothing he could do. Alright, they just contracted their summoned beast. There must be a process. Don't worry, the mission is more important. Captain Baldy spoke. He felt that this was not because of Zhang Yun. He felt that it was because of the ogre. Perhaps the ogre was hiding something. That's true. Lu Bin nodded. He had some understanding of the summoner clan. After all, only this clan could have summoned beasts. It was enviable. However, he did not care because spiritual warriors were also very strong. Although the summoner clan was huge, the number one human expert back then was a spiritual warrior. Although he died in battle, the strongest human expert had said that the speed for cultivating spiritual power was faster than a summoner. There was no need to be envious. This was also something that Liu Bin had always firmly believed. He firmly believed that he was stronger than a summoner. With this kind of mood, everyone set off and walked toward Blood Sea Area 6. The entire Blood Sea stronghold was actually divided into 10 areas. The most dangerous area was Area 1, and so on. The weakest area was Area 10. Area 6 was actually a rocky forest area. There were ordinary rank blood beasts, but most of them were invisible blood beasts. These invisible blood beasts liked to be quiet and lived alone, so they would drive and kill other blood beasts. As a result, the number of blood beasts in Area 6 was not that many. The only problem was the invisible blood beasts. After all, invisible blood beasts were very difficult to find. Fortunately, there was a skinny young man, Liu Bin, on the team. His hearing was very strong, so as long as the invisible blood beasts moved, he could easily hear them. This also made Liu Bin very popular. Even Captain Baldy would give him some advantage. Look, that's Area 6. After walking for a while, Captain Baldy pointed at a large stone forest behind the big tree and took out his weapon. Get ready, invisible blood beasts are very dangerous, especially bronze rank ones, which is a disaster for the two of you. Of course, we won't go deep into the stone forest. We only kill the black iron rank blood beasts on the periphery. The purpose is to let you see the danger level of the blood beasts. Yes, Captain Baldy. Zhang Zhan and Zhang Yun nodded at the same time, holding their spiritual power sabers as if they were fighting. Your spiritual power saber is actually a high-level black iron rank saber. The price is not low. Captain Baldy was very surprised when he saw the saber that Zhang Yun pulled out. Normally, newbies used ordinary rank spiritual power sabers. Those who were a little rich like Zhang Zhan had a black iron rank saber, but Zhang Yun actually used a high-level black iron rank saber. This was surprising. His saber is a high-level black iron rank saber? How could it be? Zhang Yun, where did you get so much money? This saber is not cheap. Zhang Zhan was surprised. Someone gave it to me on credit. I have to pay it back later, Zhang Yun hurriedly explained. Give it to you on credit? Who would be so generous as to give you a high-level black iron rank saber on credit? Is that person's brain is damaged? The skinny young man, Liu Bin, spoke. He did not believe that this was on credit. On the other hand, Captain Baldy's eyes flickered. He became more and more suspicious that there was something fishy going on. All right, let's kill the blood beasts first. Look at the kid over there. He looks like a blood beast. Captain Baldy pointed at the blood-colored kid on the strange rock. This child looked very similar to the evil energy doll, but his face was more distorted, his eyes were more brutal, and his skin was blood red. It was as if the evil energy doll and something had fused into a monster. When Li Xian saw this scene, he was also a little surprised. He suspected that these blood beasts were related to the evil energy dolls. You must be careful. These blood beasts are very powerful, and their speed is very fast. It's best to fight with low-level blood beasts first to get used to it. Zhang Zhan, try that low-level black iron rank blood beast first. Your draconic might beast is a mid-level black iron rank. The two of you should be able to deal with it if you work together, Captain Baldy said seriously. Okay, I'll try. Zhang Zhan was a bit nervous, especially when he saw the twisted face of the blood beast. With this kind of emotion, he slowly walked over with the draconic might beast in his battle saber and armor. Kill! Zhang Zhan roared, and the battle saber in his hand suddenly hacked at the blood beast, slashing down at its head with all his strength. Whoosh! The blood beast's body twisted and suddenly appeared behind Zhang Zhan. Its right hand instantly turned into a blood-red spike, and fiercely stabbed toward Zhang Zhan's back from behind. "Be careful!" Zhang Xiao was terrified when she saw this scene. She immediately wanted to go and help but was pulled back by the bald captain. "Don't worry. He has spiritual power armor, and he has the strength of a low-level black iron rank. Together with the mid-level black iron rank draconic might beast, he can completely crush the blood beasts. If he can't even kill a low-level black iron rank beast, then he's really too weak," Captain Baldy said solemnly. Chapter 123, Stomp It to Death. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. But Zhang Xiao was still very worried, afraid that her little brother would be injured. However, at this moment, the draconic might beast suddenly released its dragon's might. The intense pressure caused the blood beast to pause for a moment, and its movements instantly stopped. Taking advantage of this moment, the draconic might beast immediately stood in front of the blood beast and swung its claws at the blood beast. Bang! The ground trembled slightly and dust flew up. Unfortunately, there was no miserable cry. The blood beast's body twisted strangely again, it quickly came to the side of the draconic might beast, and a blood-colored spike stabbed out again. Roar! The draconic might beast roared and waved its claws, wanting to turn around and slap the blood beast to death. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhan suddenly rushed over and crazily attacked the blood beast, causing the draconic might beast's attack to be affected. In the end, the draconic might beast clearly had the ability to kill the blood beast by itself, but with Zhang Zhan's help, it fought for half a day. Finally, the draconic might beast and Zhang Zhan were covered in blood. Only then did they kill the blood beast that had been resurrected several times and take back the blood pearl in the blood beast's body. Huff, huff. Finally! I finally killed it. Zhang Zhan was out of breath and limped back. Although he was injured to a certain extent, he still had a smile on his face because he had successfully killed a blood beast. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Zhan, you performed very well. To be able to perform like this in your first battle is already quite good. Captain Baldy smiled and praised. I still have to thank Captain Baldy for giving me the opportunity to train. When Zhang Zhan heard the praise, he could not help but smile. He felt that his combat experience had improved quite a bit. Little brother, don't talk anymore. I will heal you. Zhang Xiao quickly walked to Zhang Zhan's side and raised her fair little hand. Soon, a summoned beast in the form of a firefly appeared and began to dance around Zhang Zhan. After a round of dancing, Zhang Zhan's injuries had mostly recovered. He also became energetic, and the expression on his face became more and more confident. After this battle, the draconic might beast finally had some understanding with Zhang Zhan. In the future, if they continued to fight for a long time, they would definitely be strong and team up, and their combat strength would increase. The main reason was that although Zhang Zhan was injured, he was not afraid. Instead, he fought bravely. This made the draconic might beast recognize Zhang Zhan. He felt that Zhang Zhan would be a good partner. When the draconic might beast had someone to rely on, its fear toward the two-headed ogre lessened a little. At this moment, Captain Baldy spoke. He looked at Zhang Yun and said, Zhang Yun, do you want to try it too? There's a low-level black iron rank blood beast over there. It's a good way to train your combat strength. Ah! Zhang Yun was stunned for a moment. He instinctively looked at the two-headed ogre. Kill, kill, kill. I'll go with you. Demon 2 waved his left hand and shouted loudly. He was so excited that he wanted to fight. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Demon 2's head was slightly shaken by a slap, making a dull sound. Demon 2, who was in a daze, turned his head and looked at the right side of his head. He said nervously, Big brother, can't I go? Let him go alone. If he dies, he doesn't have the right to be our master, Li Xian said calmly. Ah! But Zhang Yun is only a high-level ordinary rank, and that blood beast is a low-level black iron rank. The difference is huge, Demon 2 could not help but say. He has spiritual power armor and spiritual power saber. Even if he can't kill the blood beast, he can retreat in one piece. Li Xian continued to speak calmly, with no intention of helping. This Demon 2 did not dare to disobey his big brother's words, so he could only say, Zhang Yun, you can do it yourself. Don't let big brother down. Okay. Okay. Zhang Yun swallowed his saliva and looked at the distant low-level black iron rank blood beast. Zhang Yun was still very afraid of facing an enemy that was one level higher than him, and a cruel one at that. However, he wanted to gain the approval of the summoned beast. If even the summoned beast could not approve of him, then what right did he have to control the summoned beast? Therefore, Zhang Yun took a deep breath and resolutely walked toward the black iron blood beast with his battle saber in hand. Under the surprised gazes of Captain Baldy and the others, he walked over. I don't think that's a good idea. Zhang Xiaohu frowned. Although this brother of hers was very distant, he was still a member of the Zhang clan. Zhang Xiaohu still did not want to see Zhang Yun die. Let's wait and see. Captain Baldy's eyes flickered. He really wanted to see what tricks the ogre was going to play. However, at this moment, Zhang Zhan dashed out and stopped him loudly. You can't go. That blood beast is very terrifying. Didn't you see how dangerous our battle was just now? Even if your summoned beast wants you to go, you can't go. Going is simply courting death. You should go with your summoned beast. Of course, it would be very dangerous for the two of you to go together. Don't forget, I just went through a battle. Zhang Zhan said loudly and directly blocked in front of Zhang Yun. He glared at the ogre. Ignorant, it's just a small blood beast. Li Xian shook his head and slowly walked toward the black iron blood beast. I'll go with you, Zhang Yun said. No need. Li Xian coldly refused. He directly stopped in front of a low-level black iron rank blood beast and raised his fist. Whoosh! The body of the blood beast twisted weirdly and suddenly appeared behind Li Xian. His hands turned into sharp spears and fiercely stabbed toward Li Xian's heart. Bang! A dull sound rang out. A huge foot suddenly fell down and fiercely stepped on the body of the blood beast, directly crushing it into pieces, as if stepping on a watermelon. At this moment, fresh blood sprayed out and scattered on the ground, dyeing the black grass red. The only thing left in the scene was the blood that was slowly squirming. Slowly, it fused together and gradually formed a new blood beast. However, its strength had been reduced to a high-level ordinary rank blood beast. Kill it. Li Xian looked at Zhang Yun and left behind a few words. Then, he turned around and returned to his original spot. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, completely falling into silence. Yes. Yes. Zhang Yun swallowed his saliva. Looking at the blood beast that was a size smaller, he immediately brandished his battle saber and charged over, starting a life and death battle with the blood beast. The rest of the people present looked at this scene in a daze. When they saw Li Xian closing his eyes and pretending to be asleep, their minds were all in a daze. Zhang Zhan was especially dumbfounded. He had spent a lot of effort and with the help of the draconic might beast, but he was barely able to kill the blood beast. However, who would have thought that such a powerful black iron blood beast would actually be trampled to death by the ogre? Zhang Zhan was unable to accept such a scene. It felt like a dream. His draconic might beast looked at the ogre in fear. The fear that he had just felt suddenly increased by several times. Even though he was standing there, the draconic might beast did not dare to get too close to the ogre. So powerful! He actually trampled the blood beast to death. What's going on? They were clearly of the same level. How could the ogre have trampled the blood beast to death? The skinny young man, Lu Bin, could not believe it. It's indeed very strong. Before the blood beast was resurrected, it was the strongest. The more it resurrected, the weaker it became. However, the ogre killed it with 1 foot. This is too strong. How did it do it? Zhang Xiao was also very surprised. Her big eyes flickered as she looked at Li Xian. This ogre is very extraordinary. It might have the strength of a high-level black iron rank, Captain Baldy said seriously. High level? Could it be that it's hiding its strength? That's not right. It's very difficult for an ogre to increase its strength. This is publicly acknowledged. Strange. The skinny young man, Lu Bin, was puzzled. Maybe it's a special type of summoning beast. Let's wait and see. I don't know if it has other abilities. I feel that it definitely has more. Captain Baldy said seriously. If it was just the strength of a high-level black iron rank, it would not be enough to alarm a silver rank big shot like the logistics officer. Therefore, Captain Baldy guessed that the ogre must be hiding something deeper. What? Does the ogre have hidden abilities? Are you sure? The thin and small youth Lu Bin was surprised. The ogre's showing the strength of a high-level black iron rank was already quite surprising. However, Captain Baldy actually said that there was more. This was surprising. Yes, I can guarantee it, Captain Baldy said confidently. Why? The skinny youth, Lu Bin, asked curiously. This. Captain Baldy hesitated for 2 seconds, then said seriously, all right, you're not an outsider, so I'll tell you. Thank you, Captain. The skinny youth, Lu Bin, was very grateful. He had a stronger sense of recognition with this team. Chapter 124, Earning Battle Merits. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You're welcome. Actually, I don't know much either, but there is a piece of news that indicates that the two-headed ogre is not simple, Captain Baldy said seriously. What news? Lu Bin asked hurriedly. The news came from the logistics officer. That officer came to me earlier and gave me 2 blankets and some jerky. He asked me to give these things to Zhang Yun and his summoned beast. He emphasized that ogres like to eat meat and jerky was for two-headed ogre. As a powerful silver rank, that officer shouldn't have known Zhang Yun. However, he actually made such a move. This can only mean that there's a secret. Captain Baldy explained the general situation seriously. Now that you mention it, there might really be a secret. After all, he's a silver rank expert. It's really strange that he would come down personally and even give something away. Lu Bin was puzzled. He also felt that there was something fishy going on. He was looking forward to the ogre's hidden skills more and more. Let's wait and see. Next, let's see what the ogre is hiding. Captain Baldy's eyes lit up. Yeah, let's wait and see. The two of them looked at the battle expectantly. They were very curious about the upcoming battle. Even Zhang Xiao and Zhang Zhan, who were beside them, were attracted by the battle. They were also curious. However, no matter how they looked at it, they could not tell what was different about the ogre. Even the spiritual power fluctuations were low-level black iron rank. They were puzzled and could not figure out why. While they were confused, Zhang Yun finally killed the blood beast more than 10 times and finally got a mysterious blood pearl after a hard battle. I succeeded. I killed the blood beast. Zhang Yun ran back breathlessly and looked at Li Xian happily with the blood pearl in his hand. Well, this looks a little better now. Li Xian replied indifferently. He took the blood pearl and looked at it. He found that it was something like a crystal core. It could increase spiritual power, but it needed a special treatment method and could not be directly absorbed. This blood pearl is worth 100 battle merits. As long as you take it back, you can exchange it, Captain Baldy walked over and explained. Oh? It's actually worth 100 battle merits. Li Xian's eyes lit up. He was eager to try and kill more blood beasts to earn battle merits. Cough, cough. Captain Baldi saw that Li Xian was eager to try and immediately reminded him. Invisible blood beasts are very troublesome. If they don't move, no one can discover them. Even if they move, only people with extremely sharp five senses can discover them. After Captain Baldi finished speaking, he looked at the thin and small youth, Lu Bin, and continued to explain. This is my teammate Lu Bin. His five senses are very sharp. He has discovered many invisible blood beasts. He's nicknamed Perceptor. Perceptor? He is the famous Perceptor. Zhang Zhan and Zhang Yun said in unison, looking at Lu Bin in surprise. You know me? Lu Bin raised his eyebrows, feeling pleasantly surprised. Yes, you are one of the three great perceptive martial artists in the Blood Sea stronghold. Your fame has long spread to Holy War City, Zhang Zhan and Zhang Yun immediately said. I didn't expect my fame to be so great. However, I still have to be careful. Invisible blood beasts are different from normal blood beasts. Their concealment ability is very strong. No one would be able to discover the invisible blood beasts if they were motionless. Even silver rank blood beasts would not be able to discover the invisible blood beasts. Only when they were moving would they be able to discover the invisible blood beasts. Only then would they be able to ensure their safety. Therefore, everyone must be extremely careful and be extremely vigilant in their surroundings to prevent the invisible blood beasts from suddenly attacking, Lu Bin exhorted. I see. I've learned my lesson. We will definitely be vigilant in our surroundings, Zhang Yun said hurriedly. Then, are there invisible blood beasts around us now? Zhang Zhan looked around vigilantly. Don't worry. This is the outer area of Area 6. There won't be any invisible blood beasts here. Moreover, I've checked just now and did not find any traces of invisible blood beast, so there won't be any, Lu Bin said confidently. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Li Xian's right fist fiercely hit the rock next to him, making a muffled sound. With this sound, Li Xian grabbed a blood beast's neck with his right hand and slowly lifted it up. Then, he twisted his neck and looked at the crowd. How many battle merits is a high-level black iron rank invisible blood beast worth? Lu Bin looked at the struggling invisible blood beast and felt its high-level black iron rank aura. He could not help but swallow his saliva. He felt scared. Earlier, he had said that there were no blood beasts here and that it was very safe. Later, the ogre had attacked an invisible blood beast. The ogre even asked how many battle merits was it. Such a scene made Lu Bin's head spin. He felt a burning sensation on his face. The key point was that he was a perceptor and one of the three great perceptors. His reputation was well known. However, the invisible blood beast that he had not discovered was actually discovered by Li Xian. Such a result made Lu Bin doubt his life. You? How did you discover it? Lu Bin swallowed his saliva. He suspected that the ogre was just lucky. How did I discover it? It's standing right here. Can't you see it? Aren't you a perceptor? Li Xian asked in a matter-of-fact tone. What? It's standing right there? Wait, you can see the invisible blood beast directly. Lu Bin was stunned and hurriedly looked at Captain Baldi. Captain Baldi was also shocked. If the ogre could see the invisible blood beast directly, then this Blood Sea stronghold might be directly settled. Therefore, Captain Baldi hurriedly said, Can you really see the blood beast directly? Really? Yes, isn't that just a matter of course? Li Xian said with an angry look. A matter of course? When Captain Baldi and Lu Bin heard this, they were a little stunned. They wondered if they were living in the same world as the ogre. The main thing was that it was so difficult to discover the blood beasts, yet it was so easily discovered by the ogre. Such a result was truly shocking. However, when they thought about how the ogre could directly see the invisible blood beasts, then if they reported this matter to the higher UPS, the defenders of the Blood Sea stronghold would be able to counterattack the blood beasts. Thus, the bald captain wanted to verify it again and immediately asked, "Excuse me, are there any more blood beasts around here?" "Yes, they are in the grass behind you. Just now, they even made a face at you," Li Xian said calmly. "What?" Captain Baldy's expression changed, and the battle saber in his hand suddenly stabbed backward. Puff! Blood sprayed out, and an invisible blood beast revealed itself. It looked at Captain Baldy in disbelief, as if it did not expect to be discovered. There really is a blood beast. No wonder the logistics officer took care of you so well. So that's how it is." Captain Baldy was completely shocked. He looked at Li Xian in shock, and even ignored the blood beast that was gradually healing. Whoosh! Lu Bin quickly attacked and killed the blood beast. Then, he looked at Li Xian with a shocked look and said with a serious expression, "Can you point out the location of some more invisible blood beasts?" "Of course, but you have to give me 70% of the battle merits," Li Xian said lightly. Chapter 125, Cleared Up. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. "Okay, 70% is fine, 70% is fine," Captain Baldy said loudly. "Okay, there's a blood beast on the red rock over there, one on the left side of the cave, one on the branches of the big tree, and one squatting in the grass over there." Li Xian's right hand kept pointing, telling the location of the blood beasts one by one. His god's perspective could see through illusions, and any invisibility skill could be seen through. Therefore, these blood beasts stood on the spot like idiots. They had no idea that they had been discovered long ago. Puff! 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 A series of battles began. One by one, the blood beasts fell in a pool of blood. After being killed many times, it turned into a blood pearl. Everyone, including Zhang Xiaoyu, set off. They killed the blood beasts in a frenzy and killed them quickly. Their killing speed was very fast. Coupled with the low intelligence of the invisible blood beasts, they thought that they had not been discovered, so they did not resist at first. After being attacked, it was too late for them to resist. In the end, they died while wailing. An hour later, everyone rushed back breathlessly, looking at Li Xian with fanatical eyes. In this 1 hour, they had killed many invisible blood beasts. Although they could only get 30% of the battle merits, the more they killed, the more they earned. In addition, the value of invisible blood beasts was twice that of normal blood beasts. In other words, their earnings were not any worse than before. In fact, they even earned more than before. This made them happy. The main point was that Li Xian's detection skill was too strong. In the future, they could rely on this to continue earning a large sum of money in exchange for the things they wanted. Too strong, really too strong. Should we work together for a long time? We can kill all the invisible blood beasts in Area 6 and earn a large sum of money before reporting this matter. If we report it too early, I'm afraid we won't have many battle merits. Captain Baldy looked at Li Xian fanatically. Yes, yes, yes. When the time comes, although we can kill all the invisible blood beasts, including the invisible blood fiends in Area 1 to 5, the battle merits will be much less. We can kill all the blood beasts in Area 6 first, and then kill the blood beasts in Area 1 to 5 together with the bigwigs of the military camp. Lu Bin also opened his mouth and looked at Li Xian expectantly. Is that so? Li Xian fell into deep thought. If he cooperated with the bigwigs of the military camp and the battle merits would be reduced, then it would indeed be better to make a fortune first and then consider this matter. Therefore, Li Xian thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Sure, but I still want 70% of the battle merits." Of course, even if we only have 30%, as long as we kill enough, we can earn a lot of battle merits. Captain Baldy was pleasantly surprised. Even though he was out of breath, he still wanted to stand up and kill the blood beasts. However, he had to combine work and rest, and he had to maintain the best state to kill the blood beasts. Therefore, he forced himself to rest here and wait for his condition to recover, then he continued to kill the blood beasts. Oh right! The spiritual power armor and the spiritual power saber that Supervisor Zhang gave me on credit, was it because of you that he gave it to me on credit? Zhang Yun opened his mouth. Previously, he was also very puzzled and thought that Supervisor Zhang was a good person. However, it seemed that it was not the case at all. The reason was actually his ogre. Therefore, Zhang Yun was very surprised and could not help but ask. It's because of me, but not the reason for detecting the invisible blood beast, Li Xian replied indifferently and then closed his eyes. Not the reason for detecting the invisible blood beast. When everyone heard these words, they were slightly shocked. Captain Baldi and Zhang Xiao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This meant that there was another reason why the silver rank logistics officer was so good to Li Xian. It meant that the ogre was hiding an even more powerful skill. Could it be that you're hiding another skill? Zhang Zhan could not help but open his mouth and look at Li Xian in shock. Unfortunately, Li Xian ignored him because Li Xian could not be bothered to respond. He directly closed his eyes and took a nap. This attitude made Zhang Zhan feel like he had been mocked. However, he did not dare to be angry. On the contrary, he was more and more looking forward to what skills Li Xian was hiding. The skinny and small youth, Lu Bin, moved closer to Captain Baldi and whispered. Captain, I suggest that we stick to it as soon as possible. I feel that the ogre is too extraordinary. Moreover, the more we understand it, the more it proves that it is extraordinary. Especially the unknown ability that it is hiding. It can even alert a silver rank expert. This is even more shocking. I know. Captain Baldi nodded. Although he really wanted to know what other skills the ogre was hiding, he did not dare to casually ask. It would not be good if he offended the ogre. After all, just the fact that the ogre had discovered the blood beasts was already shocking. If other hidden skills were added to it, it would be even more terrifying. Therefore, although Captain Baldi was curious, he could only suppress it in his heart. He was prepared to observe it in the future and understand it bit by bit. The surrounding people had similar attitudes. Although they were curious, they did not dare to ask. Even Zhang Yun did not look like a master at all. On the contrary, they respected Li Xian even more. After resting for a while, the people began to fight again. According to Li Xian's instructions, they began to hunt blood beasts crazily in Area 6, crazily earning battle merits here. Li Xian was also happy and relaxed. It was really comfortable to have so many people to earn battle merits for him. Li Xian even thought about whether he should find another group of people to earn more battle merits. Mr. Ogre, I have a proposal that I don't know if I should make, Captain Baldi suddenly said. What proposal? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. It's like this. My team has a total of 10 people. Can I also let them participate in the battle tomorrow? Don't worry. For every blood beast killed, I will still give you 70% of the battle merits. What do you think? Captain Baldi suggested nervously. Sure. Li Xian nodded. This suggestion was very suitable. There were a lot of blood beasts hidden in Blood Sea Area 6. More people would mean that Li Xian could earn more. Moreover, Blood Sea Area 1 to 5 also had a lot of blood beasts. If there were only a few people, they would definitely spend a lot of time. It was not worth it. It was better to get more people to earn more battle merits. After killing all the blood beasts here, I will go to Blood Sea Area 5. However, the blood beasts there are stronger. Zhang Yun's strength is too weak. Li Xian thought about whether he should refine some moistening water pills to increase Zhang Yun's and his strength. This world could use battle merits to exchange for rewards. Moreover, this world had a lot of resources, including essences and soul crystals. It was worth staying in this world for a period of time. If he wanted to stay in this world for a period of time, he should increase his strength and obtain more strength. Only in this way could he plunder more resources. I'll give it a try. At most, I'll have to work harder to refine pills. However, the strength of this body has been fixed, so I can't increase it. I wonder if I can take the barrier-breaking pill. Li Xian thought of the half of the ancient book. There were many pills recorded in the ancient book, such as the healing pill and the barrier-breaking pill. This kind of pill could break down barriers and perhaps increase the strength of ogres, so Li Xian was eager to try. I'll start refining tomorrow. Anyway, there are plenty of materials. After Li Xian made the decision, he once again guided the group to hunt blood beasts. In the next few days, he hunted blood beasts while refining pills. 7 days later, all the blood beasts in Area 6 were killed. After completely eliminating the blood beasts here, Li Xian obtained many blood pearls. However, he did not exchange them immediately. Instead, he kept them all. The reason for this was naturally to prevent him from submitting too many battle merits and causing unnecessary trouble. It was the same to exchange them after killing all of the blood beasts in Blood Sea Area 5. After all, the value of blood pearls was very high. There were many places that would buy them, so he was not worried that they would not be able to sell them. After making up his mind, Li Xian announced that he would rest for a day and go to Blood Sea Area 5 the next day. On this day, Li Xian called Zhang Yun over and gave him a pill. At the same time, he entered the dormitory and began to take the barrier-breaking pill. On the other side, not far from Blood Sea Area 6, a team of patrolling soldiers walked towards Blood Sea Area 6. They routinely checked once every 10 days to see the growth of the blood beasts. Hurry up! During the last check, the normal blood beasts all ran to the periphery. This means that the number of invisible blood beasts has increased by a lot, causing the normal blood beasts to not dare to get close to the inside. The increase in blood beasts is not a good thing. Hopefully, the hunting team that accepted the mission could kill the blood beasts and bring the area back to its original state, the great captain said worriedly. Don't worry, great captain. With the hunting team, we will definitely be able to kill the blood beasts back to their original number in Area 6, the vice captain said. That might not be the case. Recently, the blood pool has been unstable. A large number of blood beasts have been added to Area 10. All the hunting teams have gone to Area 10, resulting in only Captain Baldy's team accepting the hunting missions in Area 6. Although his team was not weak, they had brought new members with them. They definitely did not dare to go deep into the hunt. They could only hunt the low-level blood beasts in the outer area. The key is that they did not exchange their blood pearls for battle merits at all. This makes me very worried. I am worried that there are too many blood beasts in Area 6, causing them to be hindered in their hunting, the vice captain said worriedly. That shouldn't be the case. Captain Baldy's strength is very strong, the vice captain said with a frown. He is strong, but the explosion of the Blood Sea has caused the number of blood beasts in the various areas to increase. Although the number of blood beasts in Area 6 is not as great as that in Area 10, these are all invisible blood beasts. You should know how difficult these blood beasts are to deal with. Not to mention us, even silver rank big shots feel that they are very troublesome. The great general even said that he wanted to ask the great marshal to take action and kill these invisible blood beasts. The great captain sighed. Ask the great marshal to take action? It can't be that serious. That person is a gold rank. The vice captain was shocked and said in disbelief. There's no other way. These invisible blood beasts are too difficult to deal with. With just 3 preceptors, it's simply not enough to kill these blood beasts. It could be said that the matter here had become extremely troublesome. Even if gold rank warriors were to come, they could only rely on their area of effect attacks to kill the invisible blood beasts. The great captain sighed once again. This. The vice captain fell silent when he heard this. He felt that the invisible blood beasts were indeed an extremely difficult problem. The entire empire was worried about this problem. Is there no way to completely exterminate them? The vice captain asked unwillingly. No. The military has already experimented many times, but they are still helpless. If they had a way, they wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Sigh. We can only leave it to fate. The vice captain sighed as he said this. He led everyone to continue walking towards Area 6, praying that the number of blood beasts in Area 6 would be a little less. Chapter 126, What's Going On? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Looking at the worried captain, the surrounding teammates felt heavy-hearted. They felt that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. When the Blood Sea stronghold first appeared, there were not so many blood beasts. There were not even invisible blood beasts. However, as time passed, the number of blood beasts gradually increased. Their strength grew stronger and stronger, and the number of blood beasts had expanded to 10 areas. As the number of blood beasts continued to increase, they also caused the area to become more and more dangerous. They attacked many civilians, and the military had no choice but to station troops and gather experts to kill them. After a round of slaughter, the growth rate of the blood beasts slowed down, but it was still in a state of slow growth. Every time the Blood Sea erupted, there would be a large number of blood beasts. Among them, the invisible blood beasts were the most troublesome problem. They occupied areas 1 to 5. If they did not move, no one would be able to find them. This also made them the most difficult blood beasts to kill. If it were not for the fact that these blood beasts were very dependent on the Blood Sea and did not want to go too far away, they might have already killed their way into the human cities. Since the Blood Sea had erupted once again, the number of blood beasts had once again increased. It was like a shadow that shrouded everyone's hearts, making everyone's expressions ugly. With a heavy heart, everyone continued to set off toward Blood Sea Area 6. Not long after, they finally stopped at the outer perimeter of Area 6, which was filled with craggy rocks. Why aren't there any low-level blood beasts at the outer perimeter? Logically, with the increase in invisible blood beasts, low-level blood beasts would be chased to the outer perimeter, but why aren't there any here? The team captain looked at the outer perimeter of Area 6 in shock. He could not believe that there were no blood beasts here. Could it be Captain Baldy and the others killed all the low-level blood beasts? Their team is still very strong, the vice-captain guessed. Yes, it's very likely to be them. I didn't expect them to be not bad. They actually killed all the low-level blood beasts in the periphery. I thought they were obstructed in their hunting. The captain smiled and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Captain, should we go in and take a look? To check out the situation inside, the vice-captain asked. Of course. As one of the 3 great perceptors, my detection ability is not weaker than Lu Bin's, and my strength far surpasses his. There's no need to worry about safety when we go in to investigate. However, you guys don't have to go. I'll go alone. Your strength is too weak. If we're only investigating, you'll only be a hindrance. The captain said seriously and arranged everything. Then, he turned around and rushed to Area 6. The rest of them stood outside vigilantly, ready to help the captain at any time. However, the captain had gone for more than 50 minutes. After such a long time, everyone was getting anxious. Under normal circumstances, half an hour was more than enough to go in and investigate. However, this time, he had gone for more than 50 minutes. This made everyone more and more worried. It's been so long, and the head captain is still not back. Could something have happened? Why don't we go in and take a look? Someone said worriedly. The vice-captain's brows were tightly knitted. He also wanted to go in and take a look. However, these subordinates were a little weak, and there was a high chance that they would be injured if they went in. As the vice-captain, he had the responsibility to protect his teammates. The main point was that the captain had given an order not to allow them to go in. If they forced their way in, it would be disobeying the order and they would be punished. Therefore, the worried vice-captain took a deep breath and said solemnly, "No, we can't go in. We can't disobey the order. But what if something happens to the captain and he needs help? If we don't go, wouldn't we be harming the captain?" someone said again. "That won't do either. This is an army. We have to obey the order. None of you can go," the vice-captain said loudly. "But the safety of the captain." The teammates were still thinking about something, but seeing the vice-captain suddenly arranging his weapons and equipment, everyone was puzzled. "Vice-captain, what are you doing? Although I can't let you in, I can go in. No matter what, he is my captain. How can I watch him get into danger? As for the punishment for disobeying orders, I can bear it myself." The vice-captain smiled and strode into the inner area of Area 6 with his saber in hand without the slightest hesitation. This kind of performance made everyone speechless. They could only watch the vice-captain's thin figure gradually disappear under the sunlight. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the inner area of Area 6, walking forward in a daze. Everyone looked and saw that it was their captain. "Great Captain, you're finally out," the vice-captain hurriedly said. "Great Captain, are you all right? Why did you take so long?" Everyone quickly ran over and surrounded the great captain to ask. "How did this happen? How did this happen?" The great captain kept on mumbling and talking like a fool. He was obviously affected. "Great Captain, what happened to you? What happened?" Seeing that the great captain was in a bad situation, everyone immediately took the initiative to ask. At the same time, they looked in the direction of Area 6 to prevent an attack. "No need to be vigilant. It's meaningless." The great captain shook his head. His eyes were still filled with shock. "Meaningless? What do you mean?" The vice-captain looked at the great captain in confusion. "It's very simple. The blood beasts in Area 6 seem to have vanished from the face of the earth. I've been in there for so long, but I haven't found a single blood beast," the great captain said solemnly. "You haven't seen a single blood beast? It can't be. Is it because the blood beasts are invisible? Are they all hiding?" the vice-captain asked suspiciously. "I'm a perceptor. Although I can't see the invisible blood beasts, I can detect them with a slight movement. Moreover, the blood beasts are very cruel and murderous. If they see a weak human, they will definitely attack. Especially if it's a human, the probability of an attack is even higher. But I've been in there for so long, and not a single blood beast attacked me. I've even thrown away my weapons and armor and crawled on the ground, yet the blood beasts didn't attack me. This situation can only mean one thing. The number of blood beasts has greatly decreased. There's not even a single one left," the great captain said seriously. "No, that can't be, right? That's the invisible blood beasts we're talking about. It's a thorny problem that even a silver rank expert can't solve. How could they have disappeared?" the vice-captain said in disbelief. "You don't believe me? All right then, let's sleep in Area 6 tonight and verify it properly. Come, follow me in." After saying that, the great captain directly walked forward and headed straight for the center of Area 6. When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment before following him in suspiciously. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. Early in the morning, the sun was bright and beautiful, the birds were chirping and the flowers were fragrant. On a large rock in the center of Blood Sea Area 6, a team of patrolling soldiers slowly opened their eyes. The blue sky, white clouds, rocks, green grass, everything was so quiet and peaceful. The blood beasts that used to be so bloody and cruel had all disappeared. They did not come out for a whole night. There was not even a strange sound. Chapter 127, Alerting the Great General. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Such an outcome once again proved the captain's words. It proved that all the blood beasts here had disappeared. Do you believe it now? The great captain asked solemnly. Yes, we believe it, but why? What kind of expert can make all the blood beasts here disappear? You have to know that even silver rank experts are helpless. That's right. Even when a gold rank expert like the Grand Marshal comes, he might not be able to kill all of them with an area of effect attack. There must be some surviving blood beasts left behind. But now, we've slept for an entire night and not a single blood beast has appeared. This is simply unbelievable. Everyone said in disbelief. They felt that this scene was too strange. It was a little too strange. Captain, what do you think is going on? It feels too unbelievable, the vice-captain said again. I don't know, but Baldy and the others might know. Let's go find him. After we figure out what's going on, we'll report it immediately, the great captain said seriously. Okay. After the discussion, they searched the area 3 more times. After confirming it, again and again, they left in disbelief. They headed to the Blood Sea stronghold to ask Baldy if he knew the reason. On the other side, at the gate of the Blood Sea stronghold, Captain Baldy and his 9 subordinates, as well as Zhang Zhan, waited silently for Li Xian and Zhang Yun to appear. While waiting, they talked about their mission, which was to go to Area 5 to hunt invisible blood beasts and obtain blood pearls. Everyone, be careful this time. The blood beasts in Area 5 are stronger, 2 levels higher than Area 6. Everyone must be careful, Captain Baldy warned. Yes, Captain. We will be vigilant. Everyone immediately nodded. Captain, Mr. Ogre's level is only low-level black iron rank. I suggest that we find someone to protect Mr. Ogre to prevent any accidents. Besides, Zhang Yun's level is also a little low. He's not even black iron rank, so he needs to be protected. If he dies, the summoned beast will return to the summoned beast's world. It'll be troublesome then, Lu Bin said seriously. You're right. The weakest in Area 5 is the black iron rank. In comparison, Zhang Yun's strength is indeed weaker. Although Mr. Ogre has reached black iron rank, we still have to be careful and protect their safety. Captain Baldy nodded and prepared to find 2 people to focus on protecting the Ogre and Zhang Yun. At the same time, he had a doubt in his heart, which was whether he could increase the strength of the Ogre. With doubt, he looked at Zhang Xiao beside him. Xiao, are the levels of ogres always lower than black iron rank? Is it possible to increase them? Of course not. Our Zhang family did a lot of experiments in order to increase the strength of the ogres. Unfortunately, they failed. The ogres seemed to be cursed and couldn't increase their strength at all. Therefore, there was no need to consider this problem. Zhang Xiao shook her head. I see. It seems that the method to increase their strength has failed. We can only use 2 people to protect them. Captain Baldy shook his head. They are here. Look. Zhang Zhan pointed to a place not far away and waved his hand. They are really here. Captain Baldy smiled and was about to greet them. However, when he sensed the spiritual power fluctuation of Zhang Yun and the ogres, he was stunned on the spot. What's wrong, Captain Baldy? Zhang Xiao asked in puzzlement. Quick, look at their levels. Oh my god, they have all leveled up. The ogre has reached the mid-level black iron rank, Captain Baldy said hurriedly. Mid-level black iron rank? No way. Zhang Xiao looked at the ogre in disbelief. However, when she saw the ogre, her pupils constricted. It really reached the mid-level black iron rank. How is this possible? The problem that our Zhang family has been unable to solve for so many years has been solved. Zhang Xiao was stunned. She looked at the ogre walking over in disbelief. Her small head buzzed as if it had been smashed. Zhang Zhan, who was standing beside her, also looked at this scene in a daze. Especially when he saw that Zhang Yun's level had reached the low-level Black Iron rank, Zhang Zhan found it hard to believe. Zhang Yun, you've actually reached Black Iron rank as well. Why are you so fast? Your aptitude is clearly not high, so why are you on the same level as me so quickly? About that. Zhang Yun smiled as he walked over and said, it's a secret. A secret? Could it be a fortuitous encounter? Captain Baldy guessed. It's not a fortuitous encounter. After clearing out the blood beasts in Area 5, I'll tell you, Li Xian spoke with an unquestionable tone. Okay, okay. We're looking forward to it. Captain Baldy and Zhang Xiao really wanted to know, but they did not dare to anger Li Xian. They could only wait for the secret to be revealed in the future. Therefore, in their deep anticipation, they headed toward Area 5 and began their hunting mission once again. Not long after they left, the patrol team rushed back from Area 6 and went straight to Captain Baldy's camp. In the end, there was not a single person in the camp. They searched 3 times but could not find anyone. Helpless, they could only choose to wait. They were prepared to ask Baldy and the others when they came back at night. What made them helpless was that Baldy's team did not come back at night either. They did not even come back for a few days. They had no idea where they went. Helpless, the patrol team confirmed in detail more than 10 times. After officially confirming that there were no more blood beasts in Area 6, they were ready to report it. Great Captain, let's report it today. It has dragged on for too long. Moreover, the Great General is back today. It's a good time to report it, the Vice Captain suggested. Okay. Then let's go to the Great General's camp and report it. Okay. After making a decision, the 2 of them set off and quickly headed to the Great General's camp. In the Great General's camp, study room. The Great General, who had a strong aura and lightning-like eyes, was quietly handling official business. He had been investigating the issue of the Blood Sea outbreak for the past few days and had not returned for a few days. This had also caused him to accumulate a lot of official business, which he had to deal with as soon as possible. Great General, there's a letter from the Alchemy Guild. It's from your big brother, a girl dressed as a man said meekly. My big brother? He actually sent me a letter. The Great General looked at the girl in surprise, his heart filled with curiosity. His big brother was the Alchemy Guild's first elder, and he was also a martial arts fanatic. He cultivated every day. Although his elder brother's aptitude was a little inferior and his brain was a little stupid, he was too focused on cultivation. His strength grew stronger and stronger, surpassing the Alchemy Guild's guild leader and even hoping to break through to the gold rank. His elder brother was too focused on cultivation, so he did not care about many things. The Great General had never received a letter before. At this moment, a letter had suddenly appeared. This was truly surprising. Yer, bring the letter over. Let me have a look, the Great General said with a smile. MMHM. The girl who was dressed as a man came to the side of the Great General. Just as she was about to hand over the letter in her hand, a report came from outside. Report. The Great Captain of the 6th Patrol Team requests to see you. The Great Captain of the 6th Patrol Team? Could it be that something has happened to the Blood Sea? The Great General frowned and immediately shouted, let them in. Yes. Following the Great General's order, the Great Captain of the patrol team quickly walked in respectfully with the Vice Captain. Great General, something big has happened in Blood Sea Area 6. All the blood beasts have disappeared. The entire Area 6 is empty, the Great Captain hurriedly said. All the blood beasts have disappeared? All of them are empty? Are you sure? There are a large number of invisible blood beasts there. Is it because of the invisibility? The Great General asked in puzzlement. No, it's not because of the invisibility. It's because there isn't a single blood beast. We have repeatedly checked more than a dozen times. We even slept in Blood Sea Area 6 for a night to confirm, the Great Captain said again. Slept for a night. The great general was finally moved. The results of checking and sleeping for a night were different. Sleeping in Area 6 was equivalent to severely provoking the blood beasts. Normally, the blood beasts would definitely launch a sneak attack. It was absolutely impossible for them to let others sleep there. However, it was shocking that the great captain and the rest were safe and sound. "Are you sure?" the great general asked seriously. "Of course I'm sure. I'll guarantee it with my own head," the great captain said seriously. "I'll go and take a look myself." You'll go with me. Can you help me investigate?" The great general looked at the little girl who was dressed as a man. "Okay." The girl placed the letter under the inkstone and nodded her head weakly. "Let's go." The great general set off. He led the army and charged into Blood Sea Area 6, starting to investigate in detail. The girl named Yair pointed her index finger at the ground. A strange power spread in all directions, reaching a radius of 10 meters before retracting. Then, Yair continued to point her index finger at the ground not far away and probed bit by bit. After probing for a whole morning, they finally stopped completely. Then, they came to a shocking result. That was the blood beasts in Area 6. There was really none left. Not a single one. Moreover, it was confirmed that they had been killed. This was confirmed by Yair, who had a mysterious ability. "This is too unbelievable. This is really too unbelievable. What kind of expert was it that killed all the blood beasts?" Yair said in shock. "Unbelievable. Even I, a silver rank, could not do this. What on earth is going on?" The great general was equally shocked. He could not figure out which expert had made a move. Could it be that the Grand Marshal has come? That's not right. The Grand Marshal has to deal with the Dark Army. He simply can't get away. Moreover, if he's here, he'll definitely use his ultimate skill to kill the blood beasts. It's impossible for him to kill them all so cleanly. He needs the cooperation of the army. The great general could not figure it out. He could only turn his head to look at the patrol team that had reported the news earlier. "Speak. Tell me the ins and outs of this matter. Which team has been here before?" the great general said seriously. "Yes. It started a few days ago." The patrol team began to tell him everything they knew, including Captain Baldy's team. After figuring out everything, the great general began to send people to investigate Captain Baldy's information and find out where he was. When someone reported that Captain Baldy's team had gone to Area 5 a few days ago, the great general immediately set off with his army and went straight to Area 5. "I'd like to see just how powerful they are. They've taken care of the blood beasts in Area 6. This is a thorny problem that even gold ranks don't want to get involved in." The great general muttered and brought everyone to Area 5 very quickly. Chapter 128, Fanaticism. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Area 5. Captain Baldy was leading the group in a frenzied battle. After a few days of fighting, they had already entered the inner area from the outer area, and even reached the core area. During this process, they had obtained a large number of blood pearls, which was enough to exchange for a large number of battle merits. Thinking that these battle merits would allow them to obtain rich resources and increase their strength, they became more and more excited and frenzied. Slash! The saber sliced through the sky. The sharp saber flashed like lightning. Accompanied by fresh blood, the head of the blood beast flew out. This blood beast was originally in an invisible state. It just stood there quietly. However, the sudden attack made the invisible blood beast's eyes widen. The shock and disbelief were too obvious. Die! Captain Baldy's broadsword slashed down crazily. During the process of the blood beast's body fusion, he waved his broadsword crazily like chopping vegetables, killing the blood beast time and time again. Finally, the blood beast died in its wail, leaving behind a small blood pearl. "Ha ha ha, this is great, this is too great. With Mr. Ogre here, we can attack without any worries. Yet, in the past, we had to carefully search for the invisible blood beasts and be careful of sudden attacks. We had to be extremely vigilant in every battle, worried that something might happen. But now, we don't have to worry so much anymore. We can directly chop the blood beasts like pumpkins. This feeling is so great. Liu Bin was also very happy. He waved his saber and continued to kill. He looked at Li Xian with admiration. Zhang Yun and Zhang Zhan looked similar. After these days of fighting, their energy and spirit had improved. At this moment, they were no longer kids who were still wet behind the ears. It was as if their temperament had changed drastically. Puff! The last blood beast died in a wail. It was hacked to death by everyone. Then, Captain Baldy hurriedly handed the blood pearl to Li Xian and said, "Mr. Ogre, we've succeeded. We've completely cleared out Area 5. Where are we going next? Are we going to Area 4 or are we going to report this? The blood beasts in Area 4 are too strong. The weakest one is a low-level bronze rank. It's too dangerous for you guys to go. It's better to report it." Li Xian had learned a lot about the situation in this world these days, including the general situation of the blood pool. He even learned a lot about the Dark Army. Like the various regions of the blood pool, there was a huge difference in strength. For example, the weakest in Area 3 was at the mid-level bronze rank, the weakest in Area 2 was at the high-level bronze rank, and the weakest in Area 1 was at the bronze rank peak. There was even a silver rank blood beast hidden in Area 1. It was very powerful and had caused many heavy casualties to the army. It was also the invisible blood beast that the army feared the most. Therefore, Li Xian was prepared to cooperate with the army to hunt down the remaining Area 1 to 4. "You are right. Our strength is indeed a little weak. Especially since there are invisible blood beasts that are at the bronze rank peak hidden in Area 4. We are indeed not a match for them." Captain Baldy shook his head. Although he was a mid-level bronze rank and could go to Area 4 to give it a try, his teammates were too weak. Liu Bin and Zhang Xiao could barely go, but they could only barely make it. In a situation where their combat strength was insufficient, it was most suitable to cooperate with the military. After all, there were many experts in the military, which was suitable for rapid hunting. At this moment, Zhang Xiao remembered the previous agreement and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Ogre, you said that after killing all the blood beasts here, you would tell us the secret to increase your strength. Can you tell us now?" After Zhang Xiao asked this question, she looked at Li Xian nervously. She really wanted to know how the ogre could solve the problem of strength. After all, the Zhang family could not solve this problem even after years of research. However, the ogre solved it by itself. This was really shocking. Zhang Zhan, who was standing beside Li Xian, also looked at him curiously. He was very curious about how Li Xian could increase his strength. This. Li Xian did not answer. Instead, he thought about how these people's goal of earning battle merits was to increase their strength. If he used the pills to exchange for their battle merits, then he did not need to give them the 30%. Therefore, Li Xian took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Captain Baldy. "Eat it." "What's this?" Captain Baldy was at a loss. He took out an azure blue moisturizing water pill from the small bag and looked at Li Xian with puzzlement. "1 pill for each person. It's useless to eat too much," Li Xian replied and closed his eyes to wait. "Okay." Captain Baldy did not dare to ask further. Instead, he immediately divided 1 pill for each person and then ate it in puzzlement. "This is..." The moment Captain Baldy ate it, his pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at Li Xian in disbelief. My spiritual power is actually increasing at a crazy rate. My God, this is simply as refreshing as flying in the sky," Liu Bin said in shock. "My spiritual power is also increasing at a crazy rate. I've broken through. Ha ha ha, I've finally reached the high-level black iron rank. I've been seriously injured, and I've never been able to increase my strength. However, I'm actually increasing my strength at a crazy rate now. Am I dreaming? A teammate called Old Lu cried tears of joy. As the crowd shouted, the strength of everyone present had increased by a large margin. Most of them had increased by 1 level. Even though a stronger person like Captain Baldy had not increased his strength by 1 level, the crazy increase in his spiritual power also made him close to breaking through. This result and the increase in strength made everyone present pleasantly surprised. When they looked at Li Xian, their eyes turned into fanaticism. Yes, fanaticism. It was because this kind of improvement method was simply unimaginable. They had never heard of it before. Mr. Ogre, what is this exactly? Why is it so powerful? Zhang Xiao asked nervously. This is a moisturizing water pill. Each person can only take 1 pill in their entire life. It's a pill I refined, Li Xian said faintly. Pill. Everyone's minds were a little muddled. They were very unfamiliar with the word pill and had never heard of it before. You only need to remember that the pill's value is extraordinary. Yes, each of you took a moisturizing water pill. Tell me, how many battle merits do you plan to exchange for it? Li Xian said. Mr. Ogre, as many as you say. We will listen to you. We only hope that you can let us follow you, Captain Baldy hurriedly said. Follow? Let's talk about it in the future. Your battle merits are a little too much. I will give you some more moistening water pills to make up for the battle merits that you have earned these past few days. As Li Xian spoke, he took out some moistening water pills and distributed them to everyone. Among them, Captain Baldy received the most because he had also killed the most blood beasts. Thank you, Mr. Ogre. Thank you so much. Everyone held on to the moisturizing water pills in ecstasy. Although they could not eat the pills, they could give them to their families and friends. At the very least, they could sell them. Therefore, they were very happy. They felt that they were too lucky to follow Li Xian. However, at this moment when they were ecstatic, a mighty army rushed in. The leader was a silver rank great general. Chapter 129, Amazing Existence. We've finally found you. You've really made it easy for us to find you. The great general looked at Baldy and the others and finally let out a sigh of relief. However, looking at the empty Area 5, the great general's eyes flickered as he asked with a serious expression. Baldy, why did the blood beasts here disappear? Including the blood beasts in Area 6, why are they all gone? And why are you all here? Don't tell me that all the blood beasts here were killed by you. I don't believe it. Even a gold rank couldn't clear all the invisible blood beasts. How could you do that? The great general's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings and landed on everyone. He found that the people in the Baldy's team were full of vigor and energy, giving off a very fierce feeling. If such a person was properly groomed, he would definitely become an expert in the future. However, the disappearance of the blood beasts in Area 5 and Area 6 was too strange. They had to be clear about it. Therefore, the great general stared at Baldy. Reporting to the great general. Actually, all the blood beasts here have been killed by us. We are also preparing to report this matter, Captain Baldy said seriously. Oh? Did your team kill all of them? All right, I would like to hear how you killed all the invisible blood fiends. The great general did not believe it in his heart. If they could not even achieve gold rank, how could these bronze rank and black iron rank do it? Therefore, the great general's eyes were filled with doubt. Sir General, I would like to ask you a question. If someone can see the invisible blood beasts, then can we clear an area of the invisible blood beasts? Captain Baldy said confidently. See the invisible blood beasts? You mean? The great general's pupils constricted, and his heart beat wildly. Then, he looked at Captain Baldy in horror. If someone could really see the invisible blood beasts, then killing the invisible blood beasts would be easy. They could even eliminate the thorny problem of the Blood Sea. When that time came, the human race would have more power to fight against the Dark Army. This was a rare good thing for the human race, so the great general said hurriedly. You're saying that someone can see the invisible blood beasts? Are you sure? You can't joke about such a matter. Of course. It's because we have such an existence in our team that we were able to clear Area 5 and Area 6, Captain Baldy said solemnly. Tell me, who is so powerful that they have such a magical ability? I must recruit such a talent, even if it costs a lot of money, the great general said seriously. When Captain Baldy heard that the general was going to poach his member, he was still very reluctant. However, a team like theirs was not qualified to keep the ogre. Therefore, Captain Baldy sighed and said, the person who can see through the invisibility ability and guide us to traverse Area 5 and Area 6 is none other than Mr. Ogre. After Captain Baldy finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Li Xian. The people around him also looked at Li Xian and then showed a surprised expression. Ogre? Do you mean an ogre? Are you sure? The great general asked in disbelief. Of course, I'm sure. How can such a thing be a joke? If you don't believe me, I swear on my own head, Captain Baldy said firmly. Swear. The great general's expression was solemn as he carefully sized up the ogre. He was also a little surprised that the ogre had the ability to see through invisibility. Mr. Ogre, do you really have the ability to see through invisibility? The great general could not help but ask. Of course. Is there a problem? Li Xian lightly replied. No problem. I'm just very surprised. This is the first time I've heard that the ogre actually has the ability to see through invisibility, the great general replied. This is only the beginning. You'll see more in the future. Let's go. Let's go to the Blood Sea Area 4. Li Xian said as if he was implying something. He walked into the distance step by step in a calm manner. Zhang Yun hurriedly followed behind him. Oh! The great general was slightly stunned when he heard this because this meant that Li Xian had other abilities. Wait, that's not right. The level of the ogre is actually mid-level black iron rank? This shouldn't be. Ogres should always be low-level black iron rank. The great general immediately realized this point, and surprise flashed in his eyes. General, actually, Lord Ogre has another special ability, which is to refine pills. Sir, take a look at this pill. Captain Baldy handed over a moistening water pill. What a special thing! The general carefully examined the moistening water pill and found that it contained strong spiritual power, which was of great benefit to his body. If he took this pill, it would definitely be of great help to the growth of spiritual power. This is a moistening water pill, refined by the ogre. You can only take one pill in your lifetime, but... Captain Baldy began to explain the effects of the moistening water pill, which also surprised the great general. With disbelief, the general directly took the pill and carefully felt his situation. Soon, his eyes lit up. Good stuff, really good stuff. If this pill can be distributed to the human race, then the human race's strength will be greatly increased, and it will be able to better protect the human race, the great general said in pleasant surprise. General, previously, when we killed the blood beasts, we could get 30% of the battle merits, and 70% would be given to Mr. Ogre. 70% to Mr. Ogre? That much? The great general frowned. Great general, don't rush to a conclusion. In fact, we can exchange the remaining battle merits for moistening water pills. This is a good thing to increase our strength. It's equivalent to a win-win situation. Therefore, I think this method is very good. I suggest that the great general also use this method to exchange for water moistening pills, Captain Baldy suggested. About this, the great general hesitated for a moment. Water moistening pills were very useful and could be used in the army. Therefore, the general thought about it and said, "All right, then we'll do as you say. Let's go. You'll go to Blood Area 4 with me. I'll guarantee your safety. Yes, Great General. The team set off in a mighty manner. They arrived at Blood Sea Area 4 at the fastest speed. At first, the Great General was a little worried. He was worried that Li Xian would not be able to see the invisible blood beasts. He was worried that there would be a fish that escaped the net. However, when Li Xian pointed out the blood beasts one by one, the soldiers were completely in an uproar. Everyone cried out in surprise. The ogre is too powerful. It actually found the invisible blood beasts. It's too powerful, the vice-captain of the patrol team said in pleasant surprise. Ha ha ha, now we don't have to worry about killing the invisible blood beasts anymore. We can kill them without any scruples. Ha ha ha. It's great, it's really great. The frenzied killing began. The entire Blood Sea Area 4 was completely boiling. The military completely swept the area in a crushing manner. In just half a day, all the invisible blood beasts in Area 4 were killed. The ecstatic Great General praised Li Xian's ability several times. He felt that Li Xian was like a god. On the way back, the Great General reached an agreement with Li Xian to use a large number of battle merits to buy Li Xian's moistening water pills to increase the strength of the human race. After reaching an agreement, the Great General returned to the city and jumped around in the study, feeling that there was finally hope for the human race. At this moment, the logistics officer came to visit, causing the Great General to frown. Why is the logistics officer here? He's from the Alchemy Guild and doesn't have a good relationship with me. Could it be about the ogre? No, I just got home. The news didn't spread so fast, so he shouldn't know yet. The Great General was puzzled and could not figure out what was going on. At this time, the logistics officer walked out, casually cupped his hands, and said, "General Song, I want someone from you. There's something I need its help with." "Who?" "My subordinate can actually help you." The Great General was puzzled. "Yes, it's very extraordinary. It has the portable space skill. This time, we need to transport a batch of very important goods, so we can only ask it to help," the logistics officer said directly. "Portable space? Are you talking about the portable space? Is there actually such a powerful existence among my subordinates? How is that possible? Why didn't I know?" The Great General was shocked. There was such an amazing existence in his team, but he actually did not know at all. This was really a dereliction of duty. The key point was that his opponent actually knew about it first, which made him even more depressed. Fortunately, that person seemed to be his subordinate, so there was still room for redemption. Therefore, the Great General hurriedly said, "Quickly tell me, who is that existence who has a portable space?" Chapter 130, The Mysterious Ring. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. About that, I can tell you, but I hope that you can help me hire that person to help us transport military supplies. Don't worry, we will give you a high reward, the logistics officer said solemnly. Okay, I can promise you. The Great General nodded. Transporting military supplies was also very helpful to the army. Although he and the logistics officer were two different factions, the Great General still knew what to do when it came to matters of right and wrong. Then thank you very much. The existence I mentioned with a portable space is actually not a human, but a two-headed ogre, the logistics officer said solemnly. Two-headed ogre? Do you mean a two-headed ogre? Zhang Yun's two-headed ogre. The Great General stood up in shock and looked at the logistics officer in disbelief. He was completely shocked. Why? Why are you so shocked? It can't be. The logistics officer was puzzled. It can't be? What do you know? Do you know how powerful the two-headed ogre is? Do you know how outstanding it is? Oh my god, if you add the portable space, it's simply heaven-defying. The Great General said loudly, his eyes filled with shock. Heaven-defying? What's the situation? Could it be that the two-headed ogre has other skills? Is it very outstanding? The logistics officer was puzzled. It's not just outstanding, it can even change the entire world's battle situation, the great general said solemnly. Change the entire world's battle situation? Isn't that too exaggerated? It's clearly black iron rank, is it that terrifying? The logistics officer frowned. Of course, other than the portable space, it also has a very magical ability that can help us flatten the Blood Sea stronghold, the great general said excitedly. Flatten the Blood Sea stronghold? Are you sure? The logistics officer was a little doubtful. The main reason was that even a gold rank could not flatten the Blood Sea stronghold. How could a black iron rank do it, even if the ogre had the portable space skill? Let me tell you, the ogre has the ability to see through invisibility. It has already helped us flatten the invisible blood beasts in Area 4, 5, and 6, the great general said. It can see through invisibility? It actually has such a heaven-defying skill. The logistics officer's expression finally changed. For the first time, he was moved. Yes, now I ask you, with the help of the ogre, can we change the way we flatten the Blood Sea stronghold, the great general said delightedly. Of course, the biggest problem of the Blood Sea stronghold is the invisible blood beasts. As long as there is an invisible blood beast, the Blood Sea will not wither. If we kill all the invisible blood beasts, then it is really possible to flatten the Blood Sea, the logistics officer said solemnly, his eyes flashing with joy. How is it? The ogre is powerful, right? The great general asked with a smile. Powerful, really powerful. I didn't expect it to have this skill. I underestimated it. The logistics officer shook his head, feeling that he was a little short-sighted. Hee, do you think that ogre only have these skills? The great general suddenly said. Could it be that ogre has other skills? The logistics officer widened his eyes. He was really a little scared. Yes, I haven't said the ogre's greatest skill yet, the general spoke again. His face was full of joy. What skill? Tell me quickly, the logistics officer hurriedly urged. He was really anxious to know. You'll know after you eat this thing. If you're worried that I'll poison you, you don't have to eat it. The great general took out a moistening water pill and handed it over. Poison? You? The logistics officer looked at the great general with a very disdainful gaze, then picked up the pill and directly ate it. This is... Feeling the rapid growth of spiritual power in his body, the logistics officer's expression froze, and he immediately asked, can this thing be mass-produced? No. To refine this kind of pill, it requires a lot of materials and meticulous refinement. But Mr. Ogre said that as long as we can help it find the transcendence fruit, it will tell us the method to refine the pill and let us refine it on a large scale. Large-scale refinement? Good, good, good. If it can really be refined on a large scale, it will definitely play a crucial role in improving the strength of the human race. The logistics officer was pleasantly surprised. He felt that he had finally seen the hope of defeating the Dark Army. However, transcendence fruits are very, very rare. It's been a long time since I've heard about transcendence fruits, the logistics officer said solemnly. It's fine. Although transcendence fruits are very rare, gold rank experts definitely have information on this. As long as gold rank experts make a move, they will definitely be able to obtain transcendence fruits. Moreover, I have already discussed with Mr. Ogre about the countermeasures. Once we destroy the Blood Sea stronghold, I will go look for the Grand Marshal, the great general said seriously. This is a solution. The Grand Marshal must know about the information on transcendence fruits. Besides the Grand Marshal, there's also that. The logistics officer did not say anything at this point, as if he was afraid of something. All right, tomorrow, you will go to the Blood Sea stronghold with me. That silver rank invisible blood beast in Area 1 caused us great trouble back then. Let's work together and kill it this time, the great general said expectantly. All right, as long as I can see it, I have absolute confidence in killing it. Ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's arrival. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Time slowly passed, and soon, it was the second day. Early in the morning, the sun was bright and beautiful, the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. The army of the Blood Sea stronghold had set off early. They charged into Area 3 in a mighty manner and began the killing operation. Due to the large number of experts, the killing speed was very fast. It only took half a day to clean up the blood beasts here, and then they went to Area 2. The number of blood beasts in Area 2 had obviously decreased by a lot. There was not even 1/10 of the blood beasts in Area 3, but their strength was very strong. The vast majority of them were bronze rank and bronze rank peak. At this point, the army could only send experts in to carry out the decapitation operation. Due to Li Xian's presence, the battle this time was still very smooth. The problem was solved in 2 hours. Finally, they arrived at Area 1, which was also the most important area. In this area, there was a silver rank blood beast, which made people very fearful. At this point, the army did not enter. Only the general, the logistics officer, and Li Xian entered. Half an hour later, the three of them walked out from District 1. However, the general and logistics officer's gazes toward Li Xian had completely changed. Even when they walked outside, their faces were still filled with shock. Great General, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so shocked? Captain Baldi hurriedly asked. No, nothing. The great general hurriedly shook his head, but he could not help but look at Li Xian again. Let's go, don't look anymore, the logistics officer reminded. Okay, okay. The team set off again. Next was to kill the remaining low-level blood beasts. The remaining blood beasts were all very weak and were easily killed by the army. When they reached the final blood sea, the blood sea seemed to sense danger and actually began to crazily give birth to blood beasts. It also gave birth to invisible blood beasts and they chose to escape in the dark. Unfortunately, under Li Xian's god's perspective, these invisible blood beasts were all killed. None of them escaped. After 3 days and 3 nights of hard work, the blood pool became smaller and smaller. Finally, it completely disappeared, leaving behind only a strange blood-red ring. What is this? The great general picked up the ring and felt that something was wrong with it. He could faintly sense an evil power from the ring. Let me take a look. Li Xian walked over. This ring could be said to be the only thing left from the blood pool. It was definitely a good item. Even if he did not need it, he could still sell it. Therefore, Li Xian reached out for the ring and threw it into the auction house. Chapter 131, Another Transcendent Level Skill. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hint, you have discovered a holy equipment, the Blood Ring. You do not have the Holy Beast bloodline, so you cannot use it. Human World Announcement, the Transformation Beast is the first to obtain a holy weapon. He will be rewarded with 10 soul crystals. Human World Announcement, the Transformation Beast is the first to obtain a holy weapon. He will be rewarded with 10 soul crystals. The 3 consecutive mechanical world announcements resounded in the minds of all the human reincarnators, causing the busy reincarnators to be stunned. Holy equipment? What is that? A divine weapon, the black-furred dog said in a daze. I've heard of spiritual power equipment. This is the first time I've heard of holy equipment. Just hearing its name makes me feel that it's a very powerful thing. The transformation beast boss is too powerful. The things he created are too high-end. We don't even have the qualifications to understand it. I know some information about holy equipment. My master is erudite. It's said that holy equipment is the companion equipment of a holy beast. A holy beast with a special bloodline can give birth to such companion equipment, the black iron rank underground beast explained solemnly. Holy beast? I remember that after silver rank is gold rank, after gold rank is king rank, and after king rank is a holy beast. My level is only lower than black iron rank, but the transformation beast boss is already getting holy beast equipment. What level is he exactly? It's too awesome, the black iron rank gorilla said in shock. The gap is too big. I'm still at the ordinary rank, not even black iron rank, but the transformation beast boss is already so powerful. Why is the gap between humans so big? Violent Rabbit said enviously, feeling very shocked. Yet, I still wanted to compete with the transformation beast to be the boss of our 1000 people region, but the transformation beast didn't even say a word, and it already made me suffer such a big blow. It's really unreasonable. The black iron rank crocodile beast said gloomily. He felt a chill in his heart. That sense of defeat was simply driving him crazy. It was not just the crocodile beast that felt a sense of defeat. In fact, there were quite a few black iron ranks in the 1000 people region who were not satisfied with each other. They admitted that the transformation beast was powerful, but he should not be so powerful, right? This kind of blow had even caused everyone to feel a little depressed. Therefore, at this moment, those who wanted to compete were all silent. They were so shocked that they could not speak. At the moment when these people were suffering a blow, Li Xian heard another notification sound. It was a notification from the summoned beast's world. Hint: this holy equipment is worth a transcendence fruit. Would you like to exchange it with the summoned beast's world? Oh! When Li Xian heard this, his eyes flashed, and wild joy surged in his heart. To him, improving his skills was the most important thing. As long as his skills increased, he could become stronger and more terrifying. As for saint artifacts, although they were valuable, they were useless even if they couldn't help him. It was better to exchange for transcendent fruits. Therefore, Li Xian decided to exchange for them. However, if he wanted to exchange for them, he had to exchange for rare transcendence fruits. Transcendent fruits also had a certain degree of rarity. For example, transcendent fruits that increased defense were very rare and rarely appeared. Therefore, Li Xian said solemnly, I'll exchange for it. I want the defense skill transcendence fruit. Hint: the exchange is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the defense skill transcendence fruit. Along with the clear and melodious voice of a woman, the holy equipment disappeared from the auction house. A defense skill transcendence fruit appeared in the temporary storage box of the auction house. Looking at the familiar transcendence fruit, Li Xian was ecstatic. He wanted to eat it immediately, but he was not in a hurry at the moment. He still had to explain this matter. Therefore, Li Xian turned his head to look at the great general and logistics officer beside him. I want this ring. In return, I can teach you how to refine pills right now. I can also teach you how to refine 3 types of pills. One is the hemostasis pill, the other is the healing pill, and the last is the moisturizing water pill, Li Xian said directly. Okay, thank you. The great general and logistics officer was immediately grateful. Although they knew that the ring was extraordinary, the pills were of great help to this world. They might even be able to save lives. Therefore, the general and the logistics officer looked at each other and decided to completely conceal the matter of the ring and pretend that it had never happened. Alright, you guys go back to the city first and find some smart people to learn alchemy from me. I'll be right back. After Li Xian finished speaking, his body suddenly changed from a 2-headed ogre to a 2-headed eagle. Then, he spread his wings and flew directly into the distance. It actually hid its skills? Oh my god, how many skills did it hide? The great general said in a daze. I don't know. Anyway, let's return to the city first and find our confidants to learn alchemy. I think we can learn from them too. What do you think? The logistics officer suggested. Good method, really good method. The two of them happily returned with the army and gathered a group of people at the first moment. Considering that too many people might cause Li Xian to dislike them, they decided to find 10 people in the first group. These 10 people were the Great General, Logistics Officer, Captain Baldi, Zhang Yun, Zhang Zhan, Lu Bin, Zhang Xiaoyu. The vast majority of people knew Li Xian. The reason why they chose this group was to build a good relationship with Li Xian. Only in this way could they receive Li Xian's teachings and receive better guidance. One day later, Li Xian returned. His essence, energy, and spirit had changed a lot, and his strength had also reached the high-level Black Iron rank. However, Demon Tu's eyes were always filled with shock. Li Xian could not be bothered by these things. Instead, he became the master of the Great General and the others. Yes, he was their master. When learning alchemy, most people had to acknowledge a master. Although Li Xian had secretly learned it back then, speaking of which, he could be considered as Sister Key disciple. This was something that could not be ignored. Greetings, Master. The 10 disciples formally greeted their master and officially became Li Xian's disciples. As my disciples, you have the right to know my name. My name is Li Xian. In the future, I will leave this world, Li Xian said. Leave this world? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand what this meant. You will know this in the future. Now, I will teach you alchemy. Watch carefully. Li Xian took out the alchemy furnace and materials from his portable space and began to refine pills bit by bit, teaching everyone. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. At this moment, Li Xian had already arrived at Iron Blood City. This was the city where the Gold Rank Grand Marshal was located, and it was also a place to search for transcendent fruits. Early that morning, the Great General, Logistics Officer, and Li Xian came to the entrance of the Grand Marshal's residence, preparing to pay a visit. However, during this process, Li Xian kept on eating the soul crystals and the good stuff that he had exchanged for with his battle merits. This time, he had spent all his battle merits and exchanged for all the essences and soul crystals. His disciples had even turned the storeroom upside down to exchange for materials for him. In the end, Li Xian had obtained a large number of advanced materials, and his various skills had been greatly improved. Even his soul had officially advanced to bronze rank, and his strength had greatly increased. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 1400 honor points. Physique, two-headed ogre high-level black iron rank. Soul, low-level bronze rank. Master, Qin Yu, Zhang Yun. Advanced level, underwater breathing, portable space, simulated communication, healing spell, meteor shower, size amplification, dragon's might, earth spike, earth wall, poison resistance, frost freeze, wind wings. Peak level, self-healing, fireball, tornado, speed enhancement, God's perspective, transformation, invisibility, battle instinct, lava survival. Transcendent level, monstrous strength, self-destruct, defense. Bronze rank soul, how satisfying! Li Xian ate the soul crystal and followed the Great General and Logistics Officer into the Grand Marshal's residence, ready to report the results of this battle. However, just as they stepped into the residence, a terrifying pressure came from the residence, making one's heart palpitate. Chapter 132, Gold Rank. What a strong pressure! Those below gold rank are all ants. This sentence is not just for show. This kind of pressure is really shocking. The logistics officer said solemnly, his face very serious. Yes, it is said that gold rank spiritual energy will undergo a great transformation and will change from white to gold. This is also the reason why a gold rank is so strong. The great general nodded as well. He was actually part of the royal family and was a relative of the royal family. However, he did not dare to disobey the gold rank Great Marshal. Therefore, when the Great General and the logistics officer arrived here, they even became much more cautious when they walked. This kind of behavior also made Li Xian a little curious. The main reason was that he had never felt a gold rank's spiritual power before, so he could not help but be curious. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart was suddenly heard. A white-haired figure appeared in front of them. He frowned as he looked at the three of them. General Song, only the two of you are silver rank in the Blood Sea stronghold. There must someone at the stronghold to guard. Why did you two leave at the same time? Don't you even know such simple common sense? This is simply nonsense, the white-haired old man reprimanded loudly. He was the butler of the Grand Marshal's residence. He had followed the Grand Marshal for many years. Although he was a servant, his strength was already at the silver rank peak. This kind of strength was enough to make everyone fear him, not to mention that the butler represented the Grand Marshal's residence. Butler Yang, we have come precisely for this matter. This is our information. Please pass it on to Marshal Yang, the great general said hurriedly. You are here for this matter? Don't tell me you want to ask the master to come out and destroy Blood Sea? It's useless. As long as there is a blood beast in Blood Sea, it will regenerate. Even if the gold rank master were to make a move, he would not have the confidence to destroy Blood Sea. Furthermore, the master has to take charge of Iron Blood City. He would not be able to go to Blood Sea stronghold. The white-haired butler Yang shook his head. At the same time, he received the information and opened it slowly. He did not pay much attention to the intelligence report at first, but when he saw him, his expression changed. Even his expression became tense, and his pupils shrank even further behind. Blood Sea stronghold was destroyed? How is that possible? The butler asked in disbelief. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Li Xian. The intelligence report said that the ogre could see through invisibility, had a portable space, and could even refine mysterious pills. This series of heaven-defying abilities made the butler shocked the more he looked at it. Thus, he asked in disbelief, wanting to confirm the accuracy of the report again. Butler Yang, this is a moistening water pill. There are 10 in it. You can eat one and feel it. The great general reluctantly took out a moistening water pill. This was exchanged with Li Xian with his battle merits. He really could not bear to hand it over. Okay, I'll confirm it. Butler Yang quickly took out a moistening water pill and ate it. Soon, his expression changed and he said solemnly, "Let's go, follow me to see Marshal Yang." Yes. The few of them set off again and quickly headed towards the direction of the study. Not long after, a terrifying pressure swept in all directions, rolling like waves. Under this pressure, Li Xian reached an agreement with the gold-rank Marshal Yang. 3 days later, Marshal Yang's grandson officially became Li Xian's disciple. At the same time, the master of Li Xian, Zhang Yun, was also taken in as Marshal Yang's grandson. Li Xian and the others moved into the great marshal's residence on the same day and were protected by Marshal Yang. At the same time, an endless stream of alchemy materials were sent to the great marshal's residence and sent to Li Xian's hands. Li Xian was not idle either. While refining pills, he taught more than 100 disciples. At the same time, he also obtained a large amount of materials and soul crystals from them. Although he did not have the transcendence fruit, Li Xian's strength had officially entered a period of crazy growth. His various skills had improved crazily. At the same time, a large amount of resources had been stuffed into his portable space. On the other side, Holy War City. The information that Marshal Yang had accepted Zhang Yun as his grandson had been sent back. At the same time, a few secret letters had also been sent back. These things had all fallen into the hands of the intelligence captain. Then, he was terrified and hurriedly ran to the Zhang family meeting room. In the meeting room of the Zhang family. This day was the annual resource conference of the Zhang clan. Each branch would be distributed resources according to their performance this year. This performance included the increase in strength, the battle merits they had obtained, the contributions they had made to the Zhang family, and in short, many different aspects. Originally, such a conference was allocated by the elders of the Zhang family. However, this year, some of the younger generation had performed very well and were specially approved to participate in the resource conference. There were more than a dozen juniors. For example, the clan leader's 2 grandsons, the second elder's grandsons and granddaughters, and the third elder's grandson. In short, most of the descendants of the elders performed very well. Only the 6th elder's face was a little ugly, because none of his descendants performed particularly well. Zhang Zhan had the draconic might beast, so logically speaking, he had fought for some face. However, compared to the other elders, he was still far behind. This also made the 6th elder's face very ugly. 6th elder, don't be sad. Zhang Zhan has the draconic might beast. He will definitely grow up in the future. Besides, his sister, Zhang Xiaowu is a genius, but she is a healing type. The 5th elder comforted him and raised his hand to pat the 6th elder's shoulder. I know. The 6th elder shook his head helplessly. He felt a little better after being comforted by his good brother. However, looking at the 4 juniors beside the 5th elder, the 6th elder's expression turned ugly again. This year, the 5th elder's juniors were the most eye-catching. Others had 1 or 2 genius juniors, but the 5th elder actually had 4 genius juniors this year. This kind of comparison caused the 6th elder's eyes to turn red. He was envious. All right, everyone be quiet. Now, let's start distributing the resources. The clan leader spoke. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings before finally landing on the 6th elder. His words carried a trace of dissatisfaction. 6th, this year, your bloodline is at the bottom again. I hope that you will work hard. Now that the Zhang clan is gradually declining and no longer has its past glory, we should work even harder. Clan leader is right. 6th, your bloodline is indeed lacking recently. If your clansmen are not strong enough, then we will fight for battle merits. If they are not strong enough, then we will do business to earn money. As long as it's beneficial to our Zhang clan, we must fight for it. Unfortunately, no matter which aspect it is, your lineage isn't good enough. 2nd elder also spoke, his voice was filled with reproach. I understand. 6th elder sighed. He felt that his face was burning. It was very embarrassing. Oh right, 6th brother, I hope that you can treat your clansmen fairly. There are many clansmen in your lineage who aren't talented, but they were all given up by you. I feel that this isn't right. They are members of the Zhang clan. We have to give them the most basic resources. Take Zhang Yun for example. I heard that the resources given to him have all been cancelled. The 2nd elder spoke again. His voice was loud and powerful, and there was a hint of aggressiveness in it. This. The 6th elder opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he could not say it. This was because he really wished for a genius to appear in his lineage. For this reason, he used all his resources to nurture the clansmen with hope, but he chose to give up on the clansmen with poor aptitude. Since the 2nd elder had brought it up, the 6th elder really could not refute. He felt that he really owed Zhang Yun. However, he did not regret it, because only Zhang Zhan could support the 6th elder's lineage. Zhang Yun could not do it at all. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking on the door suddenly sounded, causing everyone in the meeting room to frown. Come in. The clan leader spoke with some displeasure. He did not like people disturbing their meetings. Clan leader, elders, something big has happened. The intelligence team leader rushed into the meeting room and said in shock. What big thing has happened? Did the Dark Army attack again? The clan leader's face was solemn. No, it's not the Dark Army. It's a good thing, the intelligence team leader explained hurriedly. A good thing? What good thing could it be? All the higher UPS of our clan are here. Who could bring us a good thing? The second elder shook his head and sighed. It's really a good thing. It's about Zhang Yun, the intelligence team leader said and hurriedly distributed the information he had collected to the elders. Zhang Yun? He's not even black iron rank. What good can he bring? Even if there's some good news, it shouldn't be so urgent, right? The sixth elder took the information in puzzlement. After taking a closer look, his pupils instantly contracted. The grandson of a gold rank great marshal? My god, Zhang Yun has actually become the grandson of a gold rank great marshal, the sixth elder said in shock. Yes, read it carefully, the intelligence team leader hurriedly reminded him. Okay. The sixth elder continued to read. The more he read, the more shocked he became. He stood up at the back. The surrounding elders and elite juniors also stood up. They were completely shocked by the intelligence report. Is this true? The second elder could not help but ask. It's absolutely true. I still have 4 letters here. They are from Zhang Yun, Zhang Zhan, Zhang Xiaoyu, and the Grand Marshal's residence. As the intelligence team leader spoke, he took out 4 letters from a small box and handed them over. 10 minutes later. Ha ha ha, my lineage is finally able to hold its head up high. This is too great. This feeling is too comfortable. The sixth elder laughed loudly and jumped 3 feet high in excitement. I really didn't expect that such a thing could happen. It's too shocking. The second elder suppressed the shock in his heart and said. Yeah, the ogres who were least valued changed all of this. It's unbelievable. Let's go. Gather all the information about summoned beasts in the clan and send it to the Grand Marshal's mansion for the ogre to read. Since it wants to read this knowledge, we'll supply it with them. Okay. The Zhang family got busy and sent a large number of books to Iron Blood City for Li Xian to read. Chapter 133, Transcendent Tornado. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A few days later, Iron Blood City. Li Xian's life was getting busier and busier. Apart from teaching his disciples, he spent most of his time learning about summoned beasts and summoners. This knowledge was very rich. It was accumulated by the Zhang clan over the past 1,000 years. It was said that there was once a terrifying existence that surpassed gold rank in their clan. It was also at that time that the Zhang clan's position was officially established. Becoming a clan that had been around for 1,000 years was still a terrifying one. Although the Zhang clan had not produced a gold rank in the past 200 years, they still managed to survive well and were respected and valued by many people. Such a 1,000-year-old clan could be said to have accumulated a huge amount of information. The large number of books also made Li Xian look forward to reading them. In the following days, Li Xian tried his best to read this knowledge and learned a lot of knowledge about silver rank and gold rank. Gold rank is known as the most magnificent rank. At the same time, it is also the symbol of a true powerhouse. They can condense gold wings, gold armor, and gold weapons through spiritual power. Li Xian read bit by bit and eagerly studied all kinds of knowledge about gold rank for a few months. During this time, Li Xian came into contact with the knowledge about spiritual power weapons. He immediately became curious and told the Grand Marshal about it. In the end, the next day, people from the Alchemy Guild came with a large number of books to teach Li Xian about various alchemy knowledge regarding spiritual power armor. In the following time, Li Xian also learned a large amount of knowledge. Unfortunately, the resources in this world were scarce, so the number of soul crystals was very small. He could only get a dozen of them in a few days. Moreover, in the later stages, the number of soul crystals became fewer and fewer. In fact, he could only get 1 or 2 in half a month. This speed was too slow. Li Xian no longer held any hope. He only hoped to obtain the Transcendence Fruit as soon as possible. Master, don't worry. The Great Marshal has been talking to the royal family for the past few months, hoping to take out the transcendence fruit that the royal family treasured. I heard from the great marshal that the royal family has already somewhat relented after seeing your contributions. However, there is only one transcendence fruit in the national treasury, and it is exceptionally precious. Therefore, the royal family wants to see you make more contributions to the human race. Zhang Yun explained solemnly and told him everything he knew. More contributions? Li Xian frowned. He felt that the transcendence fruit was too difficult to obtain, and the amount of contributions required was also higher than Li Xian's expectations. Although he planned to continue staying in this world and learn alchemy and summoned beast knowledge, he still wanted to obtain the transcendence fruit as soon as possible. Such a fruit was too important, and he had to eat it as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the transcendence fruit was in the hands of the royal family, and he could only earn contribution points if he wanted to get it. Sighing, Li Xian turned around and returned to his room, reading alchemy books. 2 months later. Due to Li Xian's teachings, the first batch of disciples were finally ready. Although they could only refine the hemostasis pill and were temporarily unable to refine the moistening water pill, it still worked. Moreover, as long as they continued to study it for a long time, they would definitely be able to refine moistening water pills. Of course. During this period, Li Xian had also refined a large number of pills which were taken away by the Grand Marshal to improve the strength of the frontline soldiers. In addition to the pills which Li Xian had refined previously, the strength of the frontline soldiers had greatly increased. In a later battle, the human race won a great victory over the Dark Army. Although the damage to the Dark Army above silver rank was minimal, the bottom-level Dark Army had suffered heavy losses. This battle, also known as the Battle of Fate, completely changed the battle situation between the two sides. The humans recaptured the Castle Mountain Range and obtained an important strategic location. Such a great achievement was naturally due to Li Xian's victory. Therefore, half a month later, a big gift appeared on Li Xian's table, causing him to be extremely excited. Finally, I finally got it. Li Xian looked at the transcendence fruit in the box and was ecstatic. At the same time, he finally let out a sigh of relief. These past few days, he had been feeling uneasy. He had always felt that something dangerous was about to happen, so he was also very anxious. Now that he had the transcendence fruit, he was finally relieved. The wind-type transcendence fruit should be able to improve my tornado skill. Li Xian looked at the transcendence fruit in the box and slowly picked it up while enduring the desire that came from his heart. Crunch! Li Xian opened his big mouth and swallowed the transcendence fruit in one breath. In an instant, it was as if something in Li Xian's body had been broken, and a terrifying wind elemental energy enveloped the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack! The sound of breaking constantly rang in Li Xian's mind. Endless wind elemental energy flowed along his body and even fused into his body and soul. Li Xian only felt that he had a comfortable control over the wind. It was as if he could easily cast a terrifying tornado with just a thought. Ding! Your peak tornado had broken through the shackles and became the transcendent level tornado. The mechanical system notification sounded. Li Xian listened to the system notification and felt the wind-type power around his body. He was extremely excited. With deep anticipation, Li Xian opened his data panel and checked his status. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 1400 honor points. Physique, twin-headed ogre low-level bronze rank. Soul, high-level bronze rank. Master, Qin Yu, Zhang Yun. Advanced level, portable space, earth spike, earth wall, poison resistance. Peak level, self-healing, fireball, speed enhancement, God's perspective, transformation, invisibility, battle instinct, lava survival, healing spell, meteor shower, size amplification, dragon's might, frost freeze, wind wings, underwater breathing, simulated communication. Transcendent level, monstrous strength, self-destruct, defense, tornado. My strength has received a terrifying increase. Not only has my soul advanced to bronze rank, even my various skills have received a huge increase. Looking at his various stats, Li Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Especially looking at the transcendent level tornado, he could not help but want to cheer. Unfortunately, the essence in this world was very rare. After searching for a long time, he still could not many. As a result, there were 4 skills that had not reached their peak. However, it did not matter. His current strength was enough. It was enough for him to display his strength wantonly. However, at this moment, a feeling as if there was a blade on his back surged once again, and it was even more intense. It was as if someone was holding a dagger against his back and could kill Li Xian at any time. This feeling caused Li Xian's expression to change slightly. He frowned and said, "It's this strange feeling again. Is it the battle instinct warning me?" Li Xian looked around and even used his god's perspective to observe, but he still couldn't see anything. Even with my strength, I still feel uneasy. There's only one possibility now, and that is that an extremely terrifying enemy has targeted me. Li Xian was silent for a long time. He picked up a pen and paper and began to write quickly. Soon, he finished writing the 3 letters. "Big brother, what's wrong with you? You seem to have a lot on your mind." Demon 2 scratched his head in puzzlement. He could not understand why his big brother was so serious. "Demon 2, do you like your current life?" Li Xian suddenly asked. Chapter 134, A Gold Rank Battle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Of course, I like it. Thanks to Big Brother's care, my spiritual power has reached bronze rank and my skill has also reached the peak level. My strength is very strong. Moreover, Big Brother is so good to me and Zhang Yun is playing with me. I really like this carefree life, Demon 2 said happily. Is that so? Li Xian looked at the simple-minded Demon 2 and said after a moment of silence, "If it's possible, I'll try my best to give you a carefree life." After Li Xian finished speaking, he summoned Zhang Yun and handed him 3 letters, asking him to open them when he encountered a major event and then go straight to the Grand Marshal's residence. 5 minutes later, a dignified voice came from the Grand Marshal's residence. There was a strong sense of confidence in the voice. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you at all." Following the dignified voice, Li Xian slowly left. However, the feeling of having a knife at his back did not disappear. "Mr. Li Xian, don't worry. Since the master has promised, he will definitely ensure your safety. No one can hurt you under the protection of a gold rank." Butler Yang spoke and comforted him softly. He was worried that Li Xian would let his imagination run wild. "Yes, Zhang Yun's pill refinement has passed. Let him and the Grand Marshal's grandson try to refine the moistening water pill together. Do it here." Li Xian pointed at the Great Marshal's study. "All right, since Mr. Li Xian has suggested it, then we'll do as you say." Butler Yang nodded and looked at Li Xian thoughtfully. Li Xian did not explain anything. Instead, he wandered around the Great Marshal's residence for an hour before returning to his own residence. He sat quietly on the stone bench in the courtyard and silently looked at the sky. "It's been half a year. I've stayed in this world for a full half a year. I really miss Qin Yu." Li Xian thought of his gains in the past half a year. Although his various items had improved quite a lot, his greatest gain was the Transcendence Fruit. However, in order to obtain the Transcendence Fruit, Li Xian had painstakingly refined a large number of pills. He had worked hard and spent half a year. As for Qin Yu, back then, he had not paid anything, but Qin Yu had gotten him a Transcendence Fruit. In comparison, he had really made a huge profit. "I haven't seen her for so long. I wonder how she is now." From the soul power feedback, she has clearly become stronger. Perhaps she has already become a high-level black iron rank. After all, I gave her the spirit race's spiritual power cultivation method, which can increase her strength at all times. Li Xian muttered to himself. He looked up at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky. Feeling the cold aura coming from his back, he gradually revealed a smile. Soon. I will see her soon. Crack. Golden lightning suddenly poured down from the sky. It was like a golden dragon roaring and emitting endless pressure. In an instant, the protective barrier of Iron Blood City was crushed. 99% of the people in the city were forced to lie on the ground under terrifying pressure. Everyone was shocked. They could not help but look up at the sky. Then, they saw a figure. It was a shining golden figure. It flapped its golden wings and flew over from the sky. This figure was surrounded by golden armor and held a huge golden axe in his hand. He stood in the sky like a god, exuding endless power. Commander of the human race, come out and die. Boom! The huge golden axe suddenly swung and poured down from the sky with immense power. It smashed towards Iron Blood City as if it was going to destroy the world. You're courting death. The same golden figure rushed out of the great marshal's mansion, flapping his golden wings and soaring into the sky. A golden long spear with a terrifying power that could tear the sky suddenly met the huge axe. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated in all directions. The Iron Blood City was instantly shattered. The soldiers in the city covered their ears and groaned in pain. Blood flowed out from their face. Protect the master, quickly! A large number of experts flashed and arrived at Li Xian's residence at the first possible moment. At the same time, they began to set up a barrier to protect Li Xian in the center. In the sky, the two golden figures fought madly. Streaks of terrifying golden light flashed and the terrifying aftershocks of the battle shook the surroundings. Streaks of golden lightning flashed. Amidst the golden lightning, the two figures flew higher and higher. Gradually, they passed through the clouds and disappeared into the horizon. However, before the great marshal disappeared, he glanced in the direction of Li Xian. After confirming that Li Xian was safe, he continued to fight and charged into the clouds with the enemy. However, at this moment, the moment they disappeared into the clouds, crack! A crack suddenly appeared in space. A strange tattoo with a skull pattern flashed through the crack. It easily passed through the barrier, through everyone's bodies, and through Li Xian's raised right arm. Buzz! Intense dizziness rose in his heart. Li Xian felt that something had hit his head. His body shook violently, and a strong sense of fatigue filled the depths of his soul. Li Xian tried his best to open his eyes. He discovered that his right hand was rapidly aging, and the hair hanging down his face had also turned from black to white. Master, what happened to you? Master! It's over. It's a soul curse. The Dark Army actually used the lives of 1 million dark creatures to cast a strange soul curse. Soul curse? The lives of 1 million dark creatures. Li Xian heard anxious shouts, including Butler Yang, Demon Tu, and Captain Baldi. These familiar voices kept ringing, but Li Xian only heard one sentence clearly, and that was about the soul curse. A soul curse. Just as he was about to die, Li Xian's old right hand suddenly recovered, and his extraordinary power was suddenly activated. He immediately grabbed his neck and twisted it violently. Crack! The sound of something breaking could be heard. Li Xian's eyes were completely closed. His soul slowly left the right side of his head and slowly disappeared into the darkness. Ding! You have died. Randomly resurrected. Bang! The ogre fell on the stone table and did not move. Blood slowly flowed out from the facial features of the right side of his head. His aura was completely gone. The Dark Army should all die. Rumble! A furious roar came from the sky. Along with this voice, endless thunder and lightning covered the horizon. A golden long spear pierced through the sky like a heavenly pillar. It brought with it a terrifying power that was like the might of the heavens as it crashed towards another golden figure. Die! Boom! A terrifying golden light flashed. It was like a blazing sun that burst out with dazzling light. The sky instantly turned golden, and the entire world was filled with a golden ocean. Such a great battle would logically attract many people to watch, but not many people raised their heads now. Many people held back their tears as they looked at the figure sitting on the stone bench. They watched as the crowd slowly helped it sit up. However, the right side of the head no longer had any aura. "Master, Master!" An anxious voice came from afar. Zhang Yun hurriedly ran over. When he saw that Li Xian had completely closed his eyes, Zhang Yun knelt down in pain. "No! No, the master will definitely not die. Definitely not!" Zhang Yun trembled and quickly took out 3 letters. One of them had his name written on it. He immediately opened it and read it. Soon, Zhang Yun's hands trembled again, and the letter fell to the ground. Zhang Yun did not pick it up, but silently cried. Everyone present was an expert. Even though they were very far away, they could still clearly see the contents of the letter. Therefore, their expressions changed. Could it be that Master already knew that he would die? He actually already arranged everything. Captain Baldi picked up the letter and asked in shock. It should be. Previously, Mr. Li Xian found the Great Marshal and arranged for Zhang Yun to go to the Great Marshal's study to refine pills. Now, it seems that Mr. Li Xian wanted Zhang Yun to live a safer life by the Great Marshal's side. Butler Yang spoke and slowly walked to Demon Tu's side. He raised his hand to check his aura. There's still his aura. He can be saved. Master's letter said that he will try his best to protect Demon Tu's life. If Demon Tu can survive, he will leave with me and become a commoner. Zhang Yun wiped his tears and took out a healing pill from his clothes and placed it into the mouths of the 2 heads. He wanted to see a miracle. Unfortunately, a miracle did not happen. Although Demon Tu woke up, the right side of his head had completely lost its vitality and would never recover. Therefore, the entire scene fell into a state of grief. Until the battle in the sky was completely over, a golden figure slowly descended. The golden figure's light slowly faded, and a white-haired old man appeared in front of everyone. His figure was stooped, and his body was thin. His aura was like a candle in the wind, making people worried. "Master, your left arm." Butler Yang saw that the old man's left arm had disappeared, and there was still golden blood flowing. He was frightened and hurriedly took out a healing pill. "There's no need." The old man sighed and slowly walked in front of the ogre. He bowed deeply, and then put down the spoils of war in his right hand. He turned around and left, but his thin back was abnormally desolate. The spoils of war was actually a right leg. It was pitch black and had ferocious barbs on it. Golden blood was still flowing from the broken part of the right leg. This leg was the right leg of a gold rank powerhouse of the Dark Army. Chapter 135, The Moon Race. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Looking at the ferocious right leg and the Great Marshal's retreating figure, everyone fell silent. In a battle between gold rank warriors, such injuries rarely appeared. At gold rank, as long as the difference in strength was not too great, escaping would be easy. However, the Great Marshal had lost his left arm and brought back the right leg of a gold rank warrior from the Dark Army. Just imagining the thrilling battle between them made one's back feel cold. Unfortunately, such a battle was still unable to save a life. He was unable to save Li Xian. He had completely left this world. 3 days later, Zhang Yun carried his luggage and brought Demon Tu to the Grand Marshal's study. He put down a letter. This was the letter left behind by Li Xian. 1 letter for Zhang Yun, 1 letter for Demon Tu, and 1 letter for the Great Marshal. The first 2 letters had been opened. Most of them were reminders. As for the last letter, no one knew what was written inside. "Grandfather, please take care. I will follow my master's words and become a commoner." However, I will also work hard to become a strong person and find a way to revive my master. Zhang Yun said solemnly, his expression extremely serious. Go. The great marshal who had lost his left arm waved his withered right hand, and a kind smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. Goodbye. Zhang Yun held back the tears in his eyes and turned to leave. He strode out of the manor. Behind him, Demon 2 followed with a silly smile. His right hand supported the right side of his head to keep it upright. Demon 2, why do you keep supporting the right side of his head? Zhang Yun suddenly asked. He did not like people touching his master's head. Although Big Brother is dead, he is still alive in my heart. So I want to hold his head so that he can see what we are going through. I want to use my life force to nourish Big Brother's head so that he can maintain his life forever. I will definitely resurrect Big Brother in the future. Demon 2 smiled foolishly. However, his smile was a little sad and desolate. Yes, we will definitely resurrect Master. Definitely. Zhang Yun nodded solemnly and clenched his fists as he swore. Amidst the sorrowful emotions, the two of them walked out of the great marshal's residence and saw a group of familiar people standing outside the main door, sending them off. Master, have a safe journey. At the great marshal's residence. The great marshal returned to the study room with waning steps and sat quietly in front of the desk. He held the letter and did not open it for a long time. Master, this is the healing pill for today. Your injuries are too serious, so quickly take it. Butler Yang brought hot water and healing pill and looked at the great marshal worriedly. Okay. The great marshal nodded. He did not take the pill. Instead, he slowly opened the letter. The next second, his expression changed slightly. Master, what's wrong? Butler Yang hurriedly asked. He could not think of any information that could scare a gold rank warrior. Take a look. The great marshal handed the letter to Butler Yang. Yes. Butler Yang took the letter and looked at it carefully. His pupils suddenly constricted as he said in shock. Descend? Mr. Li Xian said that he might descend in the future? How is this possible? Butler Yang was shocked. He had personally witnessed Li Xian's death before his eyes. At that time, Butler Yang had even used his own body to block the curse. Unfortunately, the curse had penetrated through him directly. His block was meaningless. Initially, Butler Yang thought that Li Xian was already dead. However, it seemed that Li Xian was not dead. It was because the letter said that they had to prepare transcendence fruits and heavenly treasures. It also said that one day, Li Xian might come again. Such a result really shocked Butler Yang. He felt that he had come into contact with some unknown and terrifying existence. No wonder Mr. Li Xian knows everything and has all kinds of mysterious powers. Now it seems that Mr. Li Xian is not simple, Butler Yang said solemnly. This matter is kept secret. Next, we will go all out to plunder all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures. I will also use my remaining life to protect the world until he descends, the Grand Marshal said solemnly. Yes, Master. In the summoned beasts world. On a luxuriant tree, a half-meter tall, awe-inspiring mantis stood quietly on the trunk of the tree. Its black dot-like eyes scanned the surroundings. What was surprising was that this mantis's body was actually made of steel. A pair of large serrated blades were very eye-catching, exuding a cold steel texture. Beside the steel mantis, there was a tree, and a broken steel eggshell was scattered all around. Some even fell to the ground. Clearly, the steel mantis had just emerged from the eggshell not long ago. It's been 3 days. It's finally emerged from the eggshell. Li Xian felt his young and tender body. Although his body was made of steel, his body had been very soft previously. It was as if even steel had become soft. Fortunately, after standing quietly for a period of time, his body was finally about the same as steel. I didn't expect to be born as a mid-level black iron rank. I've grasped a steel body innate skill. As long as I work hard to comprehend it, I'll be able to comprehend a second innate skill after a period of time. Li Xian was a little curious. He wanted to see what talent he could comprehend in the future, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Since he could resurrect indefinitely, he could completely commit suicide and obtain other skills. He could obtain skills much faster than the steel mantis. But to be honest, this body is really suitable for battle. Li Xian waved the steel sickle, and the sharp blade cut into the tree branch like lightning. At this moment, Li Xian felt as if he had cut into a watermelon, instantly cutting the tree branch in half. Bang! Seeing the tree branch fall from the tree to the ground, Li Xian nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this pair of sawtooth sickles. What a pity for such a good body! Moreover, its steel body skill reached the intermediate level as soon as it was born. This means that this body's potential is very high. Li Xian secretly felt that it was a pity. He felt that this body, combined with his battle instinct skill, would definitely be able to display a combat strength that exceeded the norm. However, Li Xian was prepared to reincarnate again. At Three-Eyed Race? Tisk, 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 this is a good opportunity to test the combat strength of this body and earn honor points. With Li Xian's god's perspective, he discovered that there were a few three-eyed race members chasing after a fox in the valley 5 kilometers away. Curious, Li Xian rushed over without hesitation. How strong will this body's combat strength be when it's fused with my battle instinct skill? I'm looking forward to it. Li Xian muttered to himself. At this moment, he activated his battle instinct. The intense battle instinct penetrated into the limbs and bones of this body, causing it to undergo a transformation. Whoosh! 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 Li Xian's figure flashed. Under the effect of the speed enhancement, his body was like a speeding leopard, moving rapidly on the emerald green grass. In the valley, 5 members of the three-eyed race were holding long knives in their hands as they chased after the little white fox in a frenzy. The little white fox was furry and looked very cute. There was a crescent-shaped pattern between its eyebrows that was constantly flashing with white light. I didn't expect to see a reincarnator of the moon race here. This is an extremely rare and mysterious race. As long as we capture it, we will definitely receive a large reward. The leader of the three-eyed race shouted excitedly. His strong body ran quickly and gradually surrounded the little white fox, trapping it in the middle. Chapter 136, Suppress the Curse. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Squeak! Squeak! The little white fox turned its body anxiously. Its large black eyes were filled with anxiety. It kept turning its head to look for an opportunity to escape. However, it could not find an opportunity to escape when it was surrounded in the middle. This caused despair to appear in the little white fox's eyes. Ha ha ha! When the three-eyed race members saw the little fox's human-like despair, they could not help but laugh out loud. At the same time, they brandished their long knives and walked forward step by step. Wait, something is approaching. The three-eyed race member who was leading the group suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the valley entrance with a solemn expression. As he looked, a steel mantis appeared at the valley entrance and was approaching at an extremely fast speed. What a fast speed! This steel mantis is really fast, a three-eyed race member said in surprise. It's fine. It's just a summoned beast with a mid-level black iron rank. Among the 5 of us, one of us is also a high-level black iron rank while the other 4 are mid-level black iron rank, the three-eyed race member who was leading the group said indifferently. Although it also felt that the steel mantis was a little fast, its spiritual power fluctuation was too low. It was only a mid-level black iron rank, so it was relieved. It's coming. Everyone, come with me and kill it immediately. The leader of the three-eyed race shouted loudly. The long saber in his hand flashed with a cold light and hacked down from the sky like lightning. He slashed at the charging steel mantis. The rest of the three-eyed race did not hesitate either. They immediately used all of their abilities, brandishing their long sabers and slashing down as well. This simultaneous attack, this terrifying long saber that was going all out, also caused the little white fox's heart to tighten as it watched. Its large eyes were filled with worry. As if the little white fox had made a decision, white light appeared around its body as it began to gather some kind of ability. However, at this moment, the sound of wind breaking suddenly sounded, and the scene fell into a strange silence. The little fox, who was gathering white light, heard this sound. It focused its eyes and looked. Its small mouth instantly opened, and the gathered white light also disappeared. Bang! 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 5 three-eyed race corpses fell to the ground in unison. A bloody hole appeared in their hearts. In their eyes, there was still disbelief and shock. So weak. Li Xian shook off the blood on the blade on his forelimbs and looked speechlessly at the three-eyed race who had fallen to the ground. He had never expected that the other party would be so weak. They did not even last a second. The strongest one is only at the high-level black iron rank. He is indeed a little weak. Let's go back and find someone stronger. Li Xian shook his head, turned around and left with his mantis legs. He staggered out of the valley. Squeak! Squeak! The little fox saw Li Xian leave and hurriedly followed behind him. It blinked its big eyes and looked at Li Xian. It could sense the power of the curse from Li Xian's body. This was a unique perception ability of the moon race. It could sense the power of the curse that others could not. Hey, don't follow me, or I'll eat you. Li Xian looked at the little fox beside him. He deliberately waved the big knife on his forelimbs to scare the little fox. There was nothing he could do. Li Xian was ready to reincarnate. He did not want anyone to follow him. Squeak, squeak. The little fox raised its little white claws and made some sounds as if it was saying something. However, the little fox remembered that it was a summoned beast and could not speak. It immediately fell into anxiety. You said that I have the power of a curse. Li Xian stopped and turned his head to look at the little fox. Sir, can you understand what I'm saying? The little fox called out again. However, such a sound was heard by Li Xian's ears. It was the clear voice of a little girl. Don't call me sir. Tell me first, how do you know about the curse? Li Xian looked at the little fox seriously. Sir, I have a special ability. I can feel curses and I can also vaguely feel the real age of others, the little fox said sweetly. What a powerful ability! Li Xian looked at the little fox carefully, wanting to find out what was different about her. Uncle, you can't look at a girl like that. It's impolite. The little fox raised her claws again and looked at Li Xian with some protest. Who knows if you're really a girl? All right, tell me about the curse first. What kind of curse is the curse on my body? Li Xian said seriously. I don't know. I'm only 16 this year. I still have a lot of knowledge that I have yet to awaken, but I know that this strange curse is affecting your soul. Although the effect of this curse has been greatly reduced for some unknown reason, it is still working. If this continues for a long time, it will also cause damage to your soul, the little fox said seriously. Is that so? Since you know so much about the curse, can you help me remove it? Li Xian asked. My strength is too weak. I can only temporarily suppress the curse for about a year, the little fox explained seriously. A year? That's enough. Help me suppress it. It's just enough to repay me for saving you. Li Xian nodded. A year was enough for him to grow. When that time came, he would definitely have a better way to deal with the curse. Okay. The little fox nodded. Its two little white claws slowly pressed together. The white light began to spread rapidly in all directions with the little fox as the center. The white light was very warm, like the light of hope, making people feel very comfortable. Li Xian also climbed down comfortably, quietly feeling the changes in his soul. With the white light, Li Xian felt his soul relax a little, as if some kind of shackle had been loosened. A few minutes later, the white light gradually disappeared, and the little fox lay weakly on the ground, lazily not wanting to move. "Sir, the curse is temporarily suppressed, but this curse is very strange. It's clearly a very high-level curse, but the damage to you is very small. It's really strange." The little fox was puzzled, unable to understand what was going on. She could only wait until she became stronger in the future and awakened more knowledge of the moon race before she studied this curse. "I understand. These 2 bottles of medicinal pills are for you. Try not to die. In the future, the matter of the curse will still depend on you." Li Xian put down the 2 bottles of pills to increase the little fox's strength. He was prepared to use the little fox in the future. Of course, Li Xian was also absolutely confident that he could solve the curse himself. Therefore, Li Xian left the pills behind and left without any hesitation. "Thank you, sir. Where are you going? Can I follow you?" The little fox touched the pills with her little paws. The pills disappeared in an instant. Then, the little fox hurriedly followed Li Xian. "No." Li Xian directly refused. What a joke! He was ready to commit suicide. How could he let others follow him? Therefore, Li Xian refused without hesitation. Then, he ran away quickly. Only the little fox was left standing there timidly. It wanted to follow but did not dare to. It could only crouch on the spot, feeling wronged. After a while, the little fox took out the pill and wanted to see what it was. Then, it bit open the pill bottle with its little mouth. The next second, it was stunned. "What kind of pill is this? Why do I feel like it is very helpful to me?" The little fox was shocked. It looked at the pill in disbelief and gratefully looked in the direction Li Xian had left. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the little fox still followed him, ready to properly thank Li Xian. However, when she walked forward for a while and came to the side of a small lake, she saw an unimaginable scene. It was because the steel mantis who had just saved her had already died by the lake. The cause of death was actually suicide. Yes, it was suicide. The steel mantis's sharp blade pierced through its body, from its chest to its back. This scene scared the little fox. It ran over anxiously. "Sir, sir, what happened to you? Why did you commit suicide? What exactly happened?" The little fox said anxiously. It could not understand what had happened, but it knew that the sir was really dead. His soul was gone, leaving only a body. At this time, 23-eyed race people with powerful auras, led by a bronze rank expert, rushed over and surrounded the little fox. "I've finally found you, Moon Race." The 3-eyed race expert in the lead revealed a cruel expression and walked forward step by step with a terrifying killing intent. The long saber in his hand emitted a dense bloody aura. Chapter 137, The Steel Mantis After Death. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little white fox looked at the 3-eyed race members around her. She was terrified when she saw the 3-eyed race experts walking toward her step by step. She wanted to escape, but there were enemies everywhere and there was nowhere to run. The little fox could only hide behind the steel mantis and tremble in fear. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Legend has it that the moon race's people are extraordinary and have special abilities. When I catch you, I'll definitely study you and see what special abilities you have. The 3-eyed race expert said coldly. The strong bronze rank aura wantonly rippled, causing the atmosphere at the scene to become even more oppressive. This aura was too tyrannical. It even suppressed the little fox to the point that she became more and more fearful. The surrounding Black Iron rank 3-eyed rank members were also affected by it. Big Brother is too strong. As expected, the mid-level bronze rank is not something that can be casually talked about, a three-eyed race member said in admiration. Yet, Big Brother is indeed strong. Perhaps he can break through to silver rank in the future. That's right. Big Brother will definitely reach silver rank in the future. A few three-eyed race members were discussing animatedly, looking at the three-eyed race expert with admiration. Such a worshipping voice caused the three-eyed race expert to raise his head involuntarily. He waved his hand and said, "Second brother, go and capture that moon race." "Yes. Big Brother." Second brother hurriedly nodded and walked over with his mace. His muscular body was like a wall as he walked toward the little fox. When he walked in front of the steel mantis and saw the mantis corpse blocking his way, second brother's mouth opened wide. Is there something wrong with this steel mantis's brain? Why did it commit suicide when it was perfectly fine? It actually used its four limbs to stab itself through. Second brother looked at the lifeless steel mantis. He felt that this summoned beast was also brainless, so it actually committed suicide. What a weird steel mantis! Its brain must be crooked. Second brother sneered and prepared to continue forward. However, with the steel mantis blocking in front of him, second brother did not want to take a detour. He waved his 2-meter-long spiked club and directly smashed it down. As the second strongest expert in the team, second brother's club was extremely fast. Not to mention a mid-level black iron rank, even a high-level black iron rank would not be able to block it. However, at this moment when he smashed his club down, the steel mantis that was quietly standing suddenly moved, and its figure flashed like lightning. Fresh blood sprayed out, dyeing the ground red and second brother's body red. The steel mantis's four limbs stabbed deeply into the second brother's chest, directly piercing through his chest and spilling blood all over the ground. How? How is this possible? The second brother lowered his head in a daze, looking at the bloody hole in his heart and the steel mantis standing quietly. The second brother wanted to say something, but unfortunately, he no longer had the strength to speak. Plop! The second brother's corpse lay motionless on the ground, his eyes still filled with disbelief. The surrounding three-eyed race members were all stunned when they saw this scene. They looked at the scene in shock, watching this strange scene. Isn't it dead? How can it still move? And it even ambushed second brother. I remember that there is an ape beast that has a battle instinct innate skill. Even if it dies, it can still fight. Could it be that this steel mantis also has a similar skill? No. I don't know. However, I must avenge second brother and dismember the steel mantis. The three-eyed race member at the scene said loudly as they looked at the steel mantis with a grave expression. All of them gripped their weapons tightly as they prepared to fight. However, they were a little afraid of the steel mantis that could still fight even after it died. Don't worry. The steel mantis is already dead. Its body is only affected by the indoctrination of its battle instinct. That's why it continues to fight. It was able to kill the second brother purely by relying on sneak attacks. The leader of the three-eyed race spoke. His bloodthirsty eyes stared at the steel mantis as he continued. Although this steel mantis is very fast, it is only relying on its instincts to fight. The few of you, attack together and dismember it. Yes, leader. The surrounding three-eyed race members immediately nodded. They slowly approached the steel mantis with all sorts of weapons in their hands. They stared at the steel mantis with bloodthirsty eyes. At this moment, the little white fox was still in a dazed state. She was even more shocked when she saw the steel mantis instantly kill the second brother of the three-eyed race. She had never expected that the dead steel mantis would still be able to fight. This was truly shocking. However, when she saw the three-eyed race members approaching her, the little white fox immediately pressed her front limbs together. Her body began to glow with white light as she began to use some special ability. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out. The little fox felt her fur being blown by the wind. Then, she was stunned once again and stopped using her ability. That was because The steel mantis disappeared for a second. After a second, only the three-eyed race leader was left alive. The remaining three-eyed race members were all dead. Bang! 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 A series of corpses fell to the ground. Other than the three-eyed race leader, all the other three-eyed race members were dead. A large hole had appeared in their hearts. It was another instant kill. Even if the steel mantis was dead, it was still so strong. How terrifying was it when it was alive? The little fox was terrified. Her large eyes were wide open, and she could not wrap her mind around it. On the other side, the remaining three-eyed race leader of the group looked at the steel mantis with a grave expression. The battle not long ago was too fast, and it ended in an instant. With such terrifying strength, even the three-eyed clan was scared out of his wits and hurriedly took a few steps back. However, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly grinned. The steel mantis is already dead, but its body still retains its battle instinct. Anyone who comes within a certain range and harasses it will be attacked by it. However, this residual battle instinct won't last for long. After half a day, it will fall, and when that time comes. The three-eyed race looked at the little white fox with a cruel gaze. He stared at the little fox with murderous intent and swore that he would torture the little fox crazily later. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little fox suddenly understood why she was not attacked. At the same time, she looked at the steel mantis with her big eyes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little white fox gently jumped onto the mantis. Her little claws slowly approached the steel mantis's head. She nervously approached it bit by bit and made sounds at the same time. Buzz! A mysterious pattern that was shining with white light appeared on the steel mantis's head. At the same time, the steel mantis became increasingly fierce and terrifying. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, the three-eyed race group leader hurriedly asked. He wanted to approach but was afraid of the steel mantis because the danger level of the steel mantis had increased by a large margin. Following the three-eyed race group leader's question, an unimaginable scene suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The little white fox suddenly transformed from a little fox into a human. It became an enchanting little beauty with a white tail and a white fox fur dress. The little beauty's skin was very fair and delicate. She looked exceptionally beautiful and cute. Her every frown and smile was full of charm. Chapter 138, Chinyu Summoning. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Such a little beauty caused the three-eyed race group leader to slowly reveal a greedy expression. At the same time, the eye on the three-eyed race's forehead flickered for a moment, and the greedy expression immediately disappeared. Damn it, what ability is this? An illusion. The three-eyed race group leader took a step back in fear, his third eye blinking non-stop, in case he was tricked again. The little beauty did not care about this. Instead, she quickly set up something on the ground. Her slender little hands kept drawing on the ground as if drawing something. Wait, are you drawing a teleportation array? Damn it! The three-eyed race expert saw through the general structure and his expression finally changed. He immediately clenched the weapon in his hand tightly and prepared to attack with killing intent. You'd better not come over, or you'll die. Just now, I blessed the steel mantis and strengthened it. At the same time, I also extended its current state. If you dare to come over, I'll use an illusion to disturb you. When you face the steel mantis, you'll definitely die. The little beauty spoke. Her voice was very pleasant, as clear and melodious as an aureole. Are you sure? The three-eyed race group leader asked tentatively, his eyes fixed on the steel mantis. Of course. My race's blessing is very powerful. If you're not afraid of death, come here. The fox-tailed little beauty smiled lightly. A suffocating smile bloomed on her snow-white face. Oh? I don't believe it. Although your blessing will be effective, a dead steel mantis won't be able to stop me, even if it's very fast. The eye on the three-eyed race group leader's forehead flickered, preventing him from being distracted by the little beauty's smile. After closing his third eye, he kept feeling that this little beauty was breathtakingly beautiful. That might not be the case. My blessing will increase its combat strength by 100%. The little beauty smiled sweetly, but she was also very worried and afraid. It was because she was still very weak, the blessing effect could not reach 100%, only 10%. By saying this, she was deliberately lying to the other party to stall for time. Is that so? The three-eyed race group leader became even more fearful. Although he felt that this might be fake, the steel mantis's killing speed was too fast, so he had to be on guard. If you don't believe me, you can try. The little beauty continued to speak as her small hands quickly continued to set up the teleportation array. Time passed bit by bit as the teleportation array was set up more and more complete. Gradually, she was moving toward success. This scene caused the three-eyed race group leader who was watching from afar to become more and more anxious. He became more and more irritable, and his killing intent filled his heart. We can't delay any longer. If we delay any longer, the moon race will definitely escape. Let's give it a try. If I can't deal with them, then let's escape. With my mid-level bronze rank strength, it's not a problem for me to escape. The three-eyed race group leader said to himself. He was extremely afraid of the steel mantis's speed, but he still tightened his grip on his weapon and suddenly charged out. Whoosh! The three-eyed race group leader's speed was extremely fast. He appeared beside the steel mantis at lightning speed and slashed down with the weapon in his hand. His speed was too fast. The little beauty could not react at all. Even the steel mantis did not move. This scene surprised the three-eyed race group leader. The weapon in his hand fell even more crazily. Crack! The steel mantis's head split into two and fell to the ground. It rolled on the ground twice and did not move at all. However, the entire scene fell into silence. The three-eyed race group leader also stopped moving and stood quietly. 8 bloody holes appeared on his chest and abdomen. Blood poured out like a fountain. I can't even escape? What kind of monster are you? The three-eyed race group leader spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed as he fell to the ground and died. However, even though he died, he still died with his eyes wide open. He could not understand why the steel mantis was so strong. At the side, the little beauty looked at this scene in a daze. She looked at the dead three-eyed race group leader in disbelief. She looked at the few holes on his chest and abdomen. The little beauty had never expected that the steel mantis was so strong that it could even kill a mid-level bronze rank expert in an instant. It's too strong, too strong. It's so strong even after death. How strong was it when it was alive? Why would such a strong existence commit suicide? The little beauty was puzzled. She could not understand why. Clang! The steel mantis finally fell to the ground. The remaining battle instinct in its body finally dissipated. It could no longer stand for a second. The little beauty felt a strange heartache when she saw this scene. She carefully walked over and put together the steel mantis's corpse before storing it into her portable space. Thank you. In the future, if I become an ultimate expert, I will definitely use my race's forbidden secret technique to resurrect you. After the little beauty finished speaking, she once again turned into a little white fox and walked toward the magical array that suddenly appeared not far away. It was the summoning contract array. On the other side, in a certain small lake, Li Xian swam around and picked some materials at the bottom of the lake before putting them into the auction house to be auctioned. After he finished picking, he suddenly realized that his honor points had increased on the data panel. It had become 2,000. Strange, why did my honor points increase? I didn't kill any other races, right? Li Xian was puzzled. He pulled out the honor points increase record and instantly came to a realization. I didn't expect that by injecting my battle instinct into my body, I would actually earn honor points for myself. Looks like I'll have to do this more often in the future. Li Xian's heart was filled with joy. He felt that this method was pretty good. It's just that my body this time is a little irritating. I actually turned into a fat-headed fish. However, my skill is pretty good, it has reached the advanced level. Li Xian shook his head and prepared to commit suicide again. I'll continue to pour in my battle instinct skill. It's best if I can kill the enemy. Even if I can't, there's no loss. Li Xian activated his battle instinct skill and poured all his battle experience into the fat-headed fish's body. Then, he swam to the shore and used the earth spike. Slosh! Fresh blood flowed out. The pain appeared in his heart, but the earth spike actually did not completely pierce into it. Oh right, now that my physique has been strengthened, coupled with my own defensive power, it's a little difficult for me to die. I can only stab myself a few more times. Li Xian was helpless. He could only waste a lot of time and stab himself many times. Finally, it was time for him to successfully commit suicide. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Following the mechanical notification, Li Xian's world turned from darkness to light. However, what entered his eyes was not the blue sky and white clouds, but thick dark clouds and terrifying lightning. Rumble! The terrifying lightning continuously flashed. Many of them struck Li Xian's body, but he did not receive any damage. He did not even feel any pain, only a small dot was left. He's actually not afraid of lightning? What innate skill did he obtain this time? Li Xian was puzzled and slowly began to browse through the memories of this body. However, at this moment, a summoning array suddenly appeared around his body. It was Qin Yu's summoning array. When Li Xian saw this summoning array, his expression instantly became grave. His figure quickly turned into an orange cat and disappeared into the summoning array. Chapter 139, The Other Half of the Ancient Book. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A dazzling light flashed. Following this light, the scene in front of Li Xian changed. Finally, he arrived at the familiar living room. Brother Li Xian, I finally see you again. A soft voice sounded. Following this voice, Li Xian saw Qin Yu running over. Her snow-white little hands directly picked Li Xian up and even turned around to hug him. Is there no danger? Li Xian looked at Qin Yu, who was fine, and Song Xiaomei, who was smiling not far away, and asked in puzzlement. He originally thought that Qin Yu was in danger, but he did not expect it to be like this. Brother Li Xian, I have something to give you. It's very important. Qin Yu blinked her big eyes and said in a soft and cute manner. What is it? Li Xian was puzzled. Here, it's this. Qin Yu raised her small hand and took out half of the ancient book from a black box at the side. She then handed it to Li Xian with a smile. It's actually the ancient book. Li Xian was shocked and immediately grabbed the ancient book to read. It's the second half. It's actually the second half. Li Xian was shocked and looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. It must be known that the first half of the book that Li Xian obtained previously mostly talked about the basics of alchemy. There were only a few precious pill formulas. However, this half of the ancient book was filled with pill formulas. There were many pill formulas that had never appeared before. Such good things made Li Xian extremely happy. For example, the spirit-enhancing pill that appeared on the first page had a refining method. Its effect was 10 times that of the moistening water pill. Moreover, this ancient book did not only have pill formulas. It was said that there was some kind of big secret hidden in it. When the two halves of the ancient book were combined, they might be able to solve this big secret. Brother Li Xian, the second half of the ancient book is missing a page. We might not be able to reveal the secret hidden within, Qin Yu explained in a low voice. Oh! Li Xian quickly waved his small claws and flipped to the last page of the ancient book. As expected, the last page was missing. It was torn off by someone. Moreover, looking at the traces, it had been torn off for a long time. Where did you find this half of the ancient book? Li Xian suddenly asked. I picked it up on the road, Qin Yu explained. Picked it up on the road? Are you sure? Li Xian was stunned. He felt that Qin Yu's luck was a little too good. It's in the aisle by the side. Over there. Qin Yu pointed at the small path not far away from the window. There were few people there. Only when Qin Yu and the others went home would they pass by there. However, this half-book appeared there. This was a little strange. Something's not right. It shouldn't be like this. Li Xian was suspicious. He immediately used his god's perspective and carefully looked at the ground near the path. Soon, he found some strange footprints. These footprints were not human footprints, but more like pig footprints. This instantly aroused Li Xian's suspicion and he began to follow the footprints. Under his god's perspective, a black wild boar soon appeared under Li Xian's view. Seeing this small wild boar, Li Xian frowned, because this was the black wild boar that fought with him for Qin Yu's contract back then. The key point was that the small wild boar still had a black box in its mouth. The appearance of the box was exactly the same as the box that contained the ancient books. This was surprising. It seemed that this small wild boar was the one that gave half of the ancient books to Qin Yu. Yu, wait for me at home. I'm going out for a while. Li Xian put the ancient book back into the box and told Qin Yu to take good care of it. The next second, wind wings appeared on Li Xian's back and he flew into the sky. Of course, his invisibility skill was also activated at this moment and he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Flap! Flap! Li Xian flew at high speed. The effect of the peak wing was very strong and it also made Li Xian fly even faster. If Li Xian revealed himself, his figure would probably disappear in a flash. While flying, Li Xian continued to use God's perspective to observe the black box in the little wild boar's mouth. What was surprising was that this black box had a shielding effect. It actually affected God's perspective and made others ignore it. If God's perspective had not been upgraded to the peak, perhaps Li Xian would have really had ignored it. Why is this little wild boar giving Qin Yu something? What's in the black box in its mouth right now? Could there be a torn page? Li Xian secretly guessed and continued to fly in pursuit, preparing to see what was in the black box. However, at this moment, Li Xian frowned. When did Black Rock City become so chaotic? Who are those black-cloaked people at the city gate? They actually captured so many civilians. Li Xian's god's perspective saw many civilians running out of the city being forcefully captured by the black-cloaked people and tied up with special ropes. Many of these civilians were not even cultivators. Their strength was very weak, and there were even many children. However, they were all captured and tied up with ropes, tied together by the city gate. When the city guards saw this scene, they wanted to say something, but they did not dare to. They could only fly into a rage. Emperor! Li Xian saw a golden word on the chest of these black-cloaked people. It was the word Emperor, and it even gave off a faint golden light. To be able to make the city guards not dare to provoke and capture people at will, other than the legendary Divine Imperial Palace, I can't think of anything else. Li Xian's brows were tightly knitted. He felt that the lives of the people in this world were too difficult. Without strength, they could only be slaughtered by others. Just like the slums. At this moment, at the entrance of the slums, a few hundred people with strange expressions stood quietly. These people stared fixedly at the outside of the slums, staring at all the passers-by who were close to the slums. As long as the passers-by looked at these strange people, they would mechanically walk into the slums and become one of these strange people. It made people shudder. It's the strange god sect again. What a disgusting sect. I've clearly killed a silver rank last time. I didn't expect them to not learn their lesson. Li Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. He hated these guys from the strange god sect very much. He was very unhappy that they played with people's lives. Isn't that Ye Fan? He's being chased again. Under Li Xian's god's perspective, at the edge of the residential area, the young Ye Fan was running desperately toward the slums. Behind him, a small giant with a stiff face was chasing after him crazily, staring at Ye Fan with a bloodthirsty look. This Ye Fan is really capable. Every time I see him, he is chased after, but every time he escapes, he is just a little weak. Li Xian shook his head. At the moment, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei's strength had already reached the high-level Black Iron rank, while Ye Fan was only at the mid-level Black Iron rank. This was a little weak. With this thought in mind, Li Xian continued flying and soon arrived above the slum. However, at this time, the strange-looking commoners suddenly turned their heads collectively and looked in Ye Fan's direction. The strange god saves the world. He strange god saves the world. Along with their hoarse shouts, these strange-looking commoners quickly ran in Ye Fan's direction. Their facial features were distorted as they ran madly. Very soon, these commoners ran in front of Ye Fan and blocked his path. However, Ye Fan's expression did not change when he saw this scene. His figure suddenly disappeared as he ran madly. Roar! The little giant that was chasing after Ye Fan let out a wild roar. It seemed to be searching for Ye Fan through the sound waves, but it also seemed to be warning the strange god sect. However, the strange god sect's commoners did not show any signs of fear. Instead, they fearlessly charged towards the little giant. Boom! 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 The strange god sect and the little giant were in a complete battle. Both sides were fighting with bloodshot eyes. At the back of the house not far away, Ye Fan suddenly appeared. With a few leaps, he disappeared into the distance. Phew! 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 I finally escaped. This time, I lured the enemy away and let the little wild boar search that secret chamber. I think it must have gotten something good. After all, the demonic energy organization's security is extremely tight. Ye Fan panted as he came to a small courtyard. The moment he entered, he saw the black wild boar and the small box in its mouth. Chapter 140, 9 Bitterness of the Divine Imperial Palace. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Quick, let me see what's inside. Ye Fan quickly ran over and opened the small box. Very quickly, dozens of medicinal pills appeared before his eyes. Moistening water pill, healing pill, barrier breaking pill, there's actually a spirit enhancing pill. This is a high quality medicinal pill. One pill is equivalent to 10 moistening water pills. Barrier breaking pill isn't bad either. It can help me break through obstacles. I've been stuck in the mid-level Black Iron rank for so long. I can finally break through. Ye Fan was ecstatic. He held the black box and wanted to laugh out loud. However, he suddenly revealed a puzzled expression. The main thing was that the security in the secret room back then was very tight. Logically speaking, there should be something more valuable. However, there was not any. There were only some pills. With a puzzled expression, Ye Fan turned the small box upside down. In the end, there were only some pills. There was nothing else. Nothing? What a pity. Such a small thing is so heavily guarded. Could it be that the evil energy organization of me stealing their things? Ye Fan was a little speechless. He felt that the evil energy organization was making a fuss over nothing. However, he was too lazy to think about it. Instead, he quickly picked up the pills and ate them. In the sky, Li Xian watched this scene quietly. He originally wanted to go down and snatch it, but seeing that there was only such a small thing, he was too lazy to make a move. For example, the most valuable spirit-enhancing pill in the box. There was a refining method in the ancient book. As long as he learned it, he could easily refine it. The main point was that the kindness of this little wild boar made Li Xian somewhat unable to make a move. After all, the little wild boar had just given him the ancient books. If he continued to snatch the pills, it would be ruthless. I'll observe this little wild boar more later. I feel that it treats Qin Yu very well. Perhaps the transcendence fruit from last time is also related to the little wild boar. Li Xian secretly guessed. He was prepared to observe the little wild boar more in the future to see what was going on. With this thought in mind, Li Xian left and headed straight for Qin Yu's residence. Not long after, Li Xian successfully returned and came to the sofa beside Qin Yu. "Brother Li Xian, you're back." When Qin Yu saw that Li Xian had returned, she instantly heaved a sigh of relief. She raised her small hand and began to mold the cat's head. "Yu, why is Blackstone City so chaotic? Why are those commoners running out of the city?" Li Xian asked the question in his heart. "It's like this. The Divine Imperial Palace sent people to the city to collect taxes. Each person has to pay 300,000 yuan. Many people cannot afford it even if they sell everything they have. For commoners who can't afford it, they will be captured and thrown into the Divine Imperial Palace. Therefore, Black Rock City is in chaos. Everyone is looking for relatives to defect to avoid taxes," Qin Yu explained. "Yu is right. It is said that hundreds of thousands of people enter the Divine Imperial Palace every year, but not a single one comes out. The entire Divine Imperial Palace is filled with endless bloody mist." Song Xiaomei also spoke. She moved to the other side of Li Xian and began to explain. Her small hands could not help but come to stroke the cat. "Not a single one comes out." Li Xian frowned. "Yes, it is said that the Divine Imperial Palace is an underground city. There are 99 floors below, and each floor can accommodate a lot of people. Right, recently, the Divine Imperial Palace has been preparing to build the second Divine Imperial Palace in the desert, so it has ordered the cities of various countries to pay taxes. It has also sent people from the Divine Imperial Palace to supervise." Song Xiaomei continued to explain, telling him everything she knew. "Strange, why is the second Divine Imperial Palace built in the desert? The environment in the desert is quite harsh." Li Xian was puzzled. He could not figure out what the reason was, but he thought of something and asked again. "There are mutated beasts outside the city. Why are the people leaving the city? Even if they are avoiding taxes, they can't go outside the city to die." "Brother Li Xian, I heard that the resistance army has established a base outside and is recruiting refugees. There are no taxes there. Many people who can't survive choose to seek refuge outside the city." Song Xiaomei explained. She felt that it was a lot to pay 300,000 tax per person. After all, many people could not accumulate 300,000 tax in their lifetime. The base of the resistance army. Li Xian used his god's perspective again and scanned his surroundings. Very quickly, he saw a damaged new building 3 kilometers away from the city gate. However, that place was already in ruins. Dozens of heads were propped on the ground with sticks. On the remaining building, there was a sentence written in blood: "This was the end of being a resistance. Has it been destroyed by the Divine Imperial Palace?" Li Xian continued to look at the city gate with a serious expression, carefully observing the men in black up close. However, at this time, a white-haired old man walked out from the men in black. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He frowned and looked around, as if he was looking for something. At this time, the white-haired man in black took out a small golden ball and crushed it. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. Li Xian felt his brain shake and blood immediately oozed out of his mouth and nose. "Brother Li Xian, what's wrong?" Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei saw blood oozing out of Li Xian's mouth and nose. They hurriedly took out the medicine box. Their beautiful eyes were filled with worry. "It's all right. It's already healed." Li Xian's self-healing skill was immediately activated and his injuries were healed in an instant. Then, Li Xian continued to look at the white-haired man in black. The white-haired man in black was still looking around, but no one knew who he was observing. At this moment, he took out another golden ball, and there were a total of 10 of them. Shua! Li Xian's god's perspective was quickly withdrawn, and his mood became very heavy. This was the first time he had suffered such a loss. Even when he was cursing, he was not in such a heavy mood. However, he felt pressure for the first time. The Divine Imperial Palace is truly an amazing organization. Just a single tax collector is already so terrifying. Just how powerful is the number one expert of mankind, the Divine Emperor? Li Xian muttered to himself. He felt that this matter was extremely troublesome. Even the peak god's perspective was blocked. This showed just how amazing the other party was. Wait, this is the first time I used god's perspective to observe. They didn't realize that at that time, my perspective was higher and I wasn't that close to them. In other words, as long as my god's perspective isn't that close to them, I won't be discovered. With this thought in mind, Li Xian activated his god's perspective once again. He looked down from the sky and looked down at the black-clothed men in the Divine Imperial Palace. As expected, no one attacked this time. The white-haired black-clothed man who had attacked previously sat in the middle of the crowd and sat quietly. Seeing this scene, Li Xian continued to adjust his angle of view and began to test it bit by bit. When God's perspective was 10 meters away from them, the man in the center of the black-clothed man suddenly stood up. 10 meters. Li Xian raised his angle of view a little. Seeing the black-clothed man sit back after a round of observation, Li Xian was relieved and continued to observe the other party. On the other side, at the entrance of Black Rock City, the white-haired black-clothed man narrowed his eyes and sized up the surroundings. His turbid old eyes continued to scan the surroundings, and his long white hair swayed slightly in the wind. I really didn't expect that Black Rock City would actually have such an expert in observation hidden. Even I don't know where the other party is hiding. The white-haired black-clothed man's expression was grave as he continued to scan the surroundings. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. He silently took out a rune-like item from his pocket and poured spiritual power into it. Soon, a voice came from within the rune. Number 10, what business do you have with me? Ninth brother, you came to Black Rock City. I encountered a problem, the white-haired black-clothed man said. Problem? You're a city lord. Even you encountered a problem. Yes, I met a preceptor in Black Rock City. The preceptor of the other party is on the same level as me, the white-haired black-clothed man said solemnly. The same level? The peak level? There's actually someone on the same level as you in terms of perception. A surprised voice came from the side of the symbol. Yes, it's very inconceivable. That preceptor has observed me many times, but I was unable to discover him no matter how much I tried. Although the other party's observation ability is of the same level as mine, his ability is even more outstanding, the white-haired black-clothed man said solemnly. He is indeed formidable, but I'm a battle spirit martial artist. It's useless for you to ask me for help. Even you can't find him, so how could I possibly find him? Ninth brother's puzzled voice came from the rune, as if he could not figure out why number 10 wanted him to go over. Just come. I have a way to find him, the white-haired black-clothed man, number 10, said seriously. Oh? What way? Chapter 141, Hidden Beast. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's a surveillance array that I've mastered. I need you to set it up together with me. As long as it's set up successfully, it can be maintained for a long period of time. As for the effect, with the enhancement of the array, my observation range can reach up to 10 kilometers, number 10 said confidently. 10 kilometers? The range is indeed not small. A surprised voice came from the rune. Yes, this is the surveillance array that I spent a lot of effort to obtain from the abyss. With the surveillance array, I can monitor the entire Black Rock City through it for a long time. There's a very high chance of finding that preceptor, number 10 continued. This array is really good. Unfortunately, I can't leave now. It'll take at least half a year. Another voice came from the rune. Why? Number 10 frowned and asked. I'm chasing after a bloodline master from the evil energy organization. He's very difficult to deal with. Bloodline master? Do you need my help? Bloodline masters aren't easy to deal with, number 10 asked solemnly. No need. Killing him is my second goal. My first goal is to find an opportunity to break through. We're the only ones among the 10 brothers who haven't reached gold rank yet. A serious voice came from within the runes, and this voice was filled with determination. That's right. I've also been stuck for many years, and I still haven't seen an opportunity to break through. Number 10 sighed. Don't worry. There will be hope. If it really doesn't work out, then we'll take that path. However, that's also a path of no return. Forget it, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Oh right, 2 silver rank members of the evil energy organization and the strange god sect died in the small mystic realm outside of Black Rock City. Have you investigated this matter clearly? Yes, I have. It was a small elf that could transform and self-destruct, causing the 2 silver rank warriors to have no bones left. The evil energy organization and the strange god sect had suffered a great loss and were half dead from anger. The key point was that they were still unable to take revenge because the small elf was dead, number 10 explained. Self-destruct? I really didn't expect that there would be such a fierce little elf. How vicious! Indeed ruthless. It's a pity that the little elf died. Otherwise, if he joined my divine imperial palace, he would be another great general with great potential. Number 10 shook his head. It's indeed a pity. On the other side, in Song Xiaomei's house, Li Xian quietly observed the outside of the city. After some observation, Li Xian put away his god's perspective and frowned as he pondered. Li Xian was very afraid of that golden ball because it was something that was similar to a mental attack. Its effect was very powerful. Such an attack also gave Li Xian a reminder to prepare to increase his spiritual power. If only I could obtain some mental type skills. Li Xian muttered to himself. He raised his head and saw Qin Yu holding a towel and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Li Xian could see the worry in Qin Yu's beautiful eyes. I'm fine. By the way, have you paid your taxes? Li Xian asked. We've already paid them. We've saved quite a lot of money in the past few months. Sister Xiaomei and I can already refine moistening water pills. Qin Yu said softly and began to explain her situation bit by bit, including her growth in Sister Qi's shop. Not bad, not bad. The speed of growth is faster than I imagined. Li Xian nodded. He was a little surprised by the growth of Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei. Li Xian could understand the increase in strength. After all, he had told Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei about the spirit race's cultivation method, so it was normal for them to improve quickly. However, it was more surprising that they could refine the moistening water pills, so Li Xian could not help but praise them. After receiving Li Xian's praise, a beautiful smile appeared on Qin Yu's snow-white face. Her big eyes were bright, obviously liking Li Xian's praise very much. The birthmark on your face has actually moved a little. Li Xian noticed that the birthmark on Qin Yu's face had actually moved up a little. From the looks of it, it seemed to be moving toward the center of her brows. I don't know why either. This birthmark has moved without me noticing. Qin Yu nodded her head softly. Her large eyes were filled with confusion. It should be fine. Pay more attention. Li Xian was not sure why, but this thing had protected Qin Yu before, so it should not be a bad thing. I'll accompany you guys for the next few days. If there's nothing else, I'll return to the summoned beasts world. Li Xian thought of the mental type skill and prepared to obtain it as soon as possible. Only a few days? Can you stay a little longer? Qin Yu was a little reluctant, and her small hand grabbed Li Xian's small claw. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." "All right." In the next few days, Li Xian had a good understanding of the current situation in Black Rock City. Generally speaking, although Black Rock City was very chaotic, it did not have much of an impact on summoners. Summoners like Qin Yu who could refine pills were even more valued and were even protected by the city lord's manor. It was just that the lives of ordinary people were very difficult. Under the enormous pressure of taxes, many people could only sell their houses to pay taxes. Some people also tried to resist, but the results were very miserable. For example, the resistance army, which was very famous, had already killed many people. Even the evil energy organization did not dare to be so ostentatious. Only the strange god sect was still arrogant. Every day, hundreds of people stood at the entrance of the slums, staring at everyone who was close to the slums. However, for some reason, they did not take a single step out of the slums. Even if they left Black Rock City, they still walked through the dilapidated city gates of the slums. It was very strange. Li Xian did not pay too much attention to this. Instead, he prepared to leave. Early in the morning, the sun was bright and beautiful. Birds chirped and flowers were fragrant. After bidding farewell to Qin Yu, Song Xiaomei, Li Xian returned to the summoned beasts world. After arriving here, Li Xian's figure changed, turning into a strange summoned beast covered in white spots. This was Li Xian's original body. Its name was Lightning Resistance Beast. As the name implied, it was a summoned beast that could resist lightning. Unfortunately, it only had one skill, and that was lightning resistance. Of course, the level of the lightning resistance skill was not low, and it had already reached advanced level. It's time to commit suicide. Obtaining a mental type skill is important. I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Xian activated his battle instinct and injected all his battle experience into his body, leaving a large amount of battle will remain in his body. After everything was over, Li Xian used the earth spike and chose to commit suicide again. Whoosh! After a long period of hard work, Li Xian's world finally fell into darkness. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Following the mechanical notification sound, Li Xian's world once again lit up, and he came back to life. I don't know what kind of summoned beast it has become this time, so I'll just open the data panel, Li Xian muttered and directly opened the data panel. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 2000 honor points. Physique, Hidden Beast mid-level Black Iron rank. Soul, Bronze rank. Master, Qin Yu. Intermediate level, Steel body. Advanced level, Stealth, Lightning resistance, Physique strengthening, Portable space, Earth spike, Earth wall, Poison resistance. Peak level, Self-healing, Fireball, Speed enhancement, God's perspective, Transformation, Invisibility, Battle instinct, Lava survival, Healing spell, Meteor shower, Size amplification, Dragon's might, Froze freeze, Wind wings, Underwater breathing, Simulated communication. Transcendent level, Monstrous strength, Self-destruction, Defense, Tornado. A hidden beast? Only one innate skill to hide itself? It seems to be similar to the invisibility skill. Li Xian carefully observed his own situation. He realized that the summoned beast that he reincarnated this time was a little weak. The reason for its weakness was that it only had one skill, and it was a support skill, Advanced Stealth. Forget it, I'll continue browsing through my memories before committing suicide. Li Xian closed his eyes and quickly browsed through his memories. 2 hours later, he suddenly opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings with his god's perspective. Very quickly, he locked onto the steel mountain in the northeast direction. It's the steel flower, there are really steel flowers. This is a good thing that can raise the level of the steel body from intermediate to advanced. There are actually so many of them. Li Xian looked at the densely packed steel flowers on the steel mountain and could be said to be ecstatic. His figure immediately flew up like a gust of wind and flew away. His speed was very fast. Under the effect of wind wings and speed enhancement, he flew toward the steel mountain at his fastest speed. At the steel mountain, a terrifying roar reverberated in all directions. A bronze rank steel lion roared wantonly. Its steel claws waved crazily. With every strike of its claws, people would die. The violent strength and the fierce fighting posture made the steel lion as dazzling as a god of war. Run! Run quickly! Now! The three-eyed race's captain hurriedly shouted. Covered in blood, he ran frantically, bringing a few three-eyed race people to the foot of the mountain in fear. Huff! 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 It's too strong. This steel lion is simply a monster. It's too terrifying. The three-eyed race's captain panted. Chapter 142, The Steel Lion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That's right. This steel lion is indeed worthy of being ranked third in the Fire Peacock area. It's really hard to deal with. A fat three-eyed race member nodded solemnly. Then what should we do? Our mission is to enter the Steel Mountain and kill the Steel Lion. In the end, not only did we not succeed, we even lost 3 mid-level bronze rank members. The captain's expression was unsightly. There's nothing we can do. The Fire Peacock area is too difficult to take down. I heard that another team from our three-eyed race died in battle in the Fire Peacock area. The fat three-eyed race member had the intention to retreat. No matter how difficult it is to take down, we have to take it down. The evil energy dolls don't dare to come to the Fire Peacock area. If we can take it down, doesn't that mean that we're stronger than the evil energy dolls? The captain said. However, the losses are too great. The two of us are high-level bronze ranks, and we sneak attacked the Steel Lion with another 3 mid-level bronze ranks. In the end, we lost 3 mid-level bronze ranks and more than 20 black iron ranks. Now there are only a few of us left. There's no way we can take this place, the fat three-eyed race member could not help but say. It's fine. I'll ask for help now. I'll ask the silver rank to take action. As long as the silver rank comes, we'll definitely be able to kill this steel lion, the captain said solemnly. However, if the silver rank comes here, it'll anger the Fire Peacock. At that time, we'll have to face a silver rank Fire Peacock. Moreover, it's a Fire Peacock with a special bloodline. The fat three-eyed race member hurriedly said. As if he had thought of something, fear appeared on his face. Then what do you think we should do? Our mission is to take down Steel Mountain. If we can't take it down, we'll be severely punished when we go back, the captain said angrily. There's only one way, and that's to invite more high-level bronze rank experts to hunt Steel Lion together. As long as there's no silver rank, we won't anger the Fire Peacock, the fatty three-eyed race said again. More high-level bronze rank experts? How many? How about 2 of us and 3 other high-level bronze level experts? So it'll be 5 high-level bronze rank experts. The captain thought for a moment and said. 5? What are you thinking? We need at least 10 high-level bronze level experts. Otherwise, we won't be able to succeed, the fat three-eyed race member said loudly. 10? Isn't that too many? The captain hesitated. Not many. The Steel Lion's physique is very tough. We won't be able to kill it in a short period of time. As long as it hits us, it will be heavily injured. Only if 10 high-level bronze ranks act together can we stop the Steel Lion and kill it. The fat three-eyed race member quickly analyzed. He was also a high-level bronze rank, so there was no need to be respectful when talking to the captain. I see. It seems that this is the only way. 10 high-level bronze ranks attacking at the same time. This Steel Lion is really not simple. The captain sighed. He was even more fearful of the Steel Lion's combat strength. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart suddenly sounded. A figure that was like a gust of wind flew across the sky and descended toward the steel mountain. Oh? Was the one that flew over just now a hidden beast? Did I see it wrongly? Hidden beasts don't seem to have wings, right? The fat three-eyed race member asked in puzzlement. It is indeed a hidden beast. It is a hidden beast that is at the mid-level black iron rank. Strange, why can a hidden beast fly? The captain was also puzzled. He felt that his mind was in a daze. It might be a mutated hidden beast that has the ability to fly, the fat three-eyed race member said with uncertainty. Forget it. There's a steel lion on the mountain. Even if this hidden beast had mutated, it wouldn't be able to withstand the steel lion. Going there would be suicide. The captain shook his head. That's true. The steel lion is too strong. It's simply a monster. The fat three-eyed race member nodded. Boom. 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 An intense explosion suddenly sounded, echoing through the small steel mountain. When the three-eyed race member who was in the middle of a discussion heard this, he could not help but look at the steel mountain and immediately said, "They've started fighting, but it will probably stop soon. The hidden beast will definitely die." Of course. There is a huge gap between a mid-level black iron rank hidden beast and a mid-level bronze rank steel lion. The winner can be seen at a glance. I don't know what's wrong with the hidden beast. It actually ran to Steel Mountain to seek death. It's really hilarious. The captain smiled. He felt that there were many stupid summoned beasts. Yeah, let's wait. The rumbling will probably stop soon. It'll mean that the hidden beast is dead, the fat three-eyed race said affirmatively. Yes, it's inevitable. A few members of the three-eyed race muttered. Initially, they had been beaten up quite badly. When they saw others being beaten up as well, they finally felt a sense of balance in their hearts. Boom! 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 The rumbling sounds continued without any signs of stopping. This caused the three-eyed race members' expressions to become solemn. This hidden beast has actually lasted until now. What a surprise! The captain was astonished. Strange, their battle time is almost close to our battle time. We didn't use much time to fight the steel lion just now. The fat three-eyed race member was a little surprised. He felt that this hidden beast was not simple. Boom! 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 After another explosion, the shaking completely stopped. It finally stopped. This time, the hidden beast is definitely dead. It really has some ability. No wonder it dared to provoke the steel lion, the captain said seriously. It's useless even if it has some ability. It was still killed by the lion. Look at the sky. Something seems to be falling down. Ah! Let me see. The captain raised his head in puzzlement. Then, a shadow fell from the sky, getting bigger and bigger. Rumble! A loud rumble shook the earth. Thick dust rippled in all directions, shaking the three-eyed race people so much that they kept retreating. After all the dust had settled, they stared blankly ahead at the motionless figure lying on the ground. That figure was none other than the steel-mad lion that they were extremely afraid of. Just Steel Lion? It's actually the Steel Lion? How is that possible? The three-eyed race's captain was stunned. He looked at the Steel Lion embedded into the earth like an idiot. It must be known that they had paid a heavy price before, but they were still unable to defeat this Steel Lion. They had even planned to gather 10 high-level bronze ranks to hunt the Steel Lion. However, this Steel Lion had actually been defeated. It had been smashed into the ground. Even the Steel Lion had begun to doubt its life. This scene stunned everyone. All the three-eyed race members were in a daze. It was as if they were dreaming. They thought of a terrifying result, which was that the Steel Lion had been defeated by the hidden beast. No, it can't be, absolutely not. How could the Steel Lion be defeated by the hidden beast? That's the Steel Lion, the three-eyed race captain said in shock. Yes, but the steel lion really lost, and all the evidence proves that it was the hidden beast that did it. The fat three-eyed race member was also scared, so scared that he started to doubt his life. The main reason was that the outcome was too unexpected. They had never thought that such a terrifying steel lion would actually lose. It was even thrown down from the mountain and smashed into a pit on the ground. Such a scene was like a dream. Chapter 143, Take Over the Steel Mountain. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as the three-eyed race people were doubting themselves, rhythmic footsteps were heard. Clomp, clomp. Following the footsteps, a hidden beast slowly walked down from the steel mountain. Its eyes scanned the surroundings indifferently before finally landing on the body of the steel lion. Playing dead? Get up, Li Xian said coldly. Roar, roar. When the steel lion heard Li Xian's words, its body embedded in the ground hurriedly struggled. After it broke free from the shackles of the ground, it stood up. However, when it stood up, it did not resist nor did it dare to escape. Instead, it curled up like a obedient dog and looked at Li Xian as if it was trying to curry favor with him. However, anyone could see that the steel lion's body was trembling. It was obvious that it was afraid. Such a scene, such an unbelievable scene, caused the three-eyed race members to be stunned. At the same time, the three-eyed race members also realized something. Their backs turned cold as they wanted to escape this place. The few of you, come up the mountain with me and pick the steel flowers. Immediately, Li Xian's gaze swept across the three-eyed race members. He was prepared to kill them to earn honor points after using all the three-eyed race members. Pluck! Pluck steel flowers! The three-eyed race's captain was stunned for a moment. Are you unwilling? Li Xian's voice was ice-cold. Killing intent surged in his eyes. An intense dragon's might rippled at this moment, enveloping the entire area like a black cloud pressing down on the city. When the steel lion felt this terrifying dragon's might, it immediately turned its head like a dog. Its eyes stared fixedly at the three-eyed race members as if it was warning them. We're willing. Don't hurt us, don't hurt us. The three-eyed race's captain was frightened and hurriedly expressed his agreement. The three-eyed race members beside him did not dare to act rashly either. They hurriedly nodded like chickens pecking at rice, afraid that if they nodded too slowly, they would lose their lives. Go up the mountain. Li Xian ordered coldly. At the same time, he walked toward the mountainside step by step. Yes, yes, yes. The three-eyed race members hurriedly nodded and ran up the mountain nervously. When they reached the mountainside, they all squatted down and carefully picked the steel flowers. These steel flowers were very sharp. If they were not careful, they would cut their hands, causing blood to drip out. The weaker members of the three-eyed race had already been cut, but they did not dare to cry out in pain. They could only grit their teeth and try their best to pick. Only pick the large steel flowers. Li Xian suddenly gave an order. Yes, yes, yes. The members of the three-eyed race immediately nodded, not daring to disobey. Li Xian only smiled coldly at this. He directly called the steel lion and had it lie on the ground. Then, Li Xian leaned on it and kept stroking the steel lion's head with his right hand. This scene was like stroking the head of a puppy. However, the arrogant steel lion did not dare to move at all. Instead, it lay on the ground like a pug. What a good place! Li Xian used God's perspective to carefully scan this steel mountain and discovered that this place was a treasure land. Steel flowers could continuously grow here. If he took over Steel Mountain, he would be able to have an endless supply of steel flowers in the future. It would also be a source of wealth. Therefore, Li Xian thought about whether he should let the steel lion be his underling and watch over this place for him. Of course, the prerequisite was to intimidate the steel lion again. At the same time, he would give it some benefits and let it understand the advantages of following him. Only by using both kindness and power could the steel lion be loyal to him. After making up his mind, Li Xian continued to wait, squinting his eyes to think of a way to intimidate it. Time slowly passed, and the harvesting work was completed bit by bit. After 2 hours of harvesting, the harvesting work was finally completed. Li Xian obtained a large number of steel flowers, 30 of which were eaten by him to upgrade his steel body. Ding! Your intermediate steel body has been successfully upgraded to advanced steel body. It's finally advanced level. Not bad, not bad. It's a good time to experiment. Li Xian kept the remaining steel flowers into his portable space, and his body slowly stood up. Crackle, crackle. Following the crackling sound, Li Xian's body suddenly changed from an ordinary body of flesh and blood to a steel body, and directly turned into a steel monster. Roar, roar. When the steel lion saw this scene, it stood up with a swoosh and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. It was because the mad lion also had the steel body skill, this was the reason why it occupied the steel mountain. However, it actually saw a creature of the same kind at the moment. Little lion, from now on, you are my little brother. Plant the steel flowers for me. This is one of the rewards. Li Xian casually threw a healing pill into the mouth of the steel lion. Roar! The steel lion was in a sluggish state and had not recovered from Li Xian's steel appearance. However, the entrance of the healing pill caused the steel lion to suddenly widen its eyes and feel its own situation in disbelief. One had to know that it had been badly beaten by Li Xian not long ago. It had been picked up and smashed on the ground many times and had suffered serious injuries. In the past, when it was injured, it could only rely on spiritual power to slowly heal itself. However, under the treatment of the healing pill, its injuries were actually healed at an extremely fast speed. Such a scene instantly opened the door to a new world for the steel lion. The steel lion could not help but widen its eyes as it thought about Li Xian's words just now. Clomp, clomp, clomp. The sound of footsteps rang out. Li Xian walked step by step towards the three-eyed race, walking forward with an ice-cold smile. Die! Whoosh! Li Xian's strength was instantly unleashed. His wind wings combined with his speed enhancement, steel body, physique strengthening, and a series of other abilities. This allowed his strength to reach an abnormally terrifying level. Under such terrifying strength, his body flashed and disappeared like an afterimage. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of corpses falling to the ground could be heard. Several three-eyed race members lost their lives in shock and died with their eyes wide open. Whoosh! 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 Li Xian shook off the blood on his steel arm and turned his head. His bloody face was filled with malevolence as he looked at the steel lion. What? You don't want to be my little brother? Roar! 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 The steel lion was frightened by Li Xian. It hurriedly nodded its head to indicate that it was willing to be his little brother. It nodded its head in a very flattering manner. From now on, this is my territory. Li Xian walked in front of the steel lion, patted its head, and announced with a cold smile. Roar! Roar! The steel lion continued to nod its head. It wanted to cry, but no tears came out. At the same time, it thought of the healing pills. It wanted a few more, but it did not dare to. Okay, the matter here has been settled. It's time for me to die. After saying this, Li Xian walked step by step to the top of the steel mountain. Oh! When the steel lion heard this, it was slightly stunned. It did not understand what was going on. Li Xian actually said that he was going to die. However, no one explained to the steel lion because Li Xian had already arrived at the top of the mountain and was looking down at his surroundings. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A beautiful bird flew across the sky, leaving behind a pleasant sound. Li Xian did not pay attention to it. Instead, under the blue sky, white clouds, and warm breeze, he raised his steel right claw and stabbed towards his own heart. Ding! Li Xian's body swayed slightly. There was not a single wound on his heart, only a white mark. Troublesome, even suicide is so difficult. It seems that I can only use the supernatural power to commit suicide in the future. As Li Xian's voice fell, his body suddenly trembled. Monstrous strength was activated at this moment. That terrifying strange strength instantly enveloped his entire body. In the next second, Li Xian pierced through his heart with a bang and grabbed his steel heart. Crack! The steel heart was crushed. Li Xian turned his head and looked at the steel lion ferociously. Guard well. Wait for my return. After saying that, Li Xian's world fell into darkness. However, the steel lion was frightened by this strange scene. It retreated dozens of meters before looking at the steel corpse in fear. The steel lion, who already possessed intelligence comparable to humans, was terrified by this scene. It could not understand what was going on and was even confused. Ding! You have died. Random Resurrection. Chapter 144, Ashwolf 1000 People Area. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A familiar mechanical voice sounded, but Li Xian's world was still dark. I haven't been born yet. Li Xian carefully observed his surroundings and found that he was in an eggshell that had not fully developed yet. It seems that I can only wait. Li Xian was helpless and could only choose to continue waiting. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. This morning, the sun was bright and beautiful. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. A strange sound came from the tree hole of a certain big tree. Crack, crack. Following the cracking sound, Li Xian shattered the eggshells around him and slowly walked out from the eggshells. Following that, the wind wings were activated, and Li Xian slowly flew out of the tree hole. He stood on the branch of the big tree and carefully examined his situation. As expected, I've has become a little humanoid beast. It's really small, probably only the size of an egg. Li Xian shook his head speechlessly. He could not accept the fact that he had become a little human. The main reason was that he was too small. He was about the same height as the little elf from before. He could be considered a little human in the palm of someone else's hand. Its appearance is very handsome and has an imposing, long black hair. It looks a little like the elegant young master from the ancient times of its previous life. Unfortunately, it's a little too small. Li Xian shook his head. He was a little dissatisfied with his current height. Forget it. Let's see what I can do now. Li Xian did not hesitate. He immediately opened his data panel and checked his status. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 2500 honor points. Physique, little humanoid beast low-level black iron rank. Soul, high-level bronze rank. Master, Qin Yu. Intermediate level, companion spiritual equipment. Advanced level, steel body, stealth, lightning resistance, physique strengthening, portable space, earth spike, earth wall, poison resistance. Peak level, self-healing, fireball, speed enhancement, God's perspective, transformation, invisibility, battle instinct, lava survival, healing spell, meteor shower, size amplification, dragon's might, froze freeze, wind wings, underwater breathing, simulated communication. Transcendent level, monstrous strength, self-destruct, defense, tornado. Companion spiritual equipment. Interesting, really interesting. Li Xian's eyes gleamed as he recalled the knowledge he had seen before. Normally speaking, holy beasts possessed special bloodlines, allowing them to feed each other and form a cycle. However, holy beasts also had a mysterious ability, and that was the companion spiritual equipment. The companion spiritual equipment could follow the holy beast's thoughts and condense weapons and armors around its body. It could be condensed in any form, and could also be withdrawn at will. It was just like the gold armor and gold weapons condensed by a gold rank spiritual martial artist. However, what was condensed by a gold rank was illusory, while what was condensed by the companion's spiritual equipment was real. It could exist forever, and it could also be withdrawn immediately. Although the companion's spiritual equipment that he had obtained was not advanced level, it had opened the door to a new world for Li Xian. I wonder if I can upgrade the companion's spiritual equipment to the companion holy equipment in the future. Li Xian's heart was filled with anticipation. As he thought about it, he activated the companion's spiritual equipment. In an instant, a mysterious armor appeared on the surface of Li Xian's body. This armor looked very similar to the armor of a king. It was very handsome. At the same time, a long sword appeared in Li Xian's hand. Whoosh! 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 Li Xian's figure kept waving the long sword on the tree branch. He jumped elegantly and danced back and forth in the breeze. I didn't expect that my childhood dream in my previous life would actually come true now. It's just a little shameful. I don't care anymore. I'll continue to experiment with the companion's spiritual suit. Li Xian's body changed slightly. He changed from a little humanoid beast to an orange cat. The armor around his body changed as well, turning into armor in the form of a cat. On his small claws, a set of sharp claws appeared. It was a weapon that he had condensed. Tisk, tisk, being able to condense armor and weapons and equipment at will is not bad. Li Xian returned to his little humanoid beast appearance. His handsome face could not help but reveal a smile. He was prepared to use this body for a period of time. Hint, you have arrived at the other 1000 people area. Would you like to join this area? After joining, you will have 2 1000 people areas. The pleasant sound of the notification rang out. Li Xian was slightly stunned. He immediately opened the chat channel and discovered that there was an additional Ashwolf 1000 people area. It's actually not in the Fire Peacock area. This time, it's the Ashwolf area. Forget it, I'll join immediately. Li Xian did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to join the Ashwolf area. Hint, joined successfully. Following the sound of the notification, Li Xian instantly entered the Ashwolf 1000 people area and saw the messages that kept flashing in the chat channel. However, these people who were chatting used their real names, unlike the Fire Peacock area which used the name of a summoned beast. Li Xian thought for a moment and also wrote his name as Li Xian. Aren't there 888 members in our area? How come there are 889 people? Could it be that there are new reincarnators? It should be reincarnators from other districts. Last time, there was a mid-level ordinary rank summoned beast from the neighboring district. Hey! Newbie, come out and show yourself. I'm the deputy leader of the Ashwolf 1000 people area, Zhao Bin. Newbie, I'm the leader of the Ashwolf area, Wang Shui. Are you a new reincarnator, or are you from another district? Wang Shui asked. Newbie, what's your level? I'm a low-level Black Iron rank expert. Our boss has long been a mid-level Black Iron rank expert. He's super powerful. As a newbie, why don't you bow down? Zhao Bin said unhappily. The Ashwolf 1000 people area's chat channel was bustling with activity. Many people were surprised by Li Xian's participation and began to ask questions. Unfortunately, Li Xian did not say anything, causing these people to be a little unhappy. It was not that Li Xian did not say anything, it was just that Li Xian could not care less. It was because he discovered that the Ashwolf area's auction house had many materials that he had never seen before. For example, the companion's spiritual equipment could be upgraded to the advanced level with a companion flower. The poison resistance essence could upgrade to poison resistance to the peak level and the steel essence could upgrade the steel body to the peak level. There were so many good items placed in the auction house, and it seemed like they had been placed there for a long time, but no one had been interested in them. This made him look forward to it. The people in this district seem to be very poor. Coincidentally, I can buy all of them, and I'll throw the items that I don't need into the auction house as well. Li Xian thought of the steel flowers. He had picked a little too many of these things. In addition to the many materials he had collected in the past, his portable space was already full. This time, it was just the right time for a transaction. He bought the rare materials in the auction house and threw the things that he did not need into the auction house. It seems that every area has its own unique materials. If I walk around frequently and open more 1,000-person areas, wouldn't I be able to become a traveling merchant and earn a huge difference in price? Li Xian was overjoyed. He immediately checked his personal space and prepared to auction and purchase. Hey! Newbie, I'm talking to you. Don't pretend to be deaf and dumb. You have to understand that no matter where you go, it's easier to walk with more friends. Only by building a good relationship with us will we be able to take care of you. That's right. Not only can the leader help you raise your strength, but he can also lend you the items from the auction house. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to afford it. That's right. I was too poor back then. It was only because the leader took care of me and gave me some materials that I was able to raise my skill to the intermediate level. Raising to the intermediate level is just the foundation. You still have to raise it to the advanced level or even to the peak level. Look at the essence of the auction house. This is a good item that can be raised skills to the peak level. The leader had put it in the auction house for several months. No one could afford it. This was enough to prove the price of the essence. So, newbie, your main task now is to be a good subordinate and listen to the boss orders, understand? The people of the Ashwolf area were all discussing animatedly. They were all teaching Li Xian about science and knowledge, and how to do it. What they said was not wrong. If one's strength was weak, doing so was a very good method. However, the entire Ashwolf area was so weak to Li Xian that it could be ignored. Therefore, Li Xian did not pay attention to the chat channel at all. Instead, he kept on auctioning and auctioning. Newbie, you're going too far. You haven't spoken for so long. Is it fun to pretend to be deaf and mute? You've offended our boss. He won't take care of you. Let's see how you raise your strength. That's right. Our boss is a mid-level black iron rank. This is an extremely terrifying level. Only an expert like our boss can obtain more materials and sell them to us. He's really stubborn. Everyone, ignore this newbie. I reckon that he doesn't know anything. In the future, when he suffers a loss, he will know how good our boss is. Chapter 145, The New World. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Look, this Li Xian should be that newcomer. It's the first time I've seen this name. Yes, my memory is very good. This Li Xian is definitely the first time he's appeared. It must be him. The newcomers nowadays are really outrageous. They don't even have the most basic manners. The people of the Ashwolf area discussed animatedly. They were very dissatisfied with Li Xian, who had just joined. They felt that this newcomer was very insensible and did not know how to show respect. However, while these people were discussing, the vice leader, Zhao Bin, who spoke the most, suddenly stopped talking. He did not speak for a long time. This made everyone puzzled. Someone could not help but ask. Vice leader, why are you not speaking? You were fine just now. Why did you suddenly stop talking? That's right. Are you in trouble? Why did you suddenly stop talking? The people in the 1,000 people area were puzzled. They did not understand why the vice leader, who was always talkative, suddenly became silent. You guys, look at the auction house, look, the vice leader, Zhao Bin, said loudly. Ah? Look at the auction house? What's there to look at? The things in the auction house are very expensive. We can't afford it. We're tired of looking at those commodities. That's right, what's there to see? F***ck, quick, look at the auction house. Oh my god, the auction house is almost sold out. Almost sold out? Let me see. Oh my god, it's really going to be sold out soon. Everyone looked at the messages in the chat channel and was all shocked. They hurriedly clicked on the auction house to check. However, when they saw it, they were also frightened. Their eyes were staring straight at it. This was because the auction house had lost a lot of auction items, and they had been decreasing. Someone carefully opened the auction house to check who the buyer was. The next second, they were stunned. The buyers are all Li Xian? This newbie is too rich. He actually bought so many things. Rich, filthy rich. *CK, we can't afford any of them. In the end, a newbie bought all of them. Does he still want others to live? The chat channel exploded. Everyone was talking about Li Xian and marveling at his wealth. Some people also speculated that Li Xian might be very strong and was a very powerful reincarnator. That was why he was so rich. However, there were still people who felt that this newcomer was too much. He was a bit out of the ordinary. I feel that in this world, other than the transformation beast, no one can compare to Li Xian, the vice leader said solemnly. Yeah, there are so many things, but he actually bought all of them. He's simply a devil. Wait, look at the auction house. There are many more things. The auctioneer is all Li Xian, and this is actually the frost flower. Oh my god, I finally see the frost flower. There's a tamaki fruit here. Ha ha ha, this is an important material to upgrade a skill to the advanced level. The steel flower. There are actually steel flowers. This is material that the boss hasn't found for a long time. This Li Xian is too rich. The auction house is full of his auctioned items. The chat channel exploded again. Everyone looked at the auction house in amazement. The contempt they had for Li Xian disappeared, replaced by solemnity and respect. It was because only super powerhouses had the right to have so many materials. Therefore, no one dared to say anything about not showing respect. Instead, everyone began to flatter Li Xian. Li Xian did not pay attention to this point, and he was too lazy to pay attention to it because there was no need. He was eating the materials he had just bought to improve his strength. Ding! The companion spiritual equipment has been upgraded from intermediate level to advanced level. Ding! The poison resistance skill has been upgraded from the advanced level to the peak level. Ding! The steel body skill has been upgraded from the advanced level to the peak level. 3 consecutive notifications sounded in his mind. Li Xian's strength had increased once again, which made him extremely happy. What a great harvest! It's a pity that the materials are still a little lacking. Next, I'll find a new master to upgrade my soul and reach the bronze rank peak as soon as possible. Li Xian muttered to himself as he began to use his god's perspective. In an instant, his view came to the sky and scanned the surroundings from above. He scanned the scene within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. No? Let's find another place to look. Wind wings appeared on Li Xian's back. His small body suddenly flew into the sky. Under the blue sky and white clouds, he browsed the scenery while looking for a summoning array. Perhaps his luck was not too good. Li Xian searched for 2 whole days, and finally saw a black summoning array beside a snow wolf king. A black summoning contract array. Strange, this is the first time I've seen such an array. Li Xian was puzzled. He could not figure out what the black summoning contract array represented. Roar! The Snow Wolf King gave off the aura of a king, and the strength of a high-level black iron rank cultivator wantonly rippled, scaring the surrounding summoned beasts into fleeing. So noisy! Bang! Li Xian sent the Ice Snow Wolf King flying with a punch. The Ice Snow Wolf King rolled dozens of meters before it finally stopped and could not stand up for a long time. So weak! The current summoned beasts don't know how to improve at all. They can't even withstand 10% of my strength. Li Xian glanced at it disdainfully, walked into the summoning contract array, and chose the contract. Buzz! A mysterious light flashed. Li Xian disappeared under the light of the array and under the unwilling gaze of the Ice Snow Wolf King. Doomsday World. This was a world without spiritual power or summoned beasts. It was also a world where modern society collapsed. In this world, there were many huge pollution giants. They wandered around the world, wantonly emitting pollution and polluting everything. Humans, animals, and even plants would become crazy killing machines after a period of pollution. After these killing machines swallowed and grew, they would gradually evolve into pollution giants and continue to pollute the entire world, bringing disaster to the world. Humans could still stop the pollution giants in the early stages with thermal weapons. However, as the number of pollution giants increased and the number of pollution giants increased rapidly after the explosion of nuclear weapons, the world completely collapsed. Pain, wails, and death filled every corner of the world, and humans completely fell into despair. At this time, superpowered people appeared, bringing a glimmer of hope to the despairing world. Unfortunately, facing the powerful and difficult-to-kill pollution giants, humans were still at a complete disadvantage. Even though the superpowered ones led the humans to build survival bases one after another, the humans were still struggling to survive. In an ancient ruin, a small dark cave. An ancient scroll was spread out and quietly placed on a big black rock. 3 young men and women in black military uniforms stood quietly in front of the scroll. One of them was a valiant-looking girl with a ponytail. She was lifting her snow-white little hand and placing it on the top of the scroll. Dark red blood slowly dripped from the girl's white wrist. Tick, tick, tick. The ancient scroll was slowly dyed red by the blood, and a mysterious power began to slowly ripple. Shwetter, quick, quick, that high-level pollution giant is getting closer and closer. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. The captain with spectacles, who was holding the flamethrower tightly, hurried her. His eyes occasionally looked at the scanner on his left wrist, and his temples were covered in a cold sweat. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Mother said that the ruins are the only place to unlock the ancient scrolls. As long as I can unlock the secrets of the scrolls, I will have the power to kill pollution giants. The ponytailed girl opened her small mouth. Her voice was clear and melodious, but her ruby-like eyes were filled with anxiety. Chapter 146, Pollution Giant. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! 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 The earth shook rhythmically, and the sound grew louder and louder, echoing in the hearts of the 3 of them. Hearing the sound, the captain with glasses became more and more worried. His face became more and more serious. He could not help but clench the flamethrower in his hand even tighter. Puff! 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 A strange sound came from underground. The emerald green plants at the entrance of the cave slowly turned from green to black and then withered and died. The earth also became darker and darker. The dark aura of death spread in all directions, rippling in the cave. Lil, are you? I'll leave it to you, the captain ordered. Yes, captain. The girl called Lil Ru looked weak, and her voice was very sweet. After hearing the captain's words, Lil Ru took a step forward and slammed her small hand on the ground. Buzz! A white light shone, and with Lil Ru's soft palm as the center, it spread out in all directions and began to fight against the dark aura of death. Sizzle! 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 The white and black light clashed against each other, like fire and water. The 2 sides engaged in a tug of war. Shwetter, how much longer do we need? Lil Ru won't be able to hold on for much longer. The captain's expression became more serious, especially when he saw the big head that appeared at the entrance of the cave. The captain quickly pulled out his broadsword from his waist. Soon, I can feel it. I'm carrying out some kind of mysterious ritual. A look of surprise appeared on Shwetter's small face. Her ruby-like eyes flashed with a bright light. She felt as if she had come into contact with some kind of supreme world. Good, you can do it. The bespectacled captain gritted his teeth. He held the flamethrower in his left hand and the large knife in his right hand. He protected the two girls behind him as he stared vigilantly at the outside of the cave. Bang! 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 The cave shook as a huge right arm reached into the cave. The huge ugly hand grabbed at the three people in the cave. Whoosh! 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 Boiling flames spewed out from the flamethrower and engulfed the huge right arm. Ah! It hurts so much. Damn humans, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. A thunderous roar came from outside the cave. The voice was filled with violence and madness, and the burnt right arm was only slightly burned. The key point was that the burn had healed in an instant as if it was not injured at all. However, the right arm was also retracted because of the flame, and another left arm was extended in. Whoosh! 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 The flamethrower gushed out again and spread to the left arm. The scorching heat caused the temperature of the cave to gradually rise. Damned humans! Ah! I'll tear you apart and crush your heads! The pollution giant roared loudly, and its burnt hands recovered instantly. However, the pollution giant retracted its hands. Bang! 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 The cave shook violently, and the pollution giant smashed the cave with its two big hands. The rocks were shaken, and debris flew everywhere. As the giant smashed the cave, the narrow entrance of the cave gradually expanded, and the dark aura of death surged into the cave, like a black fog, spreading rapidly. I can't hold on much longer. Lil Ryu's snow-white face was covered in sweat, and her body trembled slightly. The white light was pushed back by the dark aura of death. Hold on, you must hold on! The bespectacled captain cheered loudly. At the same time, he held the flamethrower and walked toward the entrance of the cave, trying to spurt out flames to buy time. As time passed, Lil Ryu's body trembled more and more. Sweat kept falling from her smooth forehead, and her originally rosy little face had turned as pale as a sheet. Near the entrance of the cave, the captain spat out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back. The flamethrower from before had been twisted and deformed, and only a big knife was left. Schwer, hurry! We really can't hold on any longer. Hurry! The captain said anxiously. Boom! The cave rippled violently. The narrowest part of the cave entrance was pierced through, revealing the sinister face of the pollution giant. It quickly twisted its body and slowly crawled in from outside the cave, staring at the three of them excitedly. You're finally here! I can finally eat you all up! The pollution giant was so excited that it smashed its right arm into the cave and landed near the captain. Fortunately, the cave was narrow, so the pollution giant's attack was blocked, and it only landed in front of the captain. However, even with this attack, a fist hole was created on the ground. The strong wind shook the captain and Lil Ryu, causing them to spit out blood and retreat. Buzz! The black aura continued to spread, covering the three of them in an instant, and began to pollute their bodies. Captain, my mental power is exhausted. Blood dripped from the corner of Lil Ryu's mouth, and her pale little face became more and more haggard. She could no longer release her white light superpower. You retreat quickly, I'll block it. The captain saw the pollution giant raise its arm again and hurriedly raised his big knife to block it. Bang! The bespectacled captain's broadsword fell, and a cracking sound came from his left hand. It was the sound of bones breaking. Pain filled his left arm, but the bespectacled captain did not cry out in pain. Instead, he rolled and held the broadsword, preparing to continue fighting. However, at this moment, the pollution giant suddenly turned its head, and its large hand fiercely smashed toward Schwer, who was in the midst of summoning. Be careful! The bespectacled captain shouted loudly, and the long knife in his right hand was suddenly thrown out, slashing directly at the giant's arm, but it did not cause much damage. At the same time, the huge hand fell from above, and fiercely slapped toward Schwetter's head. "Run!" The bespectacled captain shouted in despair, and he screamed in pain hysterically. He did not want to see his good friend die in front of him. However, he had no other choice. He could only watch in despair as the giant's hand descended. Buzz! A black light shone and spread around Schwetter's body. It also made Schwetter's delicate skin look even more delicate. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The giant hand that had descended suddenly stopped. It stopped in midair without moving. What's going on? The captain was confused, and he looked at the giant arm that suddenly stopped moving. "Captain, look at the face of the pollution giant," Lil Ru said hurriedly. "Hey!" The captain was confused, and he turned to look at the face of the pollution giant. The next second, the captain was stunned. It was because the face of the pollution giant was full of pain, the face of pain was distorted. Along with this painful expression, the pollution giant suddenly bent its body, and its arms twisted downwards. Crack! The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Along with this sound, the middle finger of the pollution giant was directly broken, and blood gushed out. "What trash, get lost!" Boom! A loud boom rang out, and the earth trembled. Under everyone's stunned gazes, the huge pollution giant was directly sent flying. It even smashed through many rocks and flew out of the cave. As the pollution giant was sent flying, the scene in the cave gradually became clear and bright. The bespectacled captain hurriedly focused his gaze and saw a tiny human figure quietly flying in mid-air. It was a handsome young man with flowing black hair. He was super small. At this moment, this tiny human figure was shaking his palm because his palm was covered in blood, the pollution giant's blood. Looking at the little man and thinking about the pollution giant that was blown away, the bespectacled captain was stunned, and he wondered if he would be able to stand still. Beside him, Lil Ru and Schwetter with a ponytail were also staring at the little man who suddenly appeared. They were looking at the handsome appearance of the little man and his small figure. Thinking about the scene of the pollution giant being blown away, the two little beauties were also stunned, and their little heads were in a daze. Roar! "Damn human, damn strange little man, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, ah!" The roar sounded outside the cave. The voice was filled with madness and brutality. "Hey? It's not dead." Li Xian floated in the air quietly. He was surprised that the giant did not die. After all, that punch was enough to kill a black iron rank. This giant's strength was only that of a high-level ordinary level. However, it was still alive. This was surprising. However, Li Xian did not take it too seriously. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his small right hand and aimed his palm in the direction of the cave entrance. Chapter 147, Forbidden Summoning. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Crack, crack, crack. White cold air pervaded Li Xian's palm. Along with this cold air, a crystal clear and beautiful snowflake appeared in the air. This scene made the bespectacled captain and the others very confused. They could not figure out what was going on. However, in the next second, a shocking scene appeared. The small snowflake suddenly shattered. In an instant, a terrifying cold air surged out of the cave, sweeping out like a turbulent wave. This cold air was too terrifying. Wherever it passed, the entire cave's stone walls, roads, rocks, and plants were frozen into ice, turning into a vast expanse of white. The explosive roar that originally came from outside the cave suddenly stopped as the cold air spread out. There was no more sound. It was terrifyingly quiet. Clap! 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 Li Xian clapped his hands and turned to look at the three people in the cave. He said calmly, "Follow me." After saying that, Li Xian's wind wings gently flapped and slowly flew out of the cave. Inside the cave, the bespectacled captain, Schwetter, and Lil Ru watched Li Xian leave with a serious expression. They looked at the cold ice that froze the cave and the scene of the ice and snow. The three of them were terrified and completely shocked. Schwetter, what kind of existence did you create? He's too strong, the bespectacled captain exclaimed. Yet, how strong is he? Lil Ru's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. I don't know what's going on either. It seems like we have some kind of contract. Schwetter blinked her ruby eyes and scratched her head. Contract? What's that? Lil Ru asked hurriedly. I don't understand either. Let's go out first. Schwetter shook her head, and her ponytail swayed as well. Okay, let's go. The three of them quickly walked out of the cave with the ancient scroll in their hands. During the process, the cold ice made the three of them shiver, but more than that, they were shocked. This was because not only was this ice extremely cold, but no traces would be left after stepping on this seemingly thin ice. It was abnormally strong. Bang! The captain clenched his right fist and punched at the ice. However, the ice was not damaged at all. Instead, his right hand trembled from the backlash, and the corner of his eye twitched in pain. He had been in pain since his left arm was broken. At the moment, he felt pain from his right fist, which made the captain feel depressed. However, he was more amazed by the ice's defensive power because he was a physique-type superpowered man, and his body was the most powerful. However, although his body was strong, he could not even leave a mark on the ice. That was scary. This ice is too strong. It's so thin, but I punched it with all my strength, and not even a mark was left. This ice is not simple, the captain said seriously. Yes, and it's very cold. It's so cold that I can't stand it anymore. Lil Ru's body was thin, and she was already trembling. Let's go out and see how the pollution giant is doing. Okay. The three of them sped up and followed the mountain wall to the entrance of the cave. They stepped out of the slightly dim cave. The scene in front of them changed. The strong sunlight dazzled the three of them, and they could not help but raise their hands to protect their eyes. After their eyes adapted to the scene outside, they focused and looked forward carefully. However, it did not matter when they looked. They widened their eyes again and stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They saw that in front of them was a pitch-black grassland. A 5-meter-tall pollution giant looked up at the sky. Its muscular arms were raised high and its mouth was wide open as if it was ready to roar at the sky. However, the pollution giant did not roar because the cold ice had frozen it completely, forming a vivid ice sculpture. The three of them looked at the frozen ice sculpture and the giant's muscular body, unable to move at all. They were shocked and looked at Li Xian in shock. How powerful! How powerful is this little man? Lil Ru could not help but ask. I don't know, but I know that Schwetter has made a huge profit this time. How could she create such a terrifying existence? But we have to be careful. If the other party wants to kill us, it's just a matter of thought, the bespectacled captain said worriedly. No, he won't hurt us. I can feel that he and I have a contract. He will protect us. Schwetter blinked her ruby-like eyes and looked at Li Xian curiously. Are you my master? Li Xian slowly flew to Schwetter and looked at the heroic girl carefully. Master? What's that? Oh, right, my name is Schwetter. This is our captain, and this is Lil Ru, Schwetter quickly introduced the other two. Yes, my name is Li Xian, I was summoned by you, and you have a temporary contract with me, I will protect you for a period of time. Li Xian carefully felt the contract and said. Temporary contract? Can you tell me what this is? I don't understand these things, Schwetter asked nervously. Yes, the temporary contract is you provide me with a sacrifice, summon me to this world to protect you for a period of time. After completing the mission, I will return to my own world. Li Xian calmly explained. Through the summoning prompt not long ago, Li Xian had a deeper understanding of the black summoning contract array. This black summoning contract array was not an ordinary summoning, but a forbidden summoning. It was similar to some people consuming sacrifices to summon demons or monsters from another world. Shwetter did not provide the sacrifice herself, but that scroll contained a rich amount of soul power. As long as Li Xian stayed in this world for a day, he would be able to obtain a large amount of soul power. This soul power could even support Li Xian to stay in this world for half a year. However, compared to Qin Yu, this amount of soul power was still quite lacking. The amount of soul power that Li Xian would receive every day was only 70% of Qin Yu's. Therefore, Li Xian did not plan to stay in this world for too long. The reason why he accepted the summoning was more to obtain the materials of this world. If this world had the materials that he needed, then he could stay longer. If there were no materials and only soul power, then Li Xian did not want to waste too much time. Therefore, Li Xian said, "Tell me about the situation of this world, and what is the situation with this giant? Its vitality is actually so strong." "Okay, this is a pollution giant. It has an extremely strong self-healing ability. It can pollute the environment. If you are polluted by it for a long time, it is very likely to cause humans to become pollution giants. The first pollution giant that appeared was 10 years ago. It walked out of a mysterious labyrinth in ancient times. That pollution giant was extremely huge." Shwetter opened her small mouth slightly and told everything she knew in a soft voice. She described the situation of the pollution giant and the superpowered people bit by bit. On the other side, in the forest 3 kilometers away, 2 soldiers with long sabers on their backs were running at high speed. Their faces were full of solemnity. "Hurry up, second brother!" That roar came from the direction of the ancient ruins. "Its power is very likely to reach the power of a high-level pollution giant," said the leader of the strong men in a deep voice. "Big brother, did those 3 children who asked for directions really go to the ancient ruins? There's nothing in the ruins. It's meaningless for them to go there. They shouldn't have gone there, right?" Second brother asked in puzzlement. "I'm sure that they definitely went there. When they asked for directions, I had a feeling that they would go to the ruins. I didn't take it seriously at first. After all, this kind of thing often happens. I just didn't expect that a pollution giant would appear there." The strong man's face was very solemn. There weren't many people in the survivor base, and there were even fewer superpowered people. If 3 children of superpowered people died, it would be a loss for the entire base. "But, big brother, the high-level pollution giant is too strong. We can't defeat it at all. If we fight it out, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive," second brother said worriedly. Chapter 148, He was shocked. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even if we die, we have to save them. We are soldiers, and the duty of a soldier is to protect. The burly man became more and more serious, and there was fear in his heart. However, he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he sped up a lot. "Yes, we are soldiers, and soldiers are meant to protect their homes." The second brother's eyes were red, and fear appeared in his heart. However, he did not retreat. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he continued to run and follow. In this kind of emotion, the 2 brothers continued to run wildly. Suddenly, a siren sounded. It is indeed a high-level pollution giant. The second brother looked at the scanner on his left wrist. His face was pale. However, looking at his big brother who continued to run in silence, the second brother gritted his teeth and continued to follow. "Second brother, I will do my best to delay the pollution giant in the battle later. You take the 3 children and leave," the burly man suddenly said. "But big brother, the high-level pollution giant is too powerful. You will die," the second brother hurriedly said. "It's okay. Leave everything to me. You only need to take the 3 children and leave. This is an order. Do you understand? The muscular man's voice was cold. Yes. Big brother. The second brother's eyes were red. Tears began to roll in his eyes. Facing the powerful high-level pollution giant, even if they attacked together, there would only be one result, and that was death. Therefore, the wisest course of action would be to follow his big brother's plan. One person would fight, and the other would take the child and leave. However, when he thought that his big brother would be killed by the pollution giant, grief and pain surfaced in the second brother's heart. Strange, why isn't the pollution giant roaring anymore? It was so loud before, but it has been a long time since it roared. The burly man looked at the scanner on his left wrist and the red dot on it. He understood that the pollution giant was still alive, but they could not figure out why the pollution giant did not roar. Normally, when the pollution giant was fighting, it liked to roar. Every time, its roar would shake the entire area. However, it was so quiet. This was not normal. The 2 brothers were puzzled. They ran quickly out of the forest and came to the center of the ancient ruins. They looked forward. In the next second, they were stunned. They looked as if they had been petrified. The reason why they looked like this was that they saw a 5-meter-tall pollution giant frozen into an ice sculpture. It was roaring toward the sky and standing still. This scene scared the 2 of them so much that they cried out in shock. The pollution giant was actually frozen. Who is so powerful that it could freeze a high-level pollution giant? This is too powerful. The second brother was shocked. It is indeed amazing. The key point is that the pollution giant is still alive, but it has been frozen by the ice. In other words, the giant has been captured alive. Capturing a high-level pollution giant alive is definitely a big deal. It is a big deal in our entire base. One must know that up until now, the entire base has never captured a single high-level pollution giant alive. This time, capturing it alive has broken the base's record, the burly man said in a trembling voice. Yeah, it's too strong. Let's go and see who is so scary that he could freeze a pollution giant, the second brother said hurriedly. Let's go. The 2 brothers ran forward after saying that. The first thing they saw was the 3 children. They were relieved to see that they were safe and sound. Uncle, it's you. Why are you here? Lil Ryu raised her hand to greet the 2. Did you freeze this giant? The burly man quickly asked. No, it's not us, it's Mr. Li Xian. Lil Ryu turned to look at Li Xian with admiration in her eyes. Mr. Li Xian. The 2 brothers were too anxious to notice Li Xian. They followed Lil Ryu's gaze and saw Li Xian floating in the air. The 2 brothers were shocked. Li Xian was so small that he could probably stand on someone else's palm. Most importantly, it was the first time the 2 brothers had seen such a small person, so they were shocked. What? What is this? Is it a human? Why is it so small? The second brother could not help but ask. This is Mr. Li Xian, the expert I summoned. He saved us and froze the pollution giant in one move. Very impressive, Shwetter said with a solemn expression on her fair face. Summoned an expert? He managed to freeze the pollution giant in one move. The 2 brothers asked blankly. Immediately after, their expressions changed drastically as they thought of the legend of summoning. It was said that in ancient times, there was a family that could summon experts from another world to fight and protect humans. Later on, as time passed, that family withered and eventually became a legend. After the apocalypse, people also longed for a super powerhouse to appear to rescue and protect humanity, so the legend of summoning resurfaced. In the end, the super powerhouse did not appear. People only treated the summoning as a story. However, the summoning actually worked at this moment, and it immediately stunned the 2 brothers. In particular, the freezing of the pollution giant caused the 2 brothers' expressions to change drastically. Therefore, the 2 brothers looked at Li Xian with a serious expression. They were a little hesitant about what to say. Li Xian ignored the two brothers. Instead, he stared at Schwer and said, "Continue. You said that you could sell the captured pollution giant for money. Is that true?" "That's right. The research institute of the base wants to study the high-level pollution giant. However, the high-level pollution giant is too strong. Even the Black Iron Bank base leader is unable to capture the pollution giant alive. This also led to the lack of research materials in the base, which led to a high price being offered. If you can bring the pollution giant back to the base, you'll definitely get a lot of wealth," Schwer explained in a clear voice. "Yeah, this pollution giant is indeed worth studying. It has a very tenacious vitality, and hasn't died yet," Li Xian said faintly. "It's indeed tenacious. That's why the superpowered people of the same level can't defeat the pollution giant. Only those of a higher level can defeat it. However, it's even harder to capture it alive, even if it's a black iron rank. I've heard that the pollution giant seems to have special blood in its body, which can quickly heal its injuries." "It's very special," Schwer said crisply. "Yeah. I'll find an opportunity to study it later. However, this pollution giant is too weak, and its research value is too low. I'll find a powerful research giant later," Li Xian said calmly. "Ah? Too weak? The research value is too low." When everyone heard Li Xian's words, they all looked at Li Xian speechlessly. One had to know that this was a high-level pollution giant. Its strength was very powerful. Even if a black iron rank expert were to move out, they would have to go all out to kill it. However, Li Xian actually said that it was too weak. This made everyone speechless. However, Li Xian's words also revealed a piece of information. That was that he was very strong. In his eyes, the high-level pollution giant was just trash. Everyone was not stupid. Naturally, they thought of this point. Their hearts were also filled with doubt. They secretly wondered how strong Li Xian was. "Maybe it's a mid-level black iron rank," the bespectacled captain whispered. "It's possible. A mid-level black iron rank is even stronger than the base leader. How could Sister Schwer summon such a powerful existence? I'm so envious." Lil Ru said softly and looked at Schwer with envious eyes. Schwer felt very happy when she was looked at. She felt that she was very lucky to be able to summon such a powerful existence. She could not help but feel closer to Li Xian. "Let's go to your base and see if there are any good materials in your base." Li Xian thought of the transcendent fruit and wanted to get one. "Okay, but what about the pollution giant? How about we split into two groups? One group will wait here while the other group will go back and inform the base to send a car to pick up the pollution giant. But there are only small cars at the base, and the pollution giant is too big. We have to prepare a lot of cars. It will probably take 2 to 3 days to transport them back," Schwer looked at Li Xian and suggested. 2 to 3 days? That's too long. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let's just leave." After Li Xian finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew towards the pollution giants. "Ah? There's no need to go through so much trouble? Just leave? Don't you want the giant?" Schwer said blankly. Chapter 149, Return to the Base. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. "Of course." Li Xian replied calmly. He flapped his wind wings and flew in front of the frozen pollution giant. "You want it? Then how do I bring it back?" Schwer was puzzled. Her ruby-like beautiful eyes blinked. "Guess." Li Xian smiled slightly. His right foot suddenly kicked at the chin of the pollution giant with a loud bang. The pollution giant was sent flying by the kick. It flew up more than 10 meters from the ground and then fell down with a loud bang. Due to the enormous size of the pollution giant, its 5-meter-tall and burly body brought about strong wind pressure when it fell down. Under the wind pressure, Schwer and the others could not stand steadily. The fact that the giant was going to land right above them also gave them a fright. However, at this moment, a small hand suddenly pressed against the heart of the polluting giant, causing the rapidly falling pollution giant to suddenly stop in mid-air. Then, it was lifted up high and did not move. The 5-meter-tall polluting giant was lifted up in the air just like that. The one who lifted the pollution giant was a small person that was even smaller than a human palm. The scene was like an ant lifting an elephant. It was a shocking scene. Shweta and the others were stunned when they saw the scene. They looked at Li Xian lifting the 5-meter-tall giant with one hand. So powerful. He lifted the giant with one hand. Lil Ru exclaimed. Yeah, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to transport the giant back, but who would have thought that Mr. Li Xian could lift it with one hand? He's so powerful! Shweta exclaimed. How terrifying! This is a 5-meter-tall giant. Mr. Li Xian's strength is too terrifying. The bespectacled captain was also scared out of his wits. Together with the other two brothers, he stood rooted to the ground in shock. The scene before their eyes was too shocking. A small person lifting a 5-meter-tall giant with one hand. This scene was like a human lifting a building. It was simply too shocking. The key point was that the small person did not even blush or breathe. It looked very relaxed, which was a little scary. It scared everyone until their scalps went numb. Don't just stand there. Let's go. I just held up a broken giant. Do you have to make such a fuss? Li Xian shook his head speechlessly. Make a fuss? Mr. Li Xian, do you know how heavy the pollution giant is? Last time, our base leader captured a mid-level pollution giant. To transport this giant back, we deployed a large number of vehicles and a lot of people. It took a lot of effort to transport the pollution giant back, Lil Ru could not help but say. But you lifted one of your hands. The gap between you and us is so big that it's suffocating, Lil Ru could not help but say. Is that so? Li Xian frowned. He felt that the base leader was really weak. He could not even transport a mid-level pollution giant back. One had to know that Li Xian did not even use his monstrous strength. He only used his own strength and physique to strengthen himself. Therefore, Li Xian felt that it was very normal and did not feel any shock. However, such a normal action actually shocked the surrounding people to exclaim repeatedly. This was unexpected. Actually, there's really no need to be surprised. Forget it, let's go. Li Xian shook his head. He lifted the frozen giant and slowly flew toward the base. Okay. Okay. The few of them nodded blankly. They looked at Li Xian's small body and the 5-meter-tall giant. The shocking scene made their heads spin. It took a while for them to recover. However, Shweta noticed something, and her face immediately turned serious. What's wrong, Shweta? Lil Ru noticed the change in Shweta's expression and could not help but ask. Lil Ru, have you noticed that we are heading back to the base? Shweta said seriously. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Aren't we going back to the base? Lil Ru was confused and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Yes, we are going back to the base, but the one leading the way is not us, but Mr. Li Xian, Shweta said seriously. You mean? Lil Ru thought of something, and her face finally changed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, this is the first time Mr. Li Xian came to this world, but he actually knew the location of the base. This is too abnormal, Shweta said seriously. This is indeed abnormal. How did he know the location of the base? Lil Ru was scared, really scared, and her voice became much quieter. The bespectacled captain was also shocked, and he could not help but ask. Mr. Li Xian, how did you know the direction of the base? You just came to this world. That's easy, I calculated the location based on the traces of activity, Li Xian replied calmly. He had reincarnated so many summoned beasts, and in addition to gaining a lot of memories, he also gained a lot of useful knowledge, such as the hunting skills of wild beasts. For example, after the summoned beasts left their homes, they mostly relied on special identification techniques to determine the direction and location of their homes. With this knowledge, coupled with the god's perspective scanning the traces around them, Li Xian could easily deduce the direction of the base. Li Xian had said it lightly, but to Shuer and the others, it was more shocking. It was because they could not see anything from these traces. Even if it was those experienced old men who suddenly appeared in the new area, they still needed to observe carefully before they could determine the direction. However, Li Xian lifted the pollution giant and walked away. In an extremely short period of time, he confirmed the direction. This ability was truly astonishing. In the past, I've heard of some powerful old hunters who could determine the direction and search for prey through footprints and all sorts of traces. But it's the end of the world now. The pollution giants have been wandering around and releasing pollutants without restraint. They have destroyed all kinds of traces. Mr. Li Xian, you can still confirm the direction in such a short time. That's amazing, the bespectacled captain exclaimed. Yeah, I've been out on many missions, but I can't see anything. Lil Ru's little head looked around, trying to see what was different, but there were no footprints on the ground, so she could not see anything. Mr. Li Xian, can you teach us this skill? Shuer felt that this skill was very important, so she could not help but ask. You are my master, so you are qualified to learn, but others can't, Li Xian replied calmly. Can I? Lil Ru raised her little hand, and her snow-white face was full of expectation. No, you are not qualified. Li Xian refused directly without any hesitation. Lil Ru was stunned by his rejection. She pursed her lips and felt a little wronged. However, she did not say anything. Instead, she followed the team in disappointment. Her cute little face was full of disappointment. Shuer felt the change in the atmosphere and quickly changed the topic. She began to talk about the knowledge of this world and everything about it. Just like that, the group continued to move forward toward the base. After walking for a few minutes, Li Xian saw an orange forest from his god's perspective. He turned his head and asked, "Can you eat the oranges in this world?" "They are contaminated and cannot be eaten unless they are purified," Shuer explained. "If that's the case, then let's go." Li Xian did not say anything else and continued to move forward. Lil Ru, who was in the team, seemed to have thought of something. Her disappointment instantly disappeared and was replaced by anticipation. Even her big eyes were curved into crescent moons. Chapter 150, Two Black Iron Rank Pollution Giants. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Time passed quickly, and they soon arrived near the orange forest. At this time, Lil Ru suddenly ran toward the orange forest with her small feet. "I'll be right back, wait for me." Li Ru was very fast, and she ran quickly with her small feet. Soon, she arrived under the orange tree, picked 8 oranges, and ran back with the oranges in her arms. "Hold these for me." Lil Ru handed some of the oranges to Shuer, leaving only one in her hand. Then, her fair hands glowed with white light and began to envelop the entire orange. The orange was originally black, but with the flash of white light, black gas floated up from the orange and disappeared into the air. The orange turned back into a yellowish orange, looking very appetizing. "Mr. Li Xian, you can eat the orange now. I'll peel it for you." Ma Xiaoru smiled at Li Xian. "Okay, peel it." Li Xian looked at Lil Ru carefully, curious about her ability. "Okay." Lil Ru peeled the orange quickly, but it was a little big since Li Xian was small. So, Lil Ru carefully divided the orange into many small pieces, and then said sweetly, "You can eat it now." "Well, you've done well, but this is not enough." Li Xian flew to Lil Ru's hand and picked up the orange to taste. The taste was quite sweet, but it was not enough to get any knowledge from Li Xian. I'll try my best. Lil Ru understood what Li Xian meant, so she quickly nodded, looking very energetic. Ahem, Mr. Li Xian, my superpower is to strengthen my physique. Please let me know if you need any help. I will do my best, the bespectacled captain quickly. The two soldiers beside him also wanted to say something, but they were soldiers, so they could not say anything. They could only look at Li Xian enviously. Strengthen your physique? I got it. I will tell you if I need your help. By the way, what is your superpower, Shue'er? Li Xian turned his head to look at Shue'er. My special ability is the frost arrow. Let me show you. Shue'er raised her fair little hand, forming a diamond-shaped frost arrow in her palm. Then, she struck it at a rock in the distance. Bang! With a muffled sound, a deep pit was formed on the rock, and the rock was immediately frozen by the frost. However, the frozen rock was far from Li Xian's frozen rock. It was on a completely different level. This kind of performance made Li Xian somewhat disappointed. At the same time, he deduced that this world's level of strength was not high, and it could be considered very low. The leader of a base was only at black iron rank. This was really quite weak. Compared to the other worlds that Li Xian had come into contact with before, this world was just trash. I hope there are transcendence fruits. If there aren't, then this world is really too bad. Li Xian muttered to himself and led the group to continue their journey towards the base. After advancing for a few kilometers, Li Xian suddenly stopped and threw the pollution giant onto the ground. All of you wait for me here. I'll be right back. After Li Xian finished speaking, his figure suddenly flew out like a gust of wind and soon disappeared into the distance. Hey! Everyone looked at Li Xian who had left and was puzzled. They could not figure out what Li Xian was doing. Maybe Mr. Li Xian is tired. After lifting such a heavy pollution giant for so long, it's time for him to take a break. The bespectacled captain thought for a while and said. Is that so? I feel that Mr. Li Xian has something else to do. Shue'er tilted her head and said. He must be tired. The giant is very heavy. Captain, why don't you try moving it? Lil Ru suggested. Okay, I'll try. The captain slowly walked to the giant. The muscles on his right hand expanded slightly and became stronger. At the same time, he used all his strength to grab the giant's big foot and began to lift it up. Get up! The spectacled captain roared. His tanned face was flushed red and his twisted blood vessels were all tensed up. He appeared on his arms and neck like an earthworm. Ah! The spectacled captain continued to roar and his body expanded again. He even used his injured left hand to lift the feet of the polluting giant with all his strength. However, no matter how hard he tried, no matter what method he used, he could not lift the giant. Even if he used his left hand, it was useless. In the end, he could not hold on any more. He fell to the ground and panted heavily. Huff, huff, huff. It's too heavy. The giant is already very heavy. If there isn't ice freezing it, I might be able to lift 1 foot. However, after the freezing, the giant became a whole. It's heavier, and you have to lift it as a whole. I couldn't lift it. The bespectacled captain panted heavily, his face flushed, and he could not get down for a long time. What a heavy ice giant, Mr. Li Xian lifted so long before putting it down, it is quite remarkable. Lil Ru said, her small heart buried in the worship of Li Xian. Yeah, I think even the leader of the base could barely lift the giant. It won't last long. However, Mr. Li Xian took a long time before putting it down. It's already impressive. It's normal for him to take a break now. The captain continued to nod in awe of Li Xian. What you said makes sense, but I think it's not that Mr. Li Xian can't lift up the giant. I think he really has something else to do. Shue'er hesitated for a moment and whispered. Is that so? The bespectacled captain was a little doubtful. He also felt that Li Xian might be in trouble, but in this world, Li Xian did not know anyone, so it was impossible for him to be in trouble. Therefore, the bespectacled captain thought that Mr. Li Xian was going to find a place to rest and watch the scenery of this world. Beep. 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 A rapid alarm suddenly sounded, resounding on everyone's left wrist. Everyone hurriedly turned to look at their left wrist, and their expressions changed drastically. Not good, there are pollution giants approaching, they are so fast. Wait, there are actually 2 pollution giants, and they might be black iron rank. The bespectacled captain shouted in fear, and he jumped up from the ground, staring at the scanner on his left hand with a changed expression. It's really black iron rank. There are really 2 of them. The 2 soldiers stared at the big red dot on their left wrist. Hearing the rapid alarm, their faces turned extremely serious. Go, you guys go quickly. We'll cover the rear. The 2 brothers hurried them. It's too late. They're too fast. Shwetter and Lil Ru's faces were pale. Looking at the red dots on the scanner, the 2 girls were terrified. Despair filled their hearts. They could not even defeat an high-level pollution giant, and now, 2 black iron pollution giants had appeared. Not to mention them, even the entire base couldn't stop them. Even the 5 of them could not even last 5 seconds against the black iron rank pollution giant. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was desperate and prayed for Li Xian's return.